Boom, 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 boom. The dazzling battle continued. The rumbling sound covered the sky and the sun. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. In a battle of this level, even if I were to enter, I would probably be killed. Fortunately, these elemental gods do not have intelligence. Lin Yo exclaimed with some emotion. The battle between the elements was indeed terrifying. They didn't have intelligence, but it was abnormally explosive. They had no life and no intelligence. It was purely an instinctive confrontation. The outcome of the battle between the two elements might be complete annihilation. One side might even be devoured. They wouldn't retreat, nor did they know fear. If there weren't any special circumstances, it wouldn't end. Wang Xian nodded and watched carefully. The battle continued. At the beginning, it was the battle between the flames and the golden glow. As they fought, the golden glow and the flames were dissipating continuously. The area covered by the flames and the golden glow was also shrinking rapidly. As time passed, their respective territories became smaller and smaller. Following that, at the center of the flames, the white flame flower charged forward. A resplendent golden pillar at the center of the golden glow also began to collide with the white flame flower. The physical collision between the elements. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The collision began. The battle began. At this moment, Wang Xian had been watching the battle here for more than 10,000 years. They didn't leave. Instead, they were watching this huge battle to see if they could gain anything from it. The battle between the elemental bodies was still as brutal as ever. The collision was a direct collision. Sparks and metal fragments flew in all directions as they collided. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian stared at the sparks and metal fragments. His eyes lit up. After the sparks and metal fragments flew out, they slowly returned to their bodies. There were also a few fragments that turned into energy and filled the surrounding area. Fragments of the elements? Wang Xian's mind stirred as he revealed a hesitant expression. Boom, 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 boom. The collisions continued. With each collision, there were some fragments scattered out. The strength of these two elemental gods was extremely terrifying. At the very least, if Wang Xian were to fight them, he would be the one to die. It could be said that he was comparable to an existence at the control level. These fragments are an incomparably huge treasure. Wang Xian's heart was burning with passion. The fragments of the two elemental gods were equivalent to the flesh and blood of the Heaven's Origin avatar. It was definitely a supreme treasure. One had to know that the Qilin cow was once just one of the four limbs of the Asgardian demon god. Let's go over and see if we can obtain those fragments. Wang Xian's heart was burning with passion. His entire body burst into flames and he couldn't help but fly in. He flew to the back of the flower of flames and was prepared to fly over from the back of the flower of flames. Boom, boom. However, this time, when Wang Xian entered the back of the flower of flames, something unexpected happened. At the front, the golden pillar that was originally fighting with the flower of flames was attacking Wang Xian directly. Rays of golden light were attacking him from the surrounding areas. Although the flower of flames was colliding with him, the golden pillar seemed to have its eyes on Wang Xian. It completely ignored the attack of the flower of flames. There was no such thing as defense in an elemental battle. Therefore, even if the golden pillar did not resist, the flower of flames would still be able to injure the enemy by itself. What's going on? Wang Xian's expression changed. His body shook and immediately transformed into the body of a metal elemental divine dragon. The entire body of the dragon also emitted a golden glow. However, when he transformed into the body of a metal elemental divine dragon, the surrounding flames immediately attacked him. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. His body moved and he flew into the distance, leaving their battle range. When Wang Xian flew out quickly, the two elemental gods continued to fight. Whoosh! This won't do. I can't enter at all. Once I enter, I will be attacked. Wang Xian said with a frown. If he didn't enter, he wouldn't be able to obtain the elemental fragments inside. Entering the fire attribute will result in me being attacked by the elemental gods of the metal attribute. If I transform into the metal attribute, I will be attacked by the flame flower. If I transform into other attributes, I will probably be attacked by them together. Wang Xian thought to himself as he continued to ponder. He watched as the battle continued to erupt. His mind was spinning non-stop. No wonder the Elven Empress was not too surprised when she learned that Wang Xian had encountered the elemental god. Although this elemental god was an incomparably huge treasure, it was impossible for him to control it. What was the use of a treasure that could not be controlled? Even if they were engaged in a great battle, there would be fragments that would escape, but they would not be able to enter. In fact, even if one was strong, they could suppress two elemental gods. But when one entered, they would also be attacked by two elemental gods. And this pure elemental god's origin energy, once it was attacked, its body would not drop any fragments, but would instead melt. This also meant that it was impossible to obtain the fragments of the elemental god artificially. Only the collision between the elemental god and the elemental god, the collision of pure energy, did not contain any other energy, bloodline, or constitution. Only then could it cause their bodies to fall into pieces and not be melted by the energy. Wang Xian thought to himself. After hesitating for a while, he thought of something. Buzz. He flew towards the battlefield of the two elemental gods once again. However, this time he flew from the center of the two battlefields. His dragon body began to change as well. Half of it was a fire dragon and the other half was a metal dragon. Furthermore, the flames and the metal radiance were constantly interweaving and fusing. There was a special Taiji pattern on his body and underneath him. It was a Tai Chi pattern formed by the metal and fire attributes. When these two Tai Chi patterns were fused together, the metal and fire attributes were intertwined and transformed continuously. This time, when he entered the battlefield of the two elemental gods again, the two elemental gods paused for a moment before they continued to fight. It was as if they didn't sense Wang Xian's arrival. It wasn't that they didn't sense him. It was just that for the elemental gods who had no intelligence, no consciousness, and only instincts, Wang Xian was like a bug. In the past, he was of the fire attribute, but in the next moment, he was of the metal attribute. Under all sorts of circumstances, the elemental gods who had instincts would go down. After appearing many times, the two elemental gods ignored Wang Xian and continued to fight. It's a success. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Fire metal conversion. Wang Xian did not expect that he would use such a method to enter the battlefield of the two elemental gods. After entering the battlefield, he revealed a burning expression on his face. Wang Xian returned to his human form and looked towards the center of the battlefield. His gaze landed on the two elemental fragments and approached them little by little. In the surrounding area, the aftermath of the extremely powerful tire and metal elemental attacks were everywhere. Fortunately, with Wang Xian's current strength, as long as he wasn't in the center of their battle, nothing would happen to him. When he got closer, his gaze locked onto the two elemental fragments. He moved his palm. Buzz. 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 A dragon claw that was constantly interweaving fire and metal elemental attacks clawed at the two elemental fragments. When the dragon claw with fire and metal attributes caught them, Wang Xian kept an eye on the reactions of the two elemental gods. When he saw that they weren't paying attention to him, Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He moved his palm and the two elemental fragments flew towards him. He kept them in his bag. What a huge amount of energy! Wang Xian felt the energy of the elemental fragments, and his face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The value of this elemental fragment was too high. If a metal and fire elemental expert were to use it for cultivation, their cultivation would be greatly enhanced. This was the power of the origin of the universe. It was the purest fire and metal elemental energy. The energy contained in two palm-sized elemental fragments could easily crush a group of experts at the pinnacle of the universe masters. Although the fire elemental god and the metal elemental god had just entered the heavens origin creation realm, their powers were still at the initial stage of the heavens origin creation realm. However, they were still items dropped from the heavens origin creation body. A huge treasure trove. These two elemental fragments can increase the number of masters at the peak of the metal and fire elemental dominators in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled. This was because the elemental fragments came from the bodies of the two elemental gods and contained the great Tao. When a master absorbed the elemental fragments, he would be able to sense the immense power within. This would make their shackles much smaller and easier to break through. Furthermore, the elemental fragments had more than one use. There was another huge use. That was to allow the five elements millstone to absorb the elemental fragments. If the five elements millstone could absorb enough elemental fragments, it might be able to break through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. In that case, the Dragon Palace would have an additional Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm combat strength. Let's see how many elemental fragments I can obtain. If I have more, I can definitely improve the five elements millstone. Wang Xian thought to himself as he stared at the battlefield in front of him. Time passed by slowly. The battle continued. Boom, 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 boom. The rumbling sounds continued to ring out as the two elemental gods continued to collide. However, not every time elemental fragments would fall from their bodies. Crash. A few days later, the collision between the two elemental gods produced a sound. Following that, Wang Xian saw two elemental fragments the size of a football falling from their bodies and shooting towards the side. This elemental fragment was many times bigger than the one he had just obtained. This made Wang Xian reveal an excited expression on his face. He immediately flew over. This time, he kept it back with ease. Feeling the terrifying energy of the two elemental fragments, Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. If I can obtain more than a dozen of these elemental fragments, the five elements millstone should be able to unleash the power of the Heaven's Origin creation level. Wang Xian muttered to himself. His face was filled with anticipation. These two elemental gods, be it the flame flower or the golden pillar, were extremely powerful existences. At the very least, they were stronger than Wang Xian. Even if they were not at the level of control, they were comparable to the early stage of the Heaven's Origin creation. They should be equivalent to the two of Wang Xian. Under such circumstances, as long as he obtained more than a dozen elemental fragments of this size, he should be able to achieve some breakthroughs in the five elements grinding. He kept the elemental fragments and stared at them. The battle continued. Time passed by quickly year by year. In the next 10,000 years, Wang Xian obtained 13 elemental fragments of varying sizes. However, it was still a little lacking to achieve a breakthrough in the five elemental grinding mill. The number of elemental fragments that fell from the bodies of these two elemental gods is getting lesser and lesser. As the battle continued, the probability of the elemental fragments falling was getting lesser and lesser. Regardless of whether it was the god of fire element or the god of metal element, they were getting more and more solid. However, the breakthrough of the five elements grinding was still a little lacking. Boom, boom, boom. The two elemental gods were still clashing. Wang Xian watched the battle between the two elemental gods. It was a little boring. There weren't many techniques. It was just an instinctive collision. However, the power didn't diminish in the slightest. In the entire chaos, there was a lot more ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There are elemental gods fighting in front of us. It seems that the appearance of the Tree of Chaos has indeed added some luster to the surroundings of our nine-origin universe. Indeed, in the past, it was rare to see a war between elemental gods in the chaotic space for billions of years. Two of them have already appeared around us. If we guide these two elemental gods into our nine-origin universe, we will be able to add two more powerful grotto heavens and blessed lands to our voodoo race. While Wang Xian was watching the battle inside, at a certain location, 12 figures were flying over at a rapid speed. These 12 figures had different forms. Their bodies did not look like humans. Streams of energy were connecting the 12 figures. Furthermore, they were standing in a fixed position. Each of them looked extremely weak and had not reached the Heaven's Origin realm. However, they were able to roam freely in the chaotic space. And their speed was very terrifying. These 12 figures were the 12 ancestor wizards of the wizard race. They were the most special existences in the nine-origin universe. Although they had not reached the Heavenly Fate realm, their strength was comparable to the control level of the Heavenly Fate realm. Over there. Soon, the 12 figures arrived in front of the battlefield of the two elemental gods. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the battlefield. "Hey, big brother, look over there. There are creatures there." At this moment, an ancestral magus with white pupils noticed the figure of Lin Yo beside the battlefield. His gaze focused as he spoke. H9. The other 11 ancestral magi looked over and narrowed their eyes slightly. "Big brother, look at the aftermath of the battle between the two elemental gods. There's another figure there." The ancestral wizard with white pupils suddenly spoke in surprise again. His eyesight was the strongest among the 12 ancestral wizards. Lin Yo and Wang Xian had discovered them before they did. There really is a figure. How is this possible? In a war between the elemental gods, once a powerhouse with other attributes enters, he will be attacked horribly. Furthermore, this is a battle between the elemental gods with two attributes. Even if the fire and metal elements enter, they will still be attacked. Among the 12 ancestral wizards, one of the human-headed snake god's ancestral wizards looked at Wang Xian's figure in front of him and exclaimed in astonishment. "That's true." The other 11 ancestral wizards nodded with astonishment on their faces. They had experienced the battle of the Transcendence Tribulation. They had been exploring in the chaos for at least 20 billion years. Therefore, they were very familiar with the battle between the elemental gods. They were also very familiar with the elemental gods. Those with the same attributes could come around the elemental gods and even cultivate around them. But those with different attributes would be attacked once they got close. If the elemental gods were to fight, they would definitely be attacked by an elemental god once they got close. This attack was very fierce. When the elemental gods fought together, no one was allowed to get close. This was the consensus. However, they actually saw a figure on the battlefield between the two elemental gods. Is that figure outside the battlefield the newly risen Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Is he a Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouse from another universe? An ancestral wizard looked at the unicorn ox and suddenly said, "One-horned and one-eyed, he should be." The ancestral wizard beside him nodded slightly. He then looked at Wang Xian with his eyes shining. "According to the reports from my subordinates, the Dragon Palace's Dragon King has not reached the Heaven's Origin Creator's realm. Instead, he has perfectly fused 9 attributes. Perfectly fused 9 attributes. In other words, he has the metal and fire attributes in his body. Is this the reason why he is able to stand in the battlefield between the two elemental gods? What is he doing there?" The snake-headed ancestral magus raised his eyebrows, his face filled with doubt. Could it be for the elemental shards? One must know that in a battle between elemental gods, elemental shards would splash out from their bodies. An ancestral magus opened his eyes wide and said, "That's absolutely right. Elemental shards are good stuff. In the chaos, other than those elemental gods below the heavenly fate realm who can be perfectly controlled by us, once they reach the heavenly fate realm, it is impossible for them to be controlled. However, the shards that fall from their bodies due to battle are huge treasures." The ancestral wizard with pale eyes said loudly, "Elemental shards. This was definitely a good thing. Treasures of this level were very difficult to produce in the universe. After all, this was equivalent to the flesh and blood of the heavenly fate realm. How could it not be precious? This Dragon King is really not simple. I wonder how many elemental shards he has obtained. These elemental shards are undoubtedly a great opportunity for ordinary disciples. A few elemental shards can nurture a batch of peak ruler realm experts. It should be said that the previous Shueyun's divine dragon clan was too strong. Shueyun and the others have paved a great path for the future inheritor of the divine dragon clan. If nothing goes wrong, this Dragon King being able to fuse 9 attributes should be related to Shueyun and the others' arrangements. It should be. Now that the divine dragon clan has risen in power once again, he actually obtained a heavenly fate level mount. It's really hard to imagine. The 12 ancestral witches were discussing among themselves. They exchanged a glance and headed straight for the battlefield. When they started to approach, Lin Yo sensed something and immediately looked over warily. When he saw the 12 ancestral witches, he was slightly stunned. His face was filled with a different expression as he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Xian. Wang Xian was located in the battlefield of the two elemental gods, so he did not sense the situation around him. When he heard the voice transmission from Linyo, Wang Xian immediately looked over. When he saw the 12 figures flying over, his gaze froze slightly. 12 ancestral witches? He sized them up and was somewhat certain in his heart. These 12 figures did not have the aura of a heaven origin creator. Adding on their appearances, they could only be the 12 ancestral warlocks. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before he flew out. Is it senior 12 ancestral warlocks? Wang Xian flew out and greeted the 12 ancestral warlocks politely. Although these 12 ancestral warlocks were in heaven origin creator powerhouses, their combined strength was comparable to a heaven origin creator. They were much stronger than Wang Xian. Even if he and Lin Yo joined forces, they would not be a match for them. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is really better than us. Impressive. Among the 12 ancestral sorcerers, the ancestral sorcerer who was at the center said with a smile, "Senior, you are too humble. I have only just acquired this strength." Wang Xian smiled and asked, "Are the 12 seniors attracted by the battle of the elemental god?" "Yes, I sensed the battle of the elemental god here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to be able to enter the battle range of the elemental god. Your methods are really brilliant." The ancestral wizard continued to be polite. Wang Xian shook his head with a smile when he heard his words. The Dragon King is the first one that we have seen or even heard of being able to get close to the battlefield of the elemental god. The human-headed and snake-bodied ancestral, which continued to speak to Wang Xian. "I was just lucky." Wang Xian was slightly curious when he saw their praises. Luck is also a part of strength. The Dragon King should have obtained some elemental fragments in the battlefield of the God of Elements. The human-headed and snake-bodied ancestral, which continued to speak. When Wang Xian heard her words, a hint of wariness appeared on his face. "Hee. Dragon King, don't worry. Although we are envious, you are a powerhouse of the 9 origin universe. You are a powerhouse of the heavens origin creation in the 9 origin universe. You cannot kill people and steal treasures. Once it appears, you will be wiped out. This is also an agreement among the powerhouses of the 9 origin universe." The ancestral wizard in the center noticed Wang Xian's vigilance and spoke directly. "I have just reached this realm. I don't know anything." Wang Xian smiled. It's all right. The tree of chaos has appeared around our universe. There will be many treasures from the chaos approaching. This is the second battlefield of the elemental gods. It is located in another place. There are also 2 elemental gods fighting. The ancestral wizard in the middle transmitted a message to Wang Xian. When Wang Xian heard it, his eyes sparkled. There was another battlefield of the elemental god? That meant that there would be elemental fragments there as well. Why did the 12 ancestral wizards tell him this news? I wonder why the seniors are telling me this news? Wang Xian looked at the 12 ancestral witches and asked. The 12 ancestral witches had obviously guessed what he was doing, but they still revealed this matter. It was obvious that they had some thoughts. Although they were all creatures from the 9 origin universe, Wang Xian still had to pay attention to what he should pay attention to. "We want to make a deal with you, Dragon King." The ancestral wizard in the middle looked at Wang Xian and said. Wang Xian was surprised when he heard his words. The ancestral wizard of the wizard clan wanted to make a deal with him? "I wonder how many seniors of the wizard clan want to make a deal with me?" Wang Xian asked directly. "Dragon King, you possess 9 attributes. Now, you have a special method to enter the battlefield of the elemental god and obtain elemental fragments. Our wizard clan has a method that can lead the elemental god into the 9 origin universe and turn it into a blessed land. We wish to use the blessed land to trade for the elemental fragments in your hands. Of course, the trade will definitely satisfy the Dragon Palace." The ancestral wizard in the middle continued to speak. "Use the blessed land to trade for the elemental fragments?" When Wang Xian heard their words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "I wonder what attributes the ancestral wizard seniors and the other 2 elemental gods who are fighting together have. What elemental fragments do you want?" Wang Xian continued to ask. "The elemental gods who are fighting at the side are of the darkness and water attributes. The strength of the 2 elemental gods is similar to these 2. We want the elemental fragments of the darkness attribute. The Dragon King will help us obtain all the fallen darkness elemental fragments. We can guide the 2 elemental gods of the darkness and water attributes into the 9 origin universe. The 2 blessed lands will belong to your dragon palace. What do you think? The ancestral wizard in the middle continued to reply. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he heard his words. The elemental fragments of the darkness attribute. Currently, although the elemental fragment of the darkness attribute was extremely useful to the Tai Chi dragon disc, a small amount of elemental fragment of the darkness attribute would be of limited value to the Tai Chi dragon disc. What he needed the most at the moment was the elemental fragment of the 5 elements. The elemental fragment of the 5 elements required for the Tai Chi dragon disc's breakthrough was almost complete. With the elemental fragment of the water attribute, the 5 elements grinding could definitely complete the breakthrough. There might even be some left. And the dragon palace could obtain 2 powerful grotto heavens. The grotto heavens formed by the 2 elemental gods were more valuable than the elemental fragments in a long-term perspective. Wang Xian had no reason to reject a lucrative deal. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. If I can enter the middle of the battlefield between the 2 elemental gods, I agree to this deal. All right. The eyes of the ancestral wizard in the center lit up as he nodded with a smile. This deal was initiated by them. To them, it was extremely beneficial. All right, the other battlefield has been going on for more than 10,000 years. The 2 elemental gods have also started to engage in close combat. I wonder when the Dragon King is planning to head over. The human-headed and snake-bodied ancestral wizard asked Wang Xian. How far is that place from here? I'll get my men to go over and take a look first. If any elemental fragments appear, I can rush over immediately. Wang Xian said. The elemental gods were still fighting here. He didn't know when the elemental fragments would drop. He wasn't willing to give up on this place. After all, the elemental fragments were too precious. No problem. The distance isn't too far. When the time comes, we can make a teleportation formation for you. An ancestral wizard said directly. That's even better. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Yo and said, Lin Yo, follow the ancestral wizard seniors to the other battlefield of the elemental god. Yes, boss? Lin Yo nodded his head. He knew the strength of these ancestors. Hee, let's go. The 12 ancestors smiled and left with Lin Yo. Wang Xian took a look and returned to the coverage area of the battlefield of the 2 elemental gods. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the sound of collision could be heard. Wang Xian saw an elemental fragment shooting towards the side. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes immediately lit up with a fiery glow. This piece is very big. Since I have obtained this piece, the 5 elements millstone in my hand should be sufficient for me to improve. It should be sufficient for me to reach the level of the heaven's origin creation. Wang Xian whispered in excitement. He flew over quickly and kept it. Following that, he ordered the 5 elements millstone to start absorbing the elemental fragments in the mother nest. Once the 5 elements millstone completely integrated these elemental fragments, his strength would be greatly enhanced. When the time came, the Dragon Palace would be able to deal with an elf queen who was at the mastery level of the heaven's origin creation. When my strength reaches a certain level, I will exterminate the Phoenix clan. Wang Xian thought to himself as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Time passed by minute by minute. A year later, news came from Lin Yo. It was about the situation at the other battlefield of the God of Elements. After Wang Xian received it, a smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect to have such a terrifying harvest not long after he came to the chaos. The harvest was too huge. He also didn't expect that his 9 attributes would have such a pleasant surprise. Perhaps only he could enter the battle range of the elemental gods, he thought to himself. A few hundred years later, the 12 ancestral sorcerers came again and set up a teleportation formation at the side. Wang Xian and Ling Linyu tried the teleportation formation to avoid any special situations. After all, he was not particularly familiar with the 12 ancestral sorcerers. He still had to make some preparations. Dragon King, let's take a look at the other battlefield of the God of Elements. One of the ancestral witches said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head and arrived at the other battlefield of the God of Elements through the teleportation formation. His eyes lit up when he saw the battle ahead. There were already a few shimmering elemental fragments in this battlefield. These fragments might be absorbed by the god of elements again after a long period of time. Therefore, it didn't mean that he would be able to obtain these elemental fragments after the battle ended. Dragon King, you should be able to enter it, right? The ancestral wizard with pale pupils looked at Wang Xian. Let me give it a try. Wang Xian moved his body. The water and darkness attributes on his body were constantly interweaving and circulating. His body came to the edge of the aftermath of the battle. When he entered, he was not attacked. He was safe and sound. Success. He succeeded. He actually succeeded so easily. When the 12 ancestral witches saw Wang Xian entering the battlefield of the two elemental gods so easily, they were astonished. They thought that Wang Xian would use some means to waste some time. However, they did not expect him to succeed so easily. The elemental battle is not too rare in the entire chaos. We have explored the chaos for more than 20 billion years and have seen it more than a dozen times. If we also have this ability, it would be easy to nurture 3 to 4 heaven's origin destinies. An ancestral shaman said with a slight sigh when he saw Wang Xian enter. That's right. Forget about 3 to 4, it's even possible to be 5 to 6, especially the great battle that we saw 10 billion years ago. That was the elemental god of the great Tao. If we can obtain the fragment, the benefits would be too great. The ancestral witches with pale white eyes exclaimed. They looked at Wang Xian in front of them and felt a little envious. Although the 12 ancestral witches were very strong, their bodies had been modified because of the uniqueness of their bodies. They could not get close to the elemental god. In other words, even if it was not the battlefield of the elemental god, he could not get close to any elemental god. Their bodies possessed complicated bloodlines, special constitutions, and many other attributes. That's right, the 12 ancestral wizards each controlled many attributes. The way they controlled them was somewhat similar to the way the Lin Yo controlled them. They could not fuse them at all. This was because the 12 ancestral wizards contained many different constitutions, bloodlines, and attributes which also made them very difficult to break through to the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. It was so difficult that it was impossible for them to break through. Hence, they chose a different path and obtained their current strength. If they joined forces, their strength would be very strong in the 9 origin universe. However, the Dragon King's path to the heavenly Yuan manifestation realm will be the same as ours. It will be extremely difficult. It won't be easier for him to break through to the heavenly Yuan manifestation realm with 9 attributes than for us. The ancestral magus in the center spoke up. The other 11 ancestral magi nodded in agreement. For someone like Wang Xian who had 9 attributes, breaking through was as difficult as an ordinary person ascending to the heavens. It was also impossible. In the universe, there were powerhouses who had fused 2 attributes together to break through to the heavens origin creation realm. However, they had never seen or heard of anyone who had fused 5 attributes together to break through. For example, the 5 elements Dragon King of the divine dragon tribe, the Yin-Yang Dragon King, was extremely dazzling. They were the strongest among those below the heavenly Yuan serendipity realm. In fact, if the 12 ancestral shamans did not form a formation to fight against them one-on-one, they might not even be a match for them. However, they did not manage to break through to the heavenly Yuan serendipity realm in the end and fell. The more elements there were, the harder it was for them to achieve a breakthrough. The more complicated one's physique was, and the more complicated one's bloodline was, the harder it was to break through. It seems like we can cooperate with the Dragon King in the future. If we know where the elemental god is fighting, we can inform the Dragon King and make a deal with him. Besides, if the Dragon King gets these elemental fragments, the strength of the Dragon Palace will be greatly increased. We have to pay more attention to the Dragon Palace. Don't offend it if you can. The ancestral wizard with the head of a human and the body of a snake spoke. The other ancestral wizards nodded their heads as well. The Dragon Palace now possessed the combat strength of 2 heavens origin creation level warriors. With the improvement of the elemental fragments in the future, the strength of the Dragon Palace would not be weak anymore. There was no need for that. If it was not a last resort, it was best not to make an enemy out of the Dragon Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Wang Xian had already collected the fragments around the 2 elemental gods. There were a total of 4 fragments, 2 with the water attribute and 2 with the darkness attribute. After Wang Xian kept them, he did not hand them over to the 12 ancestral witches immediately. Their final transaction would only be completed after the 12 ancestral witches had lured the elemental god into the 9 origin universe and turned it into a blessed land. At that time, Wang Xian would give the darkness elemental fragment to them. The battle between the 2 elemental gods was extremely fierce. However, Wang Xian had seen it before. He stood there easily. All he needed to do was to fend off the aftershocks of the battle. His entire attention was focused on the mother nest. In the mother nest, the 5 elements millstone was absorbing the elemental fragment. The ownerless elemental fragments, the origin of fire, the origin of gold. This kind of energy was the most powerful energy in the universe. On the 5 elements millstone, the fire god dragon and the gold dragon were crazily absorbing it. The energy was absorbed, the 5 elements revolved, and converted each other. This energy could not raise all 5 of the 5 divine dragons to the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. Instead, it would allow all 5 divine dragons to receive a huge upgrade. Under the operation of the 5 elements, this upgrade could unleash the power of the heaven's origin realm. In essence, the 5 elements millstone did not reach the level of a treasure of the heaven's origin realm. Instead, it was similar to Wang Xian. Due to the 5 attributes, they were able to fight against opponents of a higher level. They possessed the power of someone who had just entered the heaven's origin realm. However, although the absorption speed of the 5 elements millstone is very fast, it will take at least 100 million years to complete the upgrade. Wang Xian muttered as he looked at the situation of the 5 elements millstone in the mother nest. However, 100 million years was not a long time. In the following period of time, Wang Xian could be considered to have stabilized. He obtained elemental fragments one by one on the battlefield of the 2 elemental gods. A million years later, there were no more elemental fragments dropped on the battlefield of the fire and metal elemental gods. During this 1 million years, Wang Xian obtained 2 more elemental shards. The 12 ancestral wizards began to separate their battles with a formation. Then, they were guided towards the 9 origin universe. The battle between the darkness and water elemental gods continued. Tens of millions of years passed in an instant. The battle between the darkness and water elemental gods did not drop any more elemental gods. During these 10 million years, he obtained 14 pieces of elemental fragments. Each attribute had 7 pieces. This was another huge harvest for Wang Xian. During this period of time, the god of elements fragments with fire and metal attributes had been guided by the 12 ancestral wizards to the 9 origin universe, forming 2 great paradises. However, due to the tree of chaos, no one was cultivating in the 2 great paradises. The 2 elemental gods also settled there. Without having to resist the wear and tear of the power of chaos, the elemental gods generally would not move. They were emitting powerful energy in the surroundings. If fire and metal elemental cultivators cultivated here, they would receive huge benefits. This was like cultivating beside a heavenly creator. As for fire and metal elemental, the fire elemental was taken away by the wizards. Metal elemental belonged to the dragon palace, and the water elemental and darkness elemental gods were next. Water elemental belonged to the dragon palace, and darkness elemental belonged to the wizards. Dragon King, it's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Xian followed the 12 ancestral wizards and guided the elemental god of water and darkness to the 9 origin universe. He had finally witnessed some of the power of the 12 ancestral wizards. That powerful array formation was indeed extremely terrifying. It's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm. 7 pieces of elemental fragments of darkness attribute flew into their hands. We will lead the elemental god to this area. In the future, the 2 of us will guard this area. With the 4 elements, we can cooperate with each other if we can. Leave these matters to our subordinates. The human-headed and snake-bodied ancestral wizard said to Wang Xian with a smile. No problem. If the 12 ancestral wizards are able to encounter another war between the elemental god in the future, you can tell me. Let's continue to cooperate. When the time comes, we will split all the treasures equally. Wang Xian spoke to them. All right, no problem. The ancestral witches nodded with a smile. This time they had obtained 7 elemental fragments. These darkness elemental fragments were of great use to them. In the chaos, it was not easy for them to obtain treasures of this level. This was equivalent to cutting off a limb that had just entered the Heaven's Origin creation level and obtaining it. Wang Xian chatted with the 12 ancestral warlocks for a while more before sending a message to Prime Minister Gue. He brought the unicorn ox and stepped into the chaos once again. He continued to explore while searching for treasures. However, it was too difficult to find treasures in the chaos. After tens of millions of years, they had only encountered one gigantic chaos meteorite. This meteorite was traveling at an extremely fast speed in the midst of chaos. The entire chaos meteorite had a terrifying attractive force. When Wang Xian encountered this chaos meteorite, he hurriedly tried to avoid it. This meteorite had a huge area. Its destructive power was also extremely terrifying. If he could not avoid it in time, he would definitely die from the impact of this terrifying chaotic meteorite. He would not be able to resist at all. Wang Xian felt that even a Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouse at the mastery level would find it difficult to resist this meteorite. It was difficult to find treasures. However, as long as one could find them, the level of the treasures would be an existence that even a powerhouse at the peak of the mastery level could only dream of. It was definitely a powerful treasure. After nearly 100 million years, Wang Xian stopped. He looked at the 5 elements millstone in the mother nest. With a wave of his arm, he released it. At the same time, there were 2 fist-sized elemental fragments on the 5 elements millstone. These 2 elemental fragments were being absorbed bit by bit. At the same time, the power of the 5 elements millstone was getting more and more terrifying and stronger. Wang Xian could feel the might of the 5 elements millstone and smiled. We're about to break through. Once the 5 elements millstone breaks through, with the help of the unicorn ox, we can fight against the control level of the Heaven's Origin creation. We can be considered to have 3 Heaven's Origin creation level combat strength. Wang Xian mumbled. He waved his arm and waves of energy surged into the 5 elements millstone to help it absorb more quickly. As Wang Xian made his move, the absorption and transformation speed of the 5 elements millstone became faster and faster. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the endless chaos, the roars of the 5 divine dragons could be heard. The surrounding chaos began to tremble and the surrounding space began to change. A 5-colored space directly opened up the chaos, as though the world was being split apart. Within the chaos, 5 divine dragons appeared, swaying their enormous bodies as they intertwined together. And beneath the 5 divine dragons was a circular plate. The entire circular plate emitted a power that caused people to feel awe and fear. The 5 divine dragons entered the 5 elements millstone and the entire millstone spun and began to grow. In the end, the entire 5 elements millstone's size was comparable to the size of more than 10 stars. The 5 divine dragons on it were abnormally clear. Other than the 5 divine dragons, there were also densely packed pictures of all kinds of weapons on it. There were countless pictures. These were the acquired supreme treasures, innate numinous treasures, and the like that the 5 elements millstone had absorbed back then. And these absorbed weapons had fused with the 5 elements millstone as one, and they were greatly strengthened. Now, the 5 elements millstone could release these weapons to attack. Wang Xian looked at the powerful aura coming from the 5 elements millstone. With a thought, he waved his arm and a fire-type innate treasure landed on the 5 elements millstone. An innate treasure could not be destroyed by a master-level powerhouse. Even a master-level powerhouse at the peak of the master level could not destroy it. However, the destruction power of the heavenly Yuan creation realm could destroy innate supreme treasures. Now that the 5 elements millstone had broken through, it should be able to devour innate supreme treasures. When the fire attribute sharp sword landed on the 5 elements millstone, the sharp sword of the innate supreme treasure realm was being absorbed bit by bit. At this speed, it would be absorbed within 100 years. At that time, the 5 elements millstone would be able to obtain a slight enhancement. Of course, this enhancement was limited. Wang Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Being able to enhance meant that the 5 elements millstone could be enhanced by devouring innate treasures in the future. This made him smile. With a wave of his arm, countless weapons flew out from the five elements millstone. They contained a terrifying aura. With a thought, the five elemental grindstone shrunk rapidly and floated below him. Very good. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. Now that the five elemental grindstone has achieved a breakthrough, the elevation of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc will depend on luck. Wang Xian mumbled. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc required light and darkness elemental fragments to be upgraded. The darkness elemental fragment that he obtained not long ago had already been traded with the wizards. I'll have to depend on my luck, he thought to himself as he looked at the elemental fragments in his mother nest. There was also a fire elemental fragment and 7 water elemental fragments. These were all extremely precious treasures. Water elemental fragments can help the disciples of the Dragon Palace to improve rapidly. Currently, the 9 origin universe is still lacking a water elemental heaven origin creator. A bright light flashed in Wang Xian's mind. However, soon after, he frowned and shook his head. It was a little difficult. Currently, there was a slot for a water elemental heaven origin creator in the 9 origin universe. However, the current strength of the water elemental masters of the Dragon Palace was too low. The strongest, Shui Linglong and her father, the leader of the Water Dragon King, were only at level 6 of the Universe Dominator. Even if they had improved, they were only at the 7th level of the Universe Dominator. This was too far away from the heavenly Yuan blessed realm. The 9 origin universe had a water element Tian Yuan creation slot. However, this slot wasn't so easy to obtain. The peak races would definitely fight for this slot. After all, this was an extra Tian Yuan creation slot for their peak races. Especially for those who didn't have a peak race, this was a crucial opportunity. Because once they missed this opportunity, the slot for the heaven origin creator of the 9 origin universe would be full. If they wanted to break through again, they would have to wait for the arrival of the apocalypse and head to other universes to break through. But if they wanted to break through to other universes, first, that universe would have to possess the water attribute. In addition, one had to face the attack of that universe's powerhouse. The other universes did not want to let other universes' powerhouses occupy the spots of the heaven's origin manifestation powerhouses. Although I have 7 elemental fragments now and they are very precious, the other peak races and powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation should also have some treasures in their hands. If the Dragon Palace had a water attribute powerhouse at the peak of the Dominator realm, it would be fine. However, if they don't have one now, it would be a problem. Wang Xian mumbled. It would take at least 500 to 600 million years for Shui Linglong and her father to advance from their current realm to the peak of the Dominator realm. This was under the premise of absorbing the elemental fragments. However, in 500 to 600 million years, those water elemental masters who had reached the peak of the Dominator realm might have already broken through. The king of the water phoenix of the Phoenix clan, the queen of the floating water of the celestial nation, and the scholar of the saints' lineage. The 3 of them have the best chance of stepping into the heaven's fate realm. The Phoenix race has the Emperor of the Phoenix and the saints' lineage has the Unity Heaven Saint. They should be nurturing their subordinates and giving them great opportunities. Wang Xian thought about the information about the water elemental experts in the 9 origin universe. These 3 were merely the ones with the highest chance of stepping into the heaven's destiny realm. Furthermore, the Water Phoenix King and the Floating Water Queen both possessed strength that far surpassed ordinary experts at the peak of the ruler realm. They were closer to the heaven's destiny realm. Other than them, there were more than a dozen experts at the peak of the ruler realm of the water attribute. They also had a slight chance. It was impossible for the Dragon Palace to obtain this spot. However, no matter what, we can't let the king of the Water Phoenix of the Phoenix clan break through to the heaven's destiny realm. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Even if the Dragon Palace was unable to produce an expert in the heavenly Yuan blessed realm, he would still have to intervene. The best way was to invest in an expert of the water attribute and nurture him. With the resources in his hands, no expert would reject him. After all, Wang Xian had 7 pieces of water elemental fragments in his hands. These were the fragments of the elemental god of the powerful heavenly Yuan blessed realm. They were extremely beneficial for breaking through. In addition, Lulan from the Sword and Magic universe was the Heaven's origin creation. With their relationship, he could definitely bring it over and let Lulan give him some pointers. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian moved his body and flew towards the direction of the Tree of Chaos. After flying for hundreds of years, Wang Xian arrived in front of the Tree of Chaos. In the chaos, one could not immediately return to one's divine kingdom. That was because one could not sense one's divine kingdom in the chaos. The chaos was so vast that flying for a period of time would take hundreds to thousands of years. Time was the most worthless thing in the chaotic space. Dragon King. Wang Xian returned to the place where the disciples of the Dragon Palace were cultivating in the Tree of Chaos. Prime Minister Gui immediately came forward and greeted him respectfully. Prime Minister Gui checked the situation of all the water elemental powerhouses in our 9-origin universe and all the information. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head and replied immediately. Wang Xian found a random spot on a tree branch and began to cultivate quietly. He sensed the surrounding locations. There was only one Heaven origin creator here. The Elven Empress did not leave. The other Heaven origin creator powerhouses seemed to have left and were exploring the surrounding areas. There must be treasures around the Tree of Chaos. This was the consensus in the chaos. The Heaven creation realm powerhouses would naturally not let this opportunity go. And the situation around them was indeed like this. Under normal circumstances, a Heaven creation realm powerhouse would need billions of years or even billions of years to encounter a situation like the battle between the elemental gods. However, there were two occurrences in the surroundings. This was related to the Tree of Chaos. This was because the Tree of Chaos could protect a space. The power of chaos would wear down everything that was not chaotic. These items that were born in the chaos instinctively wanted to find a place where they could live. The Tree of Chaos was one of them. Dragon King. This is the information of all the water-type powerhouses in our 9-origin universe. Soon, Prime Minister Gui sent over a set of information and reported to Wang Xian. What is the highest level of strength of the water elemental masters in our Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked. Leader of the water god dragon, he just broke through to the 7th level of the universe dominator not long ago. Prime Minister Gui said. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the information in his hand. These were all water elemental masters who were at the peak of the dominator realm. Among them, there were a total of 5 from the Phoenix clan. Among the group of water elemental masters, the number of water elemental masters was the highest. Was the Emperor of the Phoenix prepared for this? Wang Xian looked at the information and frowned. This was not good news. If the Phoenix clan had one more Heaven origin creator, it would be even more difficult to annihilate them. Other than the Phoenix clan, the Celestial Nation, the Saint lineage, the Royal Family, and the Xuanwu clan, all of them had water elemental powerhouses. They all had the chance to step into the Heaven origin creation stage. Looking at this information, Wang Xian pondered in his heart. Gradually, he had an idea in his heart. As for whether this idea would succeed, it was hard to say. There are still more than 300 million years. According to the agreement, I will select 3 water elemental powerhouses who have the greatest potential to reach the Tianyuan destiny realm. Then I will nurture them. From them, I will create a water elemental Tianyuan destiny realm powerhouse. Wang Xian mumbled. There were still more than 300 million years. During this period of time, he did not plan to go out. He called 2 fire divine dragons over. Wang Xian gave them the elemental fragment so that they could absorb it and increase their strength quickly. Following that, Wang Xian also called the leader of the water dragons, Shui Linglong's father, over. Shui Linglong's father had the strength of a level 7 universe overlord. Wang Xian gave him an elemental fragment so that he could cultivate and see if he could reach the peak of the universe overlord realm in more than 300 million years. If it was possible, there was still a chance. If it was not possible, forget it. Wang Xian did not expect too much either. Wang Xian did not enter the chaos for the rest of the time. It was too much of a waste of time to be in the chaos. He was prepared to train here for a few 100 million years and guide the cultivation of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Currently, the number of the disciples of the Dragon Palace who were at the Overlord level was very high among the peak races. However, they were still the least in terms of high-end combat strength. Could even be said that they did not have top-tier combat strength. This required Wang Xian to nurture them with all his heart. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 100 million years had passed. In 100 million years, the strength of the leader of the water dragons had only broken through to the 8th level of the universe overlord. With the elemental fragments, it would take 100 million years to break through to another level. In Wang Xian's opinion, this was too slow. However, it was just as he had expected. If he wanted to break through to the peak of the universe overlord realm, he would need at least 500 million to 600 million years, or even 1 billion years. Under such circumstances, he could only give up. Roar! Walala! On this day, just as Wang Xian was cultivating, an excited roar was heard. The sudden roar caused the branches of the Tree of Chaos to tremble. The leaves of the Tree of Chaos collided with each other. A deafening sound was heard by everyone. Ha! The sudden situation stunned everyone. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What's the situation? What kind of roar is this? It feels so terrifying. I don't know. It's on the right. What a terrifying sound. Could it be a terrifying existence in the chaos? Don't worry. There are masters of the heavens origin level here. We will be fine. In the surrounding area, all the strong disciples heard the roar. Their faces were filled with shock. The roar shook their souls. It was the same even for powerhouses at the peak of the universe dominator. What's the situation? Wang Xian heard the roar and looked in that direction. His body moved and flew in that direction rapidly. At the same time, the Queen of the Elves was also flying in that direction rapidly. When Wang Xian flew in front of the branches of the Tree of Chaos, 3 figures appeared in Wang Xian's sight. These were 3 very strange creatures. They were like worms, one in the shape of a bucket. As they flew, they squirmed non-stop. However, their speed was extremely fast. Their bodies contained a grayish energy, and there was also an earth attribute. Senior Elven Empress. What are these? Wang Xian looked at the Elven Empress and asked with a face full of astonishment. Beasts of Chaos. Giant beasts born in the chaos. These 3 beasts of chaos are Helminth. The Elven Empress looked at the 3 beasts of chaos. Her eyes were shining. Worm beasts often appear around the Tree of Chaos. They also eat the leaves of the Tree of Chaos and live in the Tree of Chaos. In addition, worm beasts like to devour any living creature with flesh and blood. The weakest of the giant beasts born in the chaos should be at the initial stage of the heavenly fate realm. These 3 worm beasts are at the initial stage of the heavenly fate realm. We must stop them and kill them. As the Elven Empress spoke, a companion elf appeared on her shoulder. In her hand, an elven staff appeared. On her back was an elven bow. A beast of chaos that is comparable to the heaven's origin creation realm. Is it covered in treasures? Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled. That is natural. In the chaos, other than the gray and lifeless energy, there are other things. If so, they are all treasures. The Elven Empress said, There are 3 beasts of chaos here. It will be difficult for us to destroy them. We need to get the other powerhouses to come over. Which powerhouses will be the fastest? Wang Xian asked. The 12 ancestral wizards of the wizard clan have set up a teleportation formation here. With their abilities, I estimate that they will be able to rush over in a month. The rest of the heavens' origin fortunes will take at least 10. The Elven Empress spoke. All right, I want one of the worm beasts. Senior Elven Empress and the 12 ancestral wizards. You can split the other 2. Wang Xian spoke directly. His words stunned the Elven Empress slightly. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. Are you confident? The Elven Empress looked at Wang Xian and asked in astonishment. Wang Xian nodded his head confidently. The 5 elements millstone had already achieved a breakthrough. With the addition of the Qilin Ox and the 5 elements millstone, it was more than enough to destroy a beginner-level worm beast. One had to know that the current strength of the Qilin Ox was much stronger than Wang Xian's. It was comparable to an old beginner-level heaven's origin creation. Ha! The Elven Empress was a little shocked, but she still nodded her head. All right, I'll stop 2 of them first. I'll leave the 3rd one to you guys. No problem. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. He gestured to the Linyu beside him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The Linyu's gaze was fixed on the 3 chaos helminth beasts in front of him. Similarly, he let out a low roar and his body expanded. He transformed into a powerful demonic beast that was thousands of meters in size. Wang Xian also let out a low growl as he transformed into the body of a divine dragon. Compared to Lin Yo's body, Wang Xian's body of a divine dragon was countless times larger. His body that was as huge as a meteorite in the starry sky locked onto the chaos helminth beast on the leftmost side. Attack and kill it. Wang Xian ordered Lin Yo. Yes, boss? Lin Yo replied loudly. His body moved and he flew over. Some of the Overlord disciples from the 9 Origin universe can witness the battle between the Heaven's Origin destinies. Watch from the back and don't get too close. The Elven Empress said faintly. She waved her arm and took the bow and arrow on her back. She then attacked the other 2 chaos helminth beasts. Her face was filled with joy. The Elven Empress did not expect that there would be chaos beasts coming to the Tree of Chaos. Most importantly, there were only 3 chaos beasts, and they were just at the heavenly fate level. These chaos beasts could be killed. To them, this was a huge treasure trove. The Elven Empress had only encountered such a good thing once in the past. With the Elven Empress's strength, she could definitely kill one of them by herself. This one would be her spoils of war. As for the other 2 beasts of chaos, if Wang Xian could kill one of them, it would naturally belong to Wang Xian. As for the last one, it would belong to whoever came first. Of course, the one that came must be a control-level heavenly yuan creation. Otherwise, a beginner-level one would not be able to kill a beginner-level chaos beast. Is there a heavenly Kismet powerhouse invading us in the battle between the heavenly Kismet powerhouses? It seems to be a giant beast. Look outside, there are 3 giant beasts. These 3 giant beasts are the beasts of chaos that live in the chaos. Their strength is not weaker than the heavenly Kismet powerhouses. Our Elven Empress has made her move. The Dragon King and the others of the Dragon Palace are also here. The battle is about to start. Let's go and take a 100k. The battle between the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm experts. What a terrifying battlefield this is. Let's go. Inside the Tree of Chaos, when the powerful disciples heard the Elven Empress words, their faces were filled with excitement and excitement. Their bodies moved and quickly flew to the position in front of them, looking at the chaos. Is that the true form of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? It's so huge, so vast, and the 9-colored energy is covering his entire body. It's too terrifying. It really is the sacred body of the divine dragon. It's really powerful. It's simply too terrifying. It's indeed powerful, but the Elven Empress is also very powerful. Look at her fighting 2 chaos beasts directly. The Elven Empress is very powerful. Among the heavenly Yuan fortunes, she's also a top-tier existence. The accompanying elves of the elven race are very powerful. When the strong disciples of the 9 Origin universe saw the outbreak of the battle, they were all shocked. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the 3 beasts of chaos also let out furious roars when they saw Wang Xian and the rest attacking them. They had rows of incomparably sharp teeth. There was liquid flowing out from them. They stared at Wang Xian and the rest with some excitement. They lived in the chaos. They didn't know fear, nor did they know fear. All they knew was that Wang Xian and the rest in front of them were delicious and could fill their stomachs. They welcomed Wang Xian and the rest directly. Their entire bodies were covered in gray and earth-like energy. Water curse, water burial. Wang Xian locked onto one of the chaos helminth beasts and let out a low growl. The Book of Water Curse was suspended in the air. Compared to the past, the power of Wang Xian's Book of Water Forbidden Spell was much stronger now. Lu Lan's half of the Book of Water Forbidden Spell was given to Wang Xian because Wang Xian had helped them to destroy the Aga Heavenly Demon God. This Book of Water Forbidden Spell in Wang Xian's hands was only one last part away from becoming a complete Heaven's Origin creation treasure. Even so, the Book of Water Forbidden Spell could still unleash an exceptionally terrifying attack. The Book of Water Forbidden Spell appeared and the Forbidden Spell immediately created a chaotic space completely enveloping the Chaos Helminth Beast. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Forbidden Spell attacked the Chaos Helminth Beast. Woo, woo, woo. The Chaos Helminth beast seemed to sense danger. It raised its head and looked at the water-type forbidden spell above its head. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of sand. Above it, the water flow condensed into a special pattern and pressed towards the Chaos Helminth beast. Below it, the sand filled the sky and directly rushed towards the sky. The terrifying energy and boundless might caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Boom! 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 A terrifying collision sound was heard. The water-forbidden spell and the sand let out a huge explosion. A powerful shockwave rushed towards the surroundings. Hua-la-la-la. The impact force caused the leaves of the primal chaos tree to let out an intense sound. Hide behind the tree branch. A group of 9 Origin Universe disciples saw the scene and hurriedly shouted. They immediately hid behind the tree branches. Roar! 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 Demon God! Roar! When Lin Yo saw Wang Xian making his move, his own attack followed closely behind. He opened his huge mouth and a terrifying dark face condensed in front of him. The entire face opened its huge mouth and attacked the Chaos Helminth beast. When the Chaos Helminth beast saw Lin Yo's attack, it came again and let out a low roar. His body shook, and waves of gray energy enveloped him. 9 Origin Dragon Domain. Wang Xian's eyes focused, and his body shook. The 9-colored light enveloped the Chaos Worm beast, wanting to pull it into his domain. Forest of Elves. At the side, the Elven Empress also let out a soft shout. One by one, the branches spread toward the 2 chaos beasts, wanting to completely envelop them together. Domain. A domain was the strongest technique of a 9 Origin Universe master. By pulling the other party into his domain, he would be able to suppress them and his own combat strength would be even stronger. Buzz 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 buzz. Roar roar. Roar roar. In front of them, the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts sensed the powerful combat strength of Wang Xian, Elven Empress, and the rest. They let out a low roar. They did not retaliate. Instead, they got closer to each other. When they got closer, the earth elemental energy from their bodies completely enveloped them. An incomparably huge earth mountain was formed quickly. This earth mountain was the size of dozens of stars. They were located in the middle and could not be seen at all. Separate them. Don't let them gather together. The Elven Empress frowned when she saw the scene and shouted loudly. It was also her first time encountering 3 beasts of chaos that were moving together. Therefore, she did not expect them to have such a move. Explode! Wang Xian's eyes focused. 2 dragon horns were emitting light above his head. Towering dragon horns. He let out a low growl. The 2 dragon horns condensed into one and attacked the huge mound. The single horn of the unicorn bull was also emitting a terrifying energy. The energy condensed into a huge single horn and attacked. The Elven Empress drew her bow and an arrow was condensed on it. On the bow and arrow, it was as though countless trees were born and were growing rapidly. She shot out an arrow. The arrow that was originally just one arrow turned into countless densely packed arrows that completely enveloped the huge mound. Boom! 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 The next moment, the sounds of explosions rang out continuously. The entire mound began to crumble under the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. It was as though a huge meteorite had been crushed. Roar! 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 At this moment, the 3 beasts of chaos seemed to have sensed the threat and were also extremely furious. At the moment when the mound exploded, they attacked Wang Xian at the same time. They seemed to have sensed that Wang Xian was weaker and wanted to destroy him first. Book of Water Forbidden Spell, Cosmic Torrent. When Wang Xian saw the 3 beasts of chaos attacking him at the same time, his eyes revealed a cold expression. He let out a low growl. Above his head, waves of water energy were injected into the Book of Forbidden Water Spells. Following that, it was as though an opening had opened up in the entire chaos. From the inside, a vast and terrifying water current was flooding towards the 3 chaos beasts. Demon God, Demon Beast Charge. Lin Yo lowered his head slightly and let out a low growl. Behind him, countless demon beast phantoms gathered and charged towards the 3 chaos beasts. Bang bang bang. Boom boom. Terrifying sounds of collision rang out continuously. In the entire chaos, all sorts of energy raged. Terrifying attacks covered the sky and covered the sun. No, this could no longer be called covering the sky and covering the sun. Instead, it was a terrifying attack that opened up a world. This world contained great terror. This is the strength of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. If we enter the center of the battlefield, we might be instantly killed. We don't have the strength to resist. A peak universe master stood on a tree branch and looked at the battlefield in front of them. Looking at the energy ripples and collisions in front of them, he opened his mouth slightly, his face full of shock. Too strong, simply too strong. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth changed drastically as if he had created a world. It's the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. This is the terror of the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. Only when one has reached the heavenly Yuan destiny realm can one be considered to have truly transcended, only then can one achieve immortality. In this kind of battle, even if we get close, we might lose our lives. The gap is too big. What a pity. What a pity. Our 9 origin universe only has one slot for a water element heavenly Yuan destiny realm expert. If we want to break through to the heavenly Yuan destiny realm, we have to enter other universes. This path is too difficult. When the calamity arrives, even if I have to risk my life, I have to try to break through and enter other universes. The group of peak-level rulers were slightly shocked. In front of them was a true heaven origin creation realm battle. The impact this brought was too great. If they didn't enter the heaven origin creation realm, they would eventually face death. After all, during the calamity, even their own lives would be hard to protect. And after reaching the heaven origin creation realm, everything would be different. This also made many powerhouses make a decision in their hearts. This was especially so for powerhouses at the peak of the water attribute universe dominator realm. They made up their minds to seize this opportunity. This was their greatest opportunity as a water attribute powerhouse. It was just ahead and there weren't many competitors. They had to seize this opportunity. Let me tie down 2 of them. The Elven Empress saw the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts wanting to attack Wang Xian. He retracted the bow and arrow in his hand and held his staff. Whoosh! 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 He pointed his staff forward and tree branches appeared in the chaos. The tree branches quickly wrapped around the 2 Chaos Helminth beasts. Boom! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian and the Linnea had already arrived in front of the Chaos Helminth beasts. The 3 Chaos Helminth beasts spat out streams of yellow soil. The yellow soil completely covered the attacks of Wang Xian and the Linnea. Roar! Roar! At this moment, they sensed the attacks of the Elven Empress. Seeing the branches wrapping around them, the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts opened their huge mouths and bit at the branches. They bit onto the branches and started to devour them. Voila! At this moment, Wang Xian stared at the 3 Chaos Worms coldly. The Primaless holy wings appeared on his back. He flapped his huge holy wings and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind one of the Chaos Worms. Wang Xian had almost tested out these 3 Chaos Helminth. Their offensive and defensive powers were very strong. However, there was a flaw. In terms of speed, he wasn't good enough. On the other hand, Wang Xian was best at speed. Even though the originless holy wings had reached its current state, it was no longer as fast as before. However, his speed was still not slow. In fact, it was a little fast. The divine tail plays with the pearl. Wang Xian came to the back of the Chaos Helminth and shook his gigantic dragon tail. The dragon tail was directed at one of the Chaos Helminth beasts. In front of Wang Xian's dragon tail, this Chaos Helminth beast was the size of an ant. However, when the dragon tail landed on the Chaos Helminth, it was slightly stunned. An extremely powerful energy blocked the attack. Endless earth attributes spread behind the Chaos Helminth, instantly forming an earth wall that extended to the sky. Crack, crack, crack. However, under Wang Xian's attack, the earth wall started to crack. The Chaos Helminth's body still flew forward. Just when Wang Xian thought that he could pull this Chaos Helminth to another battlefield, the Chaos Helminth's body suddenly vanished. It turned into a dense layer of yellow soil. It looked like yellow clouds. The yellow soil flew toward the other 2 Chaos Helminth. Obviously, the three Chaos Helmets knew that they could not separate from each other. Once they separated, they would be in danger. Wang Xian and the Elven Queen frowned slightly when they saw this scene. The Elven Queen's strength was at the control level, and the control level could kill beginner-level Heaven's Origin Creation one-on-one. However, this was in a one-on-one situation. Wang Xian had yet to use the 5 elements grindstone. However, when the 3 beasts of chaos gathered together, even if Wang Xian used the 5 elements grindstone, it would still be difficult to kill them. That was because they could only kill one of them. The last one was impossible. Now that the 3 of them were gathered together, Wang Xian and the Elven Empress could at most severely injure them. However, it was impossible for them to kill them. It was very difficult to kill an existence at the Heaven's Origin level. Water Forbidden Spell, See Separated Water Dragon. Wang Xian's gaze was cold as waves of energy were injected into the Book of Water Forbidden Spell. 2 water dragons began to condense. Behind each water dragon, there was a vast ocean. The 2 water dragons carried the power of the ocean and the might of the heavens. They attacked the 3 Chaos Helmet beasts directly. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the staff and the Queen of Elves pointed forward. The branches in front of them were entangled together and were heading towards the 3 Chaos Helmet beasts separately. They wanted to separate them. They could only do so if they were separated. She would fight 2 of them while Wang Xian would fight 1 of them and then destroy them. Under such circumstances, they would be able to destroy the 3 Chaos Helmet beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 Chaos Helmet beasts saw the attacks one after another. They suddenly leaned against each other and their bodies began to intertwine. Their bodies actually slowly merged together. Only their heads were separated. In an instant, they seemed to have turned into a 3-headed snake with 3 heads. What a strange 3-headed snake. When Wang Xian and the rest saw this scene, their brows furrowed again. They knew that with their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill the 3 Chaos Helmet beasts. Need more strong person. No, these 3 Chaos Helmet beasts are very smart. If we want to kill them, we need a controller-level existence. The Elven Empress frowned when she saw the scene and spoke to Wang Xian. Are you sure that the 12 ancestral wizards can rush here as soon as possible? How long will they take? Wang Xian asked. The 12 ancestral witches are the fastest. It will take about 10 days. During these 10 days, we can't let these 3 Chaos Helmet beasts leave this place. The Queen of Elves replied, All right, since we can't kill them, it shouldn't be a problem for us to trap them here. Wang Xian said. The Queen of Elves nodded. The 2 of them stopped attacking the 3 Chaos Helmet beasts crazily. The 3 Chaos Helmet beasts sensed that the attacks from Wang Xian and the rest had weakened. Instead, they began to counterattack crazily. They began to retreat in order to attack. Wang Xian, Lin Yo, and the Elven Empress were also defending continuously. So strong. The Elven Empress and the Dragon King can't destroy these 3 Chaos Helmet beasts. We need more experts to come over. Although our Elven Empress and the rest can't kill these 3 Chaos Helmet beasts, we can completely suppress them. Now, they are waiting for the other lords to come over and completely destroy them. Yes, the lords want to completely exterminate these Chaos Helmet beasts. You must know that this is an existence comparable to the Heavenly Yuan creation level. A Heavenly Yuan creation level Chaos Beast is full of treasures. If they can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to themselves and their race. It is extremely difficult to kill a Heavenly Yuan creation level powerhouse, but the Chaos Beasts are different. They do not have the various trump cards of the Heavenly Yuan creation level, so the chances of killing them are much higher. At the back, the disciples of the 9 Origin universe were discussing in shock when they saw this scene. Some of the disciples of the peak races also reported this to their Lord Heaven Origin Creation Realm. The Heaven Origin Creation Realm warriors who received this news were slightly stunned and immediately rushed over. The corpse of a Chaos Beast was a huge treasure. It was an almost impossible opportunity to obtain in the 9 Origin universe. However, the Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouses from the peak races were mostly frustrated. They needed too much time to rush to the Tree of Chaos. Furthermore, they also learned that the elf race had informed the shamans. The shamans were good at formations. Their speed was not something the other Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouses could compare to. Even so, The group of powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin creation realm were rushing over quickly. Even if they could not get a share, they could still see if there were any treasures that they needed. When the time came, they would carry out the trade. In front of the Tree of Chaos, 3 Chaos Helminth beasts were attacking Wang Xian, the Elven Empress, and the rest. The attacks were extremely fierce. However, Wang Xian and the Elven Empress were able to defend against them. Witness. Dragon King, Elven Empress, we are here. 1 for each of you. When the time comes, our wizard clan will give you some rewards. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian and the Elven Empress managed to defend against the attacks of the Chaos Helminth beasts for 10 days. These 10 days were nothing to Wang Xian and the Elven Empress. The war between the elemental gods could last for tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. This little battle of theirs was really nothing. All right, 1 each. The Elven Empress sensed the arrival of the 12 ancestral witches and revealed a smile on her face. Scatter them first, then 1 each. No problem. When Wang Xian heard that, a smile appeared on his face. He roared, aside of the position, Lin Yo is also a roar. They're headed straight for the 2 Chaos Worms. Melee. These days, they have almost touched the Chaos Worm beast. The Chaos Helminth isn't very aggressive. The most powerful thing is their defense. Therefore, Wang Xian and the Linnea charged forward without the slightest bit of worry. Roar! Roar! When the Chaos Helminth saw Wang Xian and the rest counterattacking, their heads that had fused together looked over at the same time and spewed out terrifying quicksand. The quicksand was mixed with the power of chaos. Whoosh! 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 The Elven Empress held her bow and aimed at one of the heads of the Chaos Helminth. She began to unleash her strongest attack power. 12 heaven revolving formation, 12 demon-slaying swords. At the back, the 12 ancestral witches appeared completely. They let out a low roar and the 12 figures stood in their fixed positions. Above their heads, 12 sharp swords that contained terrifying energy condensed together. The sharp swords attacked directly at the head of one of the Chaos Helminth beasts. The attack immediately covered the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts. Wang Xian and the Linnea flew over and swept their dragon tails at the head of one of the Chaos Helminth beasts. The Linnea's single eye emitted a blood-red glow as it attacked as well. The 3 attacks were aimed at the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts respectively. The 3 Chaos Helminth beasts felt the terrifying attack and their faces were filled with shock. When they saw that they were locked onto, they hurriedly started to dodge. Their bodies also started to separate. The 12 ancestral magi of the Magus clan are here. The 12 experts of the Magus clan are here. They are so fast and powerful. The 12 ancestral magi have opened up a new path. Before they even reached the heavenly fate realm, they already possessed extraordinary strength, creating the glory of the Magus clan. The wizard clan is still fierce. Each and every one of the wizard clan is more ruthless. No one dares to underestimate their trump cards. At the back, a group of strong disciples saw the arrival of the 12th ancestral wizard. When they saw the terrifying sharp sword, they were all filled with shock. Some of the strong disciples from the 9 Origin universe looked in the direction of the wizard clan. Their eyes filled with fear. The core disciples of the entire wizard clan were only about 1 million. It was even fewer than the number of powerful disciples of the royal clan. But no clan dared to underestimate them. The 12 ancestral wizards did not reach the heavenly fate realm, but they had such terrifying strength. Who knew how strong the other great wizards and the powerful ones would? What trump cards would they have? After all, the wizards were the most powerful existences in every calamity. Even in the belief universe, there were legends and records about the wizards. Split up. 1 for each person. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts split up, and his gaze was locked on the one he was attacking. 9 Origin Dragon Realm. Wang Xian growled in a low voice and energy enveloped him. Plow Ox's body moved as he dashed forward in close combat. The 3 Chaos Helminth beasts saw Wang Xian and the rest attacking them. Sensing the terrifying might, they didn't dare to gather together. When they gathered together, they would suffer even more attacks. They let out a wild roar and flew straight to the back. The Chaos Helminth beast that was targeted by Wang Xian and the rest also flew back in an attempt to escape. Although they didn't have much intelligence, they knew how to avoid danger. Faced with the attacks of Wang Xian and the rest, the three Chaos Helminth knew that they were no longer their match. If they were not careful, they might even die. This caused the three Chaos Helminth to flee into the distance with all their might. Buzz! Wang Xian's body trembled. The nine-origin dragon realm completely enveloped him. The unicorn ox charged towards the chaotic worm beast. Wang Xian also enveloped it within. A powerful energy landed on the unicorn ox's body, causing his speed to increase by a lot. Wang Xian flapped his Primulus Saint wings and flew over quickly as well. Roar! 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 Within his nine-origin domain, the shadows of divine dragons appeared one after another. The entire space was completely sealed by Wang Xian. The linea flew to the front of the Chaos Helminth beast and lifted its claws. Its entire claw grew longer, resembling a blood-red bone blade. On its body, the unique symbols seemed to have come alive. The symbols flew out and transformed into a terrifying demonic beast, biting at the Chaos Helminth beast. When the Chaos Helminth saw the unicorn ox fighting it at close range, it let out a wild roar and charged forward. It opened its mouth and rows of sharp teeth could be seen on it. These sharp teeth contained a terrifying aura. The unicorn ox was not afraid at all. Its strength was not weaker than the Chaos Helminth. At this moment, Wang Xian waved his arm and the five elements millstone flew out. There was no need for him to hide the five elements millstone in the nine-origin domain. After the five elements millstone flew out, it spun and headed straight for the Chaos Helminth. On top of the five elements millstone, all kinds of weapons shot out. Each weapon contained a powerful destructive force. Wang Xian extended his dragon claws and attacked as well. All of them were close combat attacks. When the Chaos Helminth saw the continuous attacks, its eyes revealed a look of fear. Its body shook violently as streams of earth elemental energy wrapped around its entire body. When Wang Xian and the five elements millstone saw it defending itself, they went to three different positions and surrounded it. Boom! 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 All kinds of attacks attacked the Chaos Helminth. Bang! 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 The defense around the Chaos Helminth was crumbling rapidly. It could not withstand the combined attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. The unicorn ox charged forward directly. The horn on its head began to grow bigger and longer. It grew to the size of 10,000 meters and pierced towards its body. The Chaos Helminth quickly defended itself. However, Wang Xian and the five elements millstone were attacking the Chaos Helminth directly from the side. On the five elements millstone, the five divine dragons merged together and condensed into a dragon claw that attacked the Chaos Helminth. The top of Wang Xian's head was towering. The dragon horn emitted a radiance and landed on the Book of Forbidden Water Spells. A terrifying stream of water fell from the Book of Forbidden Water Spells. The stream of water pierced through the Chaos Helminth. The Chaos Helminth couldn't dodge the attack that was launched at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. Following that, it let out a blood-curdling scream. Fresh blood oozed out from the Chaos Helminth's body. Its fresh blood was an earthy yellow liquid that contained pure earth elemental energy. Roar, roar, roar. Dong, dong, dong. It let out a roar from its mouth and a rumbling sound came from its body. It was as though an earthquake had erupted. In the surrounding area, Wang Xian's nine-origin domain started to tremble violently. The surrounding space also started to tremble violently. Five-element annihilation disc. Wang Xian saw this attack from the Chaos Helminth and channeled his energy into the five-element millstone. The five-element millstone started to spin and rose directly above the Chaos Helminth. Waves of crushing energy started to revolve continuously. Five-element revolve. Five-element annihilation disc. The five elements annihilated disc resisted the attack of the Chaos Helminth. Wang Xian, who was at the side, slowly opened his dragon mouth. A wave of energy was brewing in his mouth. Boom! A nine-colored torrent attacked the Chaos Helminth. At the side, the special symbols on the body of the unicorn ox emitted a glow. His incomparably thick scales began to change. Bone spikes extended out from his body. Each of the blood-red bone spikes was 1,000 meters in size. This made the Linyu look like a devil. The bone spikes on the Linyu's body shot out from his body and headed straight for the Chaos Helminth. The sound of penetration was heard once again. Roar, roar, roar. The Chaos Helminth's screams continued. Faced with the siege of Wang Xian and the others, this Chaos Helminth did not have the strength to resist. With what? Wang Xian one-on-one with this Chaos Helminth beast to fight a draw, coupled with the case of Lin Yo and 5 elements grinding, is completely crushed. One-sided battle, just like Agatha Devil at that time, can resist the attack of 2 of the same level, but against 3 simply cannot resist. Even if they were able to withstand the attacks for a short period of time, it would be at the expense of their lives. This Chaos Helminth didn't have as many tricks as the Asgardians. It would be even more difficult to escape and resist. A special blood gushed out from the body of the Chaos Helminth. It was filled with fear as it roared crazily. Streams of blood transformed into attacks. They condensed into earth spikes and attacked Wang Xian and the rest. Be careful, Wang Xian reminded them. His body trembled and he moved to his side. The accompanying elf spirit appeared beside him. At the moment, the accompanying elf spirit and the ghost avatar did not improve with him. Hence, they possessed the combat strength of the heaven's origin blessed realm. The reason was that they did not have enough energy, and Wang Xian's realm was not high enough. The reason why Wang Xian was able to possess the ghost avatar was largely due to the ancestral tree. The ancestral tree supported a portion of the ghost avatar's energy. Now that the ancestral tree had not reached the Tianyuan blessed realm, how could the ghost avatar possess the strength of the Tianyuan blessed realm? Similarly, the accompanying elf spirit was the same. They relied on Wang Xian, but they also relied on the ancestral tree. However, the current spirit was still of great use to Wang Xian. The nether spirit clone would not be able to do it. When the spirit appeared, the Book of Water curse immediately landed in her hands. Attack! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. Ling Ling took the Book of Water forbidden spell and began to release the forbidden spell on it. Wang Xian's 5 elements millstone and the unicorn bull attacked the Chaos Helminth once again. The powerful attack once again easily suppressed the Chaos Helminth. Even if the Helminth attacked with all its might, it still couldn't suppress the energy and attacks of Wang Xian and the rest. Roar! 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 The screams of the Chaos Helminth rang out continuously. The injuries on its body were getting heavier and heavier. It was unable to resist. This Chaos Helminth was completely unable to resist. I will be able to kill it very soon. Wang Xian looked at this scene with a hint of excitement on his face. Every part of the Chaos Helminth's body was an intense treasure trove. Its teeth could create weapons that were even more powerful than Khanate true treasures. Its flesh and blood were the greatest resources for Earth elemental cultivators. It was no exaggeration to say that this Chaos Worm beast could make the Dragon Palace produce at least 20 disciples at the peak of the Universe Ruler realm. This was the strength of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert's corpse. Furthermore, if one had the opportunity and quota, one could produce a heaven origin creator. Of course, in the 9 origin universe, one could forget about producing an Earth element heaven origin creator. The Earth element heaven origin creator was the powerhouse from the Xuanwu clan. Wang Xian and the rest were besieging the Chaos Helminth. The life force of this Chaos Helminth was getting lesser and lesser. At the same time, at the location outside, the other 2 Chaos Helminth were also suffering from terrifying attacks. The Elven Empress and the 12 ancestral warlocks. Their attacks were not something the Chaos Helminth beasts could withstand. The 2 Chaos Helminth beasts were also covered in blood. The attacks of the 12 ancestral warlocks looked extremely strange. Curse, darkness, chaos. All sorts of energies were directed at the Chaos Helminth beast. The 2 Chaos Helminth beasts' vitality was also decreasing. The 3 Chaos beasts have been completely suppressed. These 3 Chaos beasts are about to be killed. Lord 12 ancestral warlocks and the others are so powerful that Chaos beast is completely defenseless in their hands. Their attacks are also very strange and terrifying. I wonder which lord is able to kill the Chaos beast first. The Dragon King is completely covered by 9 types of energies. The battle inside cannot be seen clearly. It is the same with the Elven Empress. Outside, all the powerful disciples of the 9 Origin universe were discussing non-stop. The battle this time could be said to have shaken them greatly. The battle between the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts was so terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Right at this moment, the miserable cries of the Chaos Beast sounded out. The body of the Chaos Worm Beast located at the 12 ancestral warlocks was trembling violently, and its life force was rapidly disappearing. This was the power of a curse, an extremely terrifying power. That Chaos Helminth Beast was about to be destroyed. Very soon, that Chaos Helminth Beast was completely destroyed. This caused the disciples who were watching the battle to reveal shocked expressions. The 12th Ancestral Magus was the first to destroy the Chaos Helminth Beast. The 12th Ancestral Magus of the Magus race is so powerful. They aren't truly a heavenly fate, yet they were able to erupt with such terrifying power. They're truly formidable. A large number of powerful disciples exclaimed. After the 12 ancestral wizards killed the Chaos Worm Beast, they immediately put away the corpse and looked to the side. The Elven Empress can kill the Chaos Worm Beast very soon. The life force of the Chaos Worm Beast over at the Dragon King's place is also rapidly weakening. The ancestral wizard with 10 arms glanced over and said, "It's not surprising that the Elven Empress is able to destroy this Chaos Helminth Beast. How can the Dragon King be so fast?" The Chaos Helminth Beast's resistance and energy are completely suppressed. His strength isn't as simple as what we saw. The ancestral wizard in the center looked in the direction of the 9 Origin Dragon region and said, his eyes were filled with shock and amazement. With the Dragon King's strength and the strength of his mount, how could he suppress a Chaos Helminth Beast perfectly? And now the life force of the Chaos Helminth Beast was disappearing rapidly, and it was about to die. That also meant that the Dragon King and the rest had the strength to fight against a controlling level Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouse. Buzz. Just as they were guessing, they were at the place where the 9-colored energy covered. The 9-colored light slowly disappeared. Wang Xian and the Linyu flew out. As for the position inside, the Chaos Helminth had already disappeared. It had already been stored away by Wang Xian. 3 against 1, he killed it easily. Wang Xian killed the Chaos Helminth so quickly. Not far away, the Elven Empress looked over with a stunned expression. "It seems that you have hidden your strength, Dragon King." The Elven Empress could not help but say something. She then looked at the Chaos Helminth in front of her and said, "It seems that I have to kill it as soon as possible. Hee. That Chaos Helminth of mine is too weak." Upon hearing that, Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at the 12 ancestral witches who had already killed the Helminth. "The 12 seniors are really amazing." PM impressed. He spoke politely to the 12 ancestral witches. They had worked together once before and could be considered good partners. The 12 of us have to work together to achieve this step. We can't be compared to you, Dragon King. The ancestral witches in the middle shook their heads with a smile. At this moment, they were indeed a little amazed in their hearts. The strength that Wang Xian had displayed was already able to fight against them. The Dragon King and the rest have also killed the Beast of Chaos. The Dragon King and the rest are so strong. After all, the Dragon King has a subordinate at the Heaven's Origin level. It's normal for him to be fast. It's not normal at all. How long has the Dragon King been cultivating to his current level? It's already very heaven-defying for him to be able to match up to a veteran Heaven's Origin level powerhouse like the Elven Empress in such a short period of time. That's right. How long has the Dragon King been cultivating? How long has the Elven Empress and the 12 ancestral warlocks been cultivating? It was simply unbelievable that the Dragon King could achieve this step. This also meant that the Dragon Palace's strength could be ranked at the top among all the peak races. When all the disciples of the 9 Origin Universe Masters who were watching the battle saw that Wang Xian was the second one to kill the Beast of Chaos, their faces were filled with shock. All of them were discussing about Wang Xian's deeds. However, the 3 Phoenix Kings of the Phoenix clan had very serious expressions on their faces at this moment. They even looked a little ugly. With their abilities, they had some understanding of the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm. They also understood the division of beginner, control, great Tao, and chaos. They knew that if they, the Emperor of the Phoenix, were to attack this beast of chaos, it would be impossible to kill it. And the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could do it. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others were able to kill a beast of chaos alone. This meant that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others were stronger than the Emperor of the Phoenix. This wasn't good news for the Phoenix clan. It was even a potential crisis. This was because the grudge between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Palace hadn't been completely resolved. They weren't like the Angel clan. As long as the Angel clan didn't pursue the feud between the Angel clan and the Dragon Palace and lowered their heads, the Dragon Palace wouldn't pursue it. However, the Phoenix clan had something to do with the Divine Dragon clan. Therefore, the feud between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Palace would probably be resolved in the end. And this resolution would lead to a great war. The stronger the Dragon Palace Dragon King and the others were, the more dangerous the Phoenix clan would be. Luckily, we didn't completely lose all decorum with the Dragon Palace Dragon King, and it was completely irreconcilable. Not far away, the Angel King of Light from the Angel clan saw this scene and was a little scared. He was a little glad that he didn't end up fighting with the Dragon Palace to the death. In the past, if he suffered a little, he would suffer a little. Although a master at the peak of the universe ruler realm was killed by the Dragon King, he was later resurrected, compared to offending such a powerful force. That little loss was nothing. The Dark Angel King beside them also nodded in agreement. Now, even their Emperor of Angels was glad to see this scene. They knew that the heavenly creation realm was divided into different levels. It was also because they knew that they would be amazed and shocked. The great beings of the other pinnacle races also had their eyes twinkling. How? While the great disciples of the Nine Origin universe were discussing, the Elven Empress began to show her power and directly made the accompanying elves support her attacks. Under the continuous firing of arrows, the last Chaos Worm beast was completely destroyed. The Elven Empress waved her arm and kept the corpse of the Chaos Worm beast. It's just a small reward, no need to pay my respects. When the 12 ancestral witches saw the Elven Empress destroy the last Chaos Worm beast, they waved their arms and 2 pieces of the flesh and blood of the worms flew to Wang Xian and the Elven Empress respectively. This could be considered as a reward for Wang Xian and the Elven Empress to encircle the Chaos Helminth beast and inform them of the news. The reward was a piece of flesh and blood. It was neither too much nor too little. To Wang Xian and the Elven Empress, it didn't feel like it was too little. Without the 12 ancestral witches rushing over, they wouldn't have been able to kill the 3 Chaos Helminth beasts. It's no big deal. Our luck is pretty good this time. 3 Chaos Helminth beasts actually flew to our doorstep. The Elven Empress was in a good mood as she spoke. It's true. We searched through the primordial chaos and didn't find any precious treasures. This is also luck, especially the Dragon King. Your luck is really good. The human-headed and snake-bodied ancestral witch said with a smile. My luck is indeed good. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Let's work together again. It's a pleasure to work together. Next time, if there's anyone who can work together, you can inform us, Dragon King. Our speed is very fast. The ancestral wizard in the middle continued to speak politely to Wang Xian. All right, no problem. Wang Xian nodded his head. Oh? It seems like the Dragon King has worked together with your wizard clan once? Did you obtain any good treasures? The Elven Empress raised her eyebrows. The corpse of this Chaos Worm beast is not very useful to our elf clan. If you have any wood elemental treasures, you can make a trade. We only got some fragments of the elemental god. There is no wood elemental. The 12 ancestral wizards shook their heads and replied. That's good. The Elven Empress smiled and flew to the side. If you have found a wood element treasure and wish to exchange it for the Chaos Helminth beast's corpse, I would be more than happy to do so. Seeing the Elven Empress leave, Wang Xian nodded to the 12 ancestral witches and flew towards the Dragon Palace. This time he had obtained the corpse of a Chaos Helminth beast. He was prepared to use it to nurture the disciples of the Dragon Palace. To nurture a batch of disciples who were at the peak of the universe overlord realm. In the surrounding area, a group of experts and disciples from the Nine Origin universe looked at Wang Xian and the rest with slight envy, when they saw them flying to their respective races. This time, the rewards from the Wizard Clan, Elf Clan, and Dragon Palace were simply too huge. Prime Minister Gui, select 20 Earth Elemental disciples and have them come over. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gui. With the resources in his hands, he would nurture the top-notch combat strength disciples of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. In the following period of time, Wang Xian did not leave the Tree of Chaos. Instead, he guided the disciples of the Dragon Palace in their cultivation. A few hundred years later, one by one, the Heaven Origin creation powerhouses from the Nine Origin universe came over. The Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses from the Xuanwu clan came over and asked Wang Xian if he wanted to trade the Chaos Helmets corpse. However, Wang Xian rejected them. The Chaos Helmets corpse was a rare treasure when used for the cultivation of their disciples. The Dragon Palace had Earth Element disciples. Naturally, they wouldn't trade. After the Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses arrived one after another, Wang Xian's strength also shocked the Heaven Origin creation stage. Powerhouses. To be able to destroy a Chaos Helmet meant that the strength of Dragon King Lin Yo and the rest was comparable to a Heaven Origin creation realm powerhouse at the control level. In the entire Nine Origin universe, only the Dark Clan, the Elf Clan, the Black Tortoise Clan, and the 12 ancestral warlocks of the Wizard Clan possessed the combat strength at the control level. The rest were all at the beginner level. This also meant that the Dragon Palace was stronger than them. In addition, the Dragon Palace had 2 Heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. This kind of mobility wasn't something that other peak races could compare. When the Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix Clan received this news, his expression was extremely ugly. It seems that our Phoenix Clan has to nurture a Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. Otherwise, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The Emperor of the Phoenix Clan sat there, his expression constantly changing. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he looked at the Water Element disciple of the Phoenix Clan. Among the 15 Water Element disciples with the potential to break through, our Phoenix Clan has 6. The probability of this is very high. We have to raise one of them to the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm. Of course, the Emperor of the Phoenix continued to speak. A look of confidence appeared on his face. When the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm of the Divine Dragon Clan fell, he had made some preparations. Otherwise, the Phoenix Clan wouldn't have so many experts at the peak of the Water Element Ruler Realm, especially the King of the Water Phoenix. He felt that the chance of the King of the Water Phoenix breaking through was very, very high. As long as the King of Water Phoenixes broke through, his phoenixes would have 2 Heavenly Yuan existences. At that time, they wouldn't be afraid of the Dragon Palace either. Time passed. In the current Nine Origin universe, the status of the Dragon Palace had improved tremendously. The arrival of Wang Xian, the Dragon Palace of 2 Heaven Origin creation realm powerhouses. The powerful killing of a Chaos Helmet beast in the Heaven Origin creation realm made all the disciples of the peak races in the Nine Origin universe realize the power of the Dragon Palace. No one dared to underestimate the power of the Dragon Palace. Even the old peak races and the old Heaven's Origin realm. The current Dragon Palace was only slightly weaker than when the Divine Dragon Clan was at their peak. This point would be slowly erased over time. Wang Xian was guiding the disciples of the Dragon Palace to cultivate at the Tree of Chaos. In the blink of an eye, another 100 million years had passed. He stood on a branch of the Tree of Chaos and closed his eyes slightly to sense everything around him. Wang Xian had the water attribute in his body. With his full strength sensing, he could sense the strength of the water attribute experts around him and the amount of energy in his body. The 3 of them have the best chance of breaking through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. Wang Xian mumbled. The Water Phoenix King of the Phoenix Tribe, the Floating Queen of the Celestial Nation, and the Scholar of the Saint Tribe. There were still about 100 million years before the agreed time of 500 million years. The 3 of them had the most potential. This was especially so for the Water Phoenix King and the Saint Tribe. Behind them were powerhouses in the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm. The Floating Queen of the Celestial Nation was one of the rulers of the Celestial Nation. There were 3 kings in the entire Celestial Nation. At the same time, they were brother and sister. The 3 of them founded the Celestial Nation. The celestial nation was a force that was born after the last calamity. There were no powerhouses in the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm to oversee it. The possibility of controlling it is too small. However, I can let him stand on the front line of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian thought to himself. He would definitely take a gamble and bet on a treasure. Now that there was a slot for the Heaven's Origin creation in the 9 Origin universe, there was no need for him to fight for it under the original circumstances. There was no need for him to participate in it. However, there was an opportunity for the Phoenix clan to have an extra Heaven's Origin creation powerhouse. This was something that Wang Xian would never allow. Prime Minister Gui, go and call Queen Floating Water over. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied immediately and flew towards the celestial nation. Soon, 3 figures followed Prime Minister Gui and flew over. Among the 3 figures, there was a woman wearing a blue windbreaker. The other 2 were middle-aged men in armor. Their looks were somewhat similar. Dragon King, Queen of the Floating Waters, is here. There are also the other 2 kings of the celestial nation. Prime Minister Gui flew over and bowed to Wang Xian. Greetings, Dragon King. Queen of the Floating Waters and the other 2 bowed respectfully when they saw Wang Xian. There were strong and weak factions. Even though the celestial nation was a peak race, they did not have any powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin manifestation stage. However, even if they had powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm, they would still have to bow to other powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm. Queen of the Floating Waters, right? Her strength is not bad. Her attainments in the water element are already very high. Wang Xian sized up the Queen of the Floating Waters and said with a smile, I still can't compare to you, Dragon King. The Queen of the Floating Waters immediately bowed and replied, Before I called you over, did any other powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm call for you? Wang Xian asked directly. 2 of them told me something. The Queen of Floating Water hesitated for a moment and did not hide anything. Previously, someone from the Heaven's Origin realm had contacted her. The intention was also very obvious. They wanted to invest in her. When the Queen of Floating Water received this message, she was still very excited. However, she quickly calmed down. Her competitors also had powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin creation behind them. There was still a gap between her and her competitors. Your other 2 competitors have the Heaven's Origin creation behind them. They are not people like you who can compare to them. Of course, breaking through the Heaven's Origin creation depends more on one's comprehension ability. You still have a great chance. This chance is at least 20%. Now, I want to invest in you. As Wang Xian spoke, he moved his palm and pieces of water elemental fragments appeared in his hand. When the elemental fragments appeared, Queen of Floating Water trembled slightly. She stared at the water elemental fragments in disbelief. These are the elemental fragments, the fragments of the elemental god. As for the elemental god, well, it is stronger than the chaos helminth we hunted not long ago. You should be able to feel the energy of the origin. I have a total of 7 elemental fragments in my hands now. These 7 elemental fragments will allow my Dragon Palace to add 10 experts at the peak of the Water Elemental Universe Overlord realm. There won't be any problems at all. Wang Xian spoke to her. Dragon King, I can feel the energy coming from within. I know how precious they are. The Floating Queen said with a burning gaze. Dragon King, you took out such a precious treasure and you want to invest in my sister? What do we need to do? The bearded middle-aged man beside the Queen of the Floating Waters asked Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes, I want to invest. The elemental fragment is one of them. There's another one. Wait for me to finish. Wang Xian smiled and continued. I know a water-type heaven origin creator in another universe. I can bring you there and let her guide you. The moment he said that, the queen gaped. The 2 middle-aged men beside him also widened their eyes in shock. He could let a water elemental Tianyuan creator guide him? This was a great opportunity for a powerhouse who wanted to break through to the Tianyuan creator realm. Dragon King, I can't reject what you have offered. However, I want to know what price I have to pay. Queen of Floating Water grabbed the corner of her windbreaker and asked Wang Xian. The Dragon Palace will have to wage a war with the Phoenix clan eventually. If you break through to the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, You have to stand on the same side as the Dragon Palace until the Phoenix clan is annihilated. If you can't break through to the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, consider it as a failure of my investment. All you have to do is return the remaining elemental fragments. You don't have to pay any price. For the rest, I will not ask your celestial nation to do anything. This is the price you will have to pay. Make a decision.
Wang Xian spoke to them.
This was the request that Wang Xian had made. This request was neither high nor high. However, if one wanted to obtain a huge opportunity, one would have to bear the consequences of welcoming them.
For Wang Xian to be able to offer such a condition, it was already considered pretty good.
After all, it was impossible for other strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin realm to nurture the floating queen like Wang Xian did. It was even difficult for other strong practitioners of the Heaven's Origin realm to achieve even 1/5 of what Wang Xian offered. After all, behind the competitors of the floating queen was their race, the race that possessed the Heaven's Origin realm. When the floating queen and the other two middle-aged men heard Wang Xian's request, their expressions changed slightly. Before they came here, they already had some guesses in their hearts. However, they were still shocked when the Dragon King directly said that he would exterminate the Phoenix clan in the future. He was going to fight to the death with the Phoenix clan. All right, we agree. The bearded, middle-aged man's expression changed. He took a glance at the queen of the floating water and his gaze landed on Wang Xian as he replied. They didn't hesitate too much. The thing that Wang Xian offered was too tempting. The conditions that he offered were too tempting. He had to bear this responsibility only when he broke through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. If the queen of the floating water broke through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm, their celestial nation would have a Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm powerhouse. The last spot in the 9 Origin universe. This spot was too precious. If he missed it, he would not be able to obtain it in the future. The price of this spot was not too high. When Wang Xian saw that the queen of the floating water's elder brother had agreed, he landed on the queen of the floating water with a smile. Sure. The queen of the floating water nodded.
All right. If you break through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm, we are on the same level. Without absolute confidence, I will not exterminate the Phoenix clan. I will give you these elemental fragments. Wang Xian waved his arm and passed the 7 elemental fragments to Queen Floating Water.
Thank you for your nurturing, Dragon King. If I manage to break through in the future, I will definitely fulfill my promise. I will not disappoint you, Dragon King. Queen Floating Water immediately thanked Wang Xian when she saw him giving all 7 elemental fragments to her. No need to thank me. We are also working together. Of course, the main purpose is to prevent the Phoenix clan from having another powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. Wang Xian answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. Queen of the Floating Waters was slightly stunned when she heard Wang Xian's words. She could not help but ask, "What if I reject you, Dragon King?" Hee. Then I will look for the Hetian Saint and do my best to raise the water elemental powerhouse from the saint's lineage to the heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm.
Wang Xian chuckled and replied,
Then I am really glad that I made this choice. Dragon King, I will go back to Cultivate immediately and strive to complete my breakthrough. The queen's heart skipped a beat as she bowed to Wang Xian. Sure. After the agreed time of 500 million years, I will bring you to another universe and let a water elemental Tianyuan destiny realm powerhouse guide you.
Wang Xian spoke to her and waved his hand. Thank you, Dragon King.
The queen thanked him again and flew out. This Dragon King actually gave all the precious elemental fragments to little sister. Furthermore, he didn't restrict our cooperation or guarantee anything. The 3 of them flew towards the celestial nation.
On the right, the second brother of the queen couldn't help but speak up. Because the Dragon King isn't worried about us returning. Even if little sister's strength has broken through, as long as we don't fulfill our promise with his strength, he can destroy little sister and our celestial nation. Looking at the history of the development of the Dragon Palace and the history of its rise, the Dragon King also knows that we don't dare to not fulfill our promise. The bearded, middle-aged man on the left replied, The history of the Dragon Palace's development and its rise was all the way here. No matter what race you were, even if you were a phoenix or an angel race,
As long as you dared to provoke the Dragon Palace would dare to fight to the death with you. At that time, the Dragon King's strength was not so strong yet he dared to face the two peak races. If their immortal nation dared to go back on their words, then with the Dragon King's character, the immortal nation would not give up until it was destroyed.
Besides, with their current strength, it was not difficult for them to kill a cultivator who had just broken through to the heavenly Yuan creation realm.
That's true, little sister. This is an opportunity for our celestial nation, and it's also an opportunity for you. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wants to nurture you with all his strength.
The resources in this Dragon King's hands are definitely not weaker than the Emperor of Phoenix and the Hutian Saint. He even knows the water-type heavenly Yuan creation of other universes and is
slightly stronger. Your chance is great. You must seize it. The middle-aged man on the right nodded and said to Queen Floating Water.
Big brother, second brother, I will. Queen Floating Water nodded heavily.
This was a huge opportunity for her. She also had the support of the powerful Heaven's Origin creation. She was no longer weaker than the other two competitors. She even felt that the Dragon King might not have what he offered. She had to make a breakthrough.
The Queen of the Floating Waters made up her mind. She would return to the territory of the Celestial Nation and start cultivating immediately.
One hope I can make a breakthrough, Wang Xian muttered as he watched the Queen of the Floating Waters leave. This time his investment was huge. If there was no return, he would suffer a huge loss.
Buzz,
buzz, buzz. Time passed day by day. On this day, one by one, figures with vast and mighty power flew over. Wang Xian sensed it and looked over.
500 million years have passed. The group of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm also attach great importance to this matter.
He mumbled, "Everyone, let's gather. Disciples at the peak of the water elemental universe dominator. Come over too."
Not long after, the voice of the Unity Saint was heard. Wang Xian moved his body and flew over immediately. He hovered not far away from the Unity Saint.
"Greetings, sirs." A group of disciples at the peak of the water elemental universe overlord realm also flew over immediately and greeted them. In the surroundings, other than Wang Xian and the 8 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses, there were also 12 ancestral wizards. Wang Xian's gaze landed on the Queen of the Floating Waters and sensed her strength and realm. Compared to 100 million years ago, he could sense that the Queen of the Floating Waters' strength had increased significantly. The elemental fragments were still very effective.
The strength of the Queen of the Floating Waters was still at the forefront.
The Celestial Nation's Queen of the Floating Waters, the King of the Water, Phoenix and the Scholar. The 3 of them are still the ones with the highest realm. Everyone, it shouldn't be wrong, right? If it's not wrong, let's nurture. The 3 of them. The Unity Saint swept his gaze across the disciples who were at the peak of the water attribute universe dominators and spoke to Wang Xian and the rest. No objections. Wang Xian and the rest nodded. All right.
In the next period of time, we will use tens of millions of years to solve all the cultivation problems for the 3 of them. The rest of your disciples will also have the opportunity to listen by the side. The Hutian Saint spoke to them. Thank you, my lords. The Queen of the Floating Waters and the rest spoke with gratitude.
The 12 ancestral wizards, the Dragon King, Lin Yo from the Dragon Palace, the 12 ancestral wizards, and the 8 Heaven Origin creation realm powerhouses had specially taught them for tens of millions of years.
It could be said that more than 10 Heaven Origin creation realm powerhouses had taught them. This was definitely a great opportunity.
This was no longer a 1-on-1, but 3-on-1, 4-on-1.
For the next 10 million years, Wang Xian and the rest of the strong practitioners at the Heaven's Origin level would guide the cultivation of the water element disciples.
However, more than 9 million years later, a figure was floating in the air. His eyes flickered slightly. Following that, Wang Xian and the rest could feel an extremely powerful force gushing out from his body.
Wang Xian looked over and his gaze landed on the body of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor. A look of astonishment appeared on his face.
At this moment, the energy in the body of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was abnormally terrifying. Even Wang Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. "Senior Fallen Shadow, you're back?"
The Unity Saint looked at the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and asked with a look of astonishment.
Although the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor had always been here, it was just an avatar of his. This avatar had always been silent. Even in the past 9 million years, he had only spoken a dozen words. He did not give much guidance to the Floating Queen and the rest. Wang Xian and the rest also knew that the main body of the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was not here. It was just an avatar. Although it was an avatar, it had the strength of someone who had just entered the Heaven's Origin creation level. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was the strongest existence in the 9 Origin universe. He was an expert at the Great Tao level. Yes, I'm back. I've received some news from the outside. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor nodded and swept his gaze across the group. It's a rather big news. In a universe in the chaos, a treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level is about to be born. What? Just as he finished his sentence, the Emperor of Angels, the Emperor of Phoenix, the Hetian Saint, and even Wang Xian, who were seated at the side, revealed shocked expressions. A supreme treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation? A universe was about to give birth to a supreme treasure of this level? This supreme treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level was an existence that was much rarer than the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin creation level. In the 9 Origin universe, Wang Xian also learned about it from the Elven Empress. On the surface, the universe's artificial intelligence was an ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation level. However, this ultimate treasure was too supportive and could not be tamed. Currently, only the Hetian sage had obtained its approval. Even so, with the help of the power of the universe's artificial intelligence, the Hetian sage was able to erupt with power comparable to a powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin creation level in the 9 Origin universe. In addition, the Elven Empress also told him that the 12 ancestors of the Wizard clan should have a heavenly creation-level treasure in their hands. Other than that, there was nothing else. Even the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor did not have a heavenly creation-level treasure. One could imagine how precious a heavenly creation-level treasure was. It was a treasure that could make a heavenly creation-level powerhouse go all out. The Divine Dragon Clan and the Insect Clan had died together for a seedling of a heavenly Yuan creation treasure. Senior Shadow, have you entered that universe to explore? The heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse from the royal clan asked Shadow Devil Emperor. I went in, but I was expelled from that universe and almost killed by that universe. The Shadow Devil Emperor shook his head and said, What's the situation? The Black Tortoise Clan's Heavenly Fate Realm expert was slightly shocked. Every universe has a protective mechanism, and there is a rule. The Shadow Devil Emperor replied, If we want to enter another universe, our strength will be suppressed, and we will be suppressed by 3 levels. This is a rule. If we have special treasures, we can also avoid this rule. However, once we use a power that doesn't belong to this universe in this universe, we will be sensed by this universe. Once I sense it, I will not only be suppressed by 3 levels, but I will also be attacked by this universe's heavenly punishment. A universe's attack, a Great Tao level heavenly Yuan creation, will not be able to withstand it. After I was attacked, my body was instantly destroyed. Fortunately, I have a treasure, so I was directly resurrected. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said. He was attacked not long ago and his body was directly destroyed. This caused him to have some lingering fear. Even if he had a trump card, he was still a little afraid of being directly destroyed by the Heaven's punishment from the universe. When Wang Xian heard the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words, his eyes flickered slightly and a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. This must be the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. His strength is not bad. To be able to possess such strength at this level. When the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor heard Wang Xian's astonishment, he looked at him and sized him up with his 3 eyes. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was in the form of a human. However, his entire body was pitch black and covered in scales. A pair of demon horns and 3 blood-red eyes. At this moment, it was sizing up Wang Xian with its eyes. Clearly, it could sense Wang Xian's true realm, the 7th level of the Universe Dominator. With this realm, it would be able to possess the strength of someone who had just entered the destiny realm of the Heaven's Origin. In that case, the 8th level of the Universe Dominator might be able to possess the power to control it. The 9th level possessed the power of the Great Tao. As for the peak, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor felt that it was considered an expert in the Great Tao. However, he had yet to reach the level of chaos.
The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was somewhat certain of this.
The heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses did not have a detailed division of their realms. Everything was still being groped.
Senior, you are too humble. I have a question. In another universe, there are treasures that can avoid the suppression of the universe. Why would they erupt into battle and be attacked by the heavenly punishment of the universe? I also unleashed my full strength in the other universe. I didn't suffer any attacks?
Wang Xian asked with some doubt.
What the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said was completely different from what Wang Xian had encountered.
Dragon King, did you achieve a breakthrough in your strength in that universe? Only in this situation would you not be punished by the heavenly
punishment of the other universe,
the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said. In fact, if there are treasures that can avoid the suppression of the universe, it is not a big problem to use the power of the heaven's origin creation. However, there is a prerequisite. You cannot use it all the time. If you use it for a long time, it will be sensed. Also, the power you use cannot exceed the power of the strongest person in this universe.
Otherwise, you will be sensed by this universe. You are not a creature of this universe. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor explained to him.
The universe had rules. There was a limit to how many heaven origin manifestation powerhouses could be born in a universe. Moreover, the birth of a heaven origin manifestation powerhouse would be recorded in this universe.
Originally, there were 2 heaven origin manifestation powerhouses in this universe, and they were recorded by the universe's rules. Later, when one suddenly appeared, it would naturally be discovered and detected.
There were treasures that could temporarily hide, but if you directly attacked the other 2 heaven origin destiny realm powerhouses, then the laws of the universe would be triggered and a heavenly punishment would descend. In addition, in a universe, if only one beginner-level heavenly fate expert was born,
if a control-level heavenly fate expert entered,
hidden treasures wouldn't be attacked. But there was one point, and that was to not be able to erupt with his powerful strength. Once he erupted, he would be attacked by the universe's laws and heavenly punishment.
This kind of attack was not something that a heaven's origin creator could withstand.
That's indeed the case. When Wang Xian heard the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor's words, he nodded his head slightly as well. The increase in his strength was indeed carried out in the sword and magic universe. If you want to enter another universe to carry out activities, you have to follow the rules of that universe. Even if you used a treasure to avoid the first rule, you have to be careful too. Otherwise, if you are discovered, you will die. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor added one last sentence.
Senior Fallen Shadow, what type of heavenly fate treasure is born in that universe? The royal family's heavenly fate realm powerhouse asked again.
Heavenly fate realm treasure. This was an absolute treasure.
A treasure that made them yearn for it. I don't know. This news was divined by a heavenly fate realm diviner who divined the universe. After verification, there is indeed a heavenly fate realm treasure born there.
In that universe, there are 3 fortune tellers in the universe. Their strength is only at the beginner level. They also know that their universe has a treasure in the universe. However, the birth of a treasure in the universe is not a big deal. Treasures of this level have a trace of intelligence. They will protect themselves and need to be searched carefully. However, when it is truly born, there will be a leak of energy. Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor replied and glanced at them. This treasure has no fate with me. If you are interested, you can give it a try.
The Heaven Origin Creation Realm warrior in that universe already knows about it. It will be difficult to enter and obtain a Heaven Origin Creation treasure. The Heaven Origin Creation Realm warrior from the Black Tortoise tribe said with a frown.
It depends on luck. If we're lucky, we can still obtain it. The fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said, hide from the Heaven Origin Creation Realm warrior's detection and lock onto the Heaven Origin Creation treasure before leaving. This requires a lot of luck. However, for the Heaven Origin Creation treasure, even if there's only a 1% chance, it's worth it. The Dark Clan's Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert said.
The other Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts nodded in agreement.
Even if there was only a 1% chance of obtaining such a treasure, even if they had to waste hundreds of millions of years there, they still had to try.
If they obtained this treasure, it would be a huge gain for them.
When you enter that universe, those who can avoid the suppression of the universe should not display the strength of the heavenly Yuan manifestation realm. As for those who are suppressed, your strength is also at the peak of the universe ruler realm. Therefore, I suggest that you do not use treasures that can avoid the laws of the universe and directly endure the suppression of the universe. If that's the case, this universe will not attack you. Of course, if that's the case, you will face the attack of that universe heavenly Yuan manifestation expert.
The fallen shadow demon emperor suggested.
It was better to suffer the attack of that universe's heavenly origin manifestation expert than to be attacked by the universe's laws. Under the attack of the universe's laws, even the fallen shadow demon emperor was instantly killed. When everyone heard this, they nodded slightly. Many thanks to Senior Fallen Shadow for telling us this news.
Unity Saint and the others spoke to the fallen shadow demon emperor.
There's no need. The rules of the universe have already memorized my aura. I can't enter anymore. If you guys can improve, it will be a blessing for our 9 origin universe. The Shadow Devil Emperor said indifferently.
Wuxia heard his words and felt slightly relieved. Some of the powerhouses in the 9 origin universe placed the 9 origin universe as their priority.
Wang Xian's heart was burning with excitement towards this ultimate treasure of Tianyuan.
He was prepared to go over and check it out.
Wang Xian thought that his luck was very good. If he could obtain the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, it would increase his strength tremendously. The ancestral tree in his body had yet to fully mature, but it had already displayed its terrifying effect. The value of a heavenly fate treasure far exceeded one's imagination. Then let's go and try our luck. The eyes of the 12 ancestral magi sparkled as they spoke. Be careful. This matter has already been exposed. There are already many heavenly fate experts surrounding that universe. Even if they have obtained a heavenly fate treasure, once they are discovered, a huge battle will break out. The fallen shadow demon emperor reminded once again.
When the elven empress and the rest heard this news, their hearts trembled slightly. Their faces were filled with a solemn expression.
Wuxia did not know much about the situation in the chaos. He was a little curious. Could it be that there was still a connection between the powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation in different universes?
How did this news spread?
It seemed that there were many things in this chaos that he did not understand.
These are the coordinates. It will take you tens of millions of years to fly there.
The fallen shadow demon emperor waved his arm and a coordinate entered their minds. The fallen shadow demon emperor waved his hand and left. Let's forget about the matter of teaching. Let's go to this universe first and try our luck. After the fallen shadow demon emperor left, the Netherworld race's heaven origin creation realm powerhouse spoke up immediately. All right.
The rest of the powerhouses were all focused on this shocking news. They were all focused on the information regarding the heaven origin creation treasure.
They did not have the mood to teach the floating queen and the rest. Their bodies moved and flew towards their surroundings. The 12 ancestral wizards flew straight into the vast chaos. Floating water, let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke to the floating queen.
It's the Dragon King.
The floating queen nodded.
Wuxia waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped him, bringing him to the location of the teleportation formation.
At the back, the king of the water phoenix of the Phoenix clan, the scholar of the saint's lineage, and the surrounding experts were looking at this scene in astonishment. Their eyes were sparkling.
The king of the water phoenix frowned and immediately chased after the king of the phoenix who was not far away.
Wang Xian took the queen of the floating water away because he wanted to bring her to the universe of swords and magic. During this period of time, he had already gotten the body of the Void Divine Dragon to make arrangements for Lulan to help guide the queen of the floating water. After sending the queen of the floating water to the universe of swords and magic, Wang Xian was ready to head to the universe mentioned by the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor to look for opportunities. Lulan, thank you for your help. In the sword and magic universe, in the flowing water holy land, Wang Xian rushed over with Queen Floating Water. He said to her with a smile on his face, "You are too kind, Dragon King. This is just a small matter." Lulan shook her head. Not only did she not reject Wang Xian's request to bring a disciple who was at the peak of the water element universe dominator, she was even willing to do so. They had already experienced Wang Xian's current strength. Coupled with the fact that he had a heaven-blessed level subordinate, their strength was comparable to the entire sword and magic universe. Befriending Wang Xian now would bring great benefits to the upcoming calamity. Furthermore, Lu Lan and Wang Wangtian had some discussions. They were prepared to make some deals with Wang Xian in the future when the calamity arrived in order to exchange for peace between the sword and magic universe. All right, I will leave this disciple here. I have something to do and need to. Wang Xian cupped his hands at Lu Lan. Lu Lan smiled and nodded. After Wang Xian left the sword and the magic universe, he entered the chaos after arriving at the Nine Origin universe. Following that, he and the Linnea flew in a direction. The fallen Shadow Devil Emperor gave Wang Xian and the rest a set of coordinates. This set of coordinates could give Wang Xian a clear direction. Years were not counted in the chaos. Millions and millions of years passed very quickly. Wang Xian and the rest did not carry out any exploration midway, so they did not waste any time. 20 million years later, Wang Xian and the rest were getting closer and closer to the coordinates. We're almost there. Wang Xian sensed it and reminded Linnea, "We have to be careful. According to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor, this matter has been exposed. There will be other Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses around. It's the Dragon King." Linnea nodded. The universe was located in the chaos. If the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses were to roam around in the chaos, they would be able to encounter other universes. However, under normal circumstances, the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses would not barge into an unfamiliar universe. Every universe was protected by rules. Entering was simply courting death. However, if this universe had the birth of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's origin, it would be different. Wang Xian did not know much about the rules in the chaos. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Wang Xian and Linnea slowed down and were alert of the situation around them. When they flew for a few more hours, they suddenly felt a terrifying energy coming from the area in front of them. Boom! 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 Following that, the sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. Wang Xian and Linnea were astonished. "Boss, there seems to be a powerhouse at the Heaven's Origin level fighting," Linnea said. "It seems so. Let's go. Let's go around the side," Wang Xian said and deviated from the battlefield. They continued flying forward. Soon, two figures who were in the middle of a huge battle appeared clearly in Wang Xian's line of sight. Elne were two Aid Norma 11 Y Nujngurs. One or Tnem was like an octopus witn countless tentacles. There were sharp thorns on the tentacles which made him look like a war monster. At this moment, he was a metal-attributed Heaven's Origin creator. The other one was a dinosaur-like Heaven's Origin creator. Both of them were metal-attributed. Their bodies were emitting golden rays of light and their battles were unusually fierce. Both of them have just entered the Heaven's Origin creation level. I wonder what kind of hatred they have. Linnea looked over and said, the two Heaven's Origin creation level powerhouses were fighting each other and were talking loudly. Wang Xian and the rest only heard a few sentences, but they were not sure. There are many powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm in the surroundings. Wang Xian scanned the surroundings. From his senses, there were at least 3 to 4 other powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm in the surroundings. They were surrounding the surroundings. No one knew what they were thinking. Don't bother about them. Let's enter directly. Wang Xian took a glance and said, at the moment, everything revolved around the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm, the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm. Wang Xian was not interested in other things. The two powerhouses in front of him clearly had some grudges. It's the Dragon King. Linnea nodded and the two of them flew straight into the universe ahead. 2 more have entered. This should be the 28th one, right? This is something we know. There should be a few more who don't know. TSK. This is really crazy. I wonder how many will die this time. At most, some clones will die and some will be exhausted. Those who don't have any trump cards will not dare to enter. It seems like there are great Tao-level people who entered and were attacked by the laws of the universe. They were killed immediately. However, such old monsters at the great Tao level won't die so easily.
When Wang Xian and the rest flew in,
At the surrounding area, the two heavens' origin destinies were conversing.
their eyes were sparkling as they looked at their figures.
The 6 paths of the universe will become more and more interesting.
The two of them sighed slightly.
Buzz buzz. At the same time, Wang Xian and the unicorn ox entered the 6 paths of the universe.
A powerful suppressive force surged into their bodies.
Wang Xian did not use the heaven's origin jade horn when he entered. According to the reminder of the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor, it was best not to use such a treasure when entering. The rules of the universe were much more terrifying than the heaven origin manifestation powerhouses in this universe.
Once they entered the universe, they only needed to pay attention to the heaven origin manifestation powerhouses inside. Once they encountered them, they could escape quickly. When the heaven origin manifestation powerhouses entered another universe, their strength would be suppressed to the peak of the universe's ruler.
As for how much strength they could unleash, it would depend on their own strength. After Wang Xian and the rest entered, the suppressive force of the universe was immediately transmitted over.
They immediately concealed their own aura.
If they did not conceal their aura, they would be sensed by the powerhouses of the heaven origin manifestation in this universe. With his aura concealed, Wang Xian could sense his own strength, the peak of the universe's ruler. When one reached the level of the heaven origin manifestation, they could unleash the strength of the peak of the universe's ruler even if they were to enter another universe. Next, we have to be careful. Don't let the heaven's origin creation masters in this universe discover us. Once they discover us, we can escape immediately.
Wang Xian reminded Lin Yo. As they had accepted the suppression of this universe, Wang Xian and the rest could unleash their full strength. Of course, with the suppression, the strength that they could unleash would be very weak.
However, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape for a short period of time.
Lin Yo nodded his head. Wang Xian looked at this brand new universe and the 6 paths of the universe.
This universe only has 5 elements and another type of energy aura. This type of energy is very special.
Wang Xian mumbled as he felt the energy in this universe. There was a brand new attribute here, a brand new type of energy. This was the first time he felt this energy.
He didn't know what effect it had. Dragon King. The energy in this universe is indeed very special. Among the 5 elements energy, there is also another special energy. This energy has a kind of deathly stillness and a kind of vitality. How strange. Lin Yo scanned his surroundings and spoke to Wang Xian as well. Indeed. Wang Xian nodded his head.
Their strength had already reached the heaven's origin blessed realm. Although they were suppressed now, their senses and reactions were not suppressed.
What was suppressed was just pure strength. An ordinary heaven's origin blessed realm powerhouse was still no match for Wang Xian and the rest. Let's go. Let's go and understand the situation in this universe. Wang Xian spoke. He looked at the depth of the universe and flew over immediately. Lin Yo followed him immediately. The two of them flew in the same direction.
Due to the suppression of their strength, their speed was much slower.
Based on the huge area of a universe, it would take at least tens of millions of years to explore the entire universe. However, usually, the birth of a heaven's origin treasure should be at the center of the universe. Therefore, they were prepared to explore the center of the universe. Buzz, buzz. Wang Xian and the rest flew. 200 years passed very quickly. A place close to the chaos belonged to the edge of the universe. Usually, there were no living beings living there. That place was also the place with the thinnest energy. When Wang Xian and the rest flew for 200 years, Wang Xian suddenly sensed something.
There seems to be something down there. Wang Xian spoke to the unicorn ox with a hint of vigilance on his face.
Now that the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation had appeared in this universe, the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation in this universe already knew about the arrival of the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation in other universes. They would definitely be on guard against their group of intruders. They might even want to kill them. Wang Xian and the rest had to be careful. Boss, are there any living beings around?
Lin Yo's gaze focused. One of his single eyes emitted a glow as he looked down.
His pupils were emitting a white glow.
Wang Xian stared down and observed carefully. When he landed at a certain spot, he immediately flew over.
Lin Yo had also noticed something. He moved his body and flew over at the same speed.
G.
From the ground below, a series of ear-piercing screeches could be heard. Following that, Wang Xian and the rest saw the entire ground shaking. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he waved his arm and an energy palm instantly gathered and grabbed towards the ground below. The ear-piercing screeches could be heard once again.
However, at this moment, Wang Xian's gigantic palm grabbed a piece of land in his hand.
With a move of his palm, the soil in his palm disappeared, revealing the living beings inside. When he saw the living beings inside, a stunned expression appeared on his face.
This is...
The unicorn ox was also looking at these living beings in astonishment.
This could already be considered as living beings. Instead, they were eyeballs.
Yes, it was an eyeball.
It was an eyeball with a row of sharp teeth.
It was similar to a human's eyes. It was black and white. The difference was that there were some blood-red stripes on it. There was a special energy on this eyeball. This should be the unique energy of this universe.
What is this?
Lin Yo could not help but ask. Let me check it out. Wang Xian shook his head. With a move of his palm, the soul-absorbing power was immediately activated. A surge of energy entered the body of a special creature with an eyeball. However, the result that surprised Wang Xian happened. Wang Xian's soul-absorbing power entered the body of the eyeball creature, but he did not find any information.
He continued to use his soul-absorbing power on the other eyeball, but it was still useless.
What's going on?
Why is the soul-absorbing power useless?
Living beings must have a soul. Without a soul, how can they have intelligence?
These living eyeball creatures don't have a soul?
Could it be related to the special energy in this world? Wang Xian mumbled. He frowned slightly and examined the creature carefully. The eyes of this special creature that he had captured were clearly filled with fear. It was obvious that they possessed intelligence. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he crushed one of these creatures. After killing it, Wang Xian examined the interior of this creature that had eyeballs the size of a human head. When he saw the situation inside, he revealed a hint of doubt. The interior of this creature was decaying flesh. In Wang Xian's eyes, it was the decaying flesh of a creature that had been dead for a long time. This kind of creature is really strange. It's similar to the zombies in Earth's sci-fi movies. Wang Xian mumbled. Boss, this creature is very special. I can sense that there is an energy connection between them. Besides, if they were to pretend to be dead, they would be completely dead. They are not living creatures at all. They are very special. No wonder I didn't sense them at the beginning. At this moment, Lin Yo, who was at the side, spoke. Lin Yo, can you sense that there is an energy connection between these creatures? Wang Xian looked at Lin Yo and asked doubtfully. Boss, my eyes can see that my pupils can activate a state. In this state, any energy would appear white. There is an energy connection between them. I can't sense this connection. I can see that this should be the use of the special energy in this universe. The unicorn ox replied. Wang Xian nodded slightly when he heard that. He suddenly had a thought and frowned again.
We should have been exposed. We have to leave this place as soon as possible.
Wang Xian said hurriedly.
This special energy and special connection made him think of the power of faith in the universe. These special creatures had an energy connection.
Then, the situation here might have been known by the powerhouses in this universe.
In addition, these special creatures should have been deliberately placed here by some powerhouses to monitor them.
Wang Xian even had a guess. Maybe these special eyes were not a complete creature. Instead, they were some means of the powerhouses in this universe. When Lin Yo heard that, his gaze froze. When he looked around vigilantly, his expression changed.
Boss, there's such energy rushing towards us.
He said hurriedly. Let's go. Use all our strength to conceal ourselves and leave this place. Wang Xian said hurriedly without any hesitation. His body moved and he flew into the distance quickly. The unicorn ox followed closely behind. When they were not far away, Tens of thousands of crow-like creatures flew over from the distant sky. In the middle of the group of crows there was a human-like figure. This is the 34th one, right? Humph. In the sky above the Six Paths universe, a figure stood majestically in the sky.
Around him were tens of thousands of crow-like creatures.
These crows had pale white pupils and their bodies contained a special aura.
He looked in the direction where Wang Xian and Lin Yo had left. His eyes were filled with a cold expression. You want to covet the ultimate treasure of our Six Paths universe?
Are you
looking down on our Six Paths universe? Hee, I'd like to see what kind of waves you guys can create.
He sneered and his body slowly dissipated, turning into decay. The crows around him also disappeared quickly as if they had been cremated. Boss, we should have been discovered by now since we arrived.
Wang Xian and Lin Yo flew into the distance quickly.
Lin Yo looked behind him and said,
Mem, this is the Six Paths universe after all. The heavens origin powerhouses here must have made some preparations. It's easy for us to be discovered in their territory. However, they didn't seem to chase after us. Wang Xian nodded his head.
There should be many heavens origin powerhouses in this universe. Lin Yo pondered for a moment and said, Wang Xian also understood. The universe was located in a chaotic space. Some heavens origin powerhouses roamed around the chaotic space in search of treasures. Over time, they would also encounter other heavens origin powerhouses from other universes. When the two of them met, they might carry out transactions.
This might make many heavenly creation masters stay in contact, making it easy to trade. There should be a trade area somewhere in the chaos space.
And the news of the Six Paths universe having heavenly creation true treasures should have been spread in this area. The number of heavenly creation masters who came to the Six Paths universe was definitely not less than a few dozen. After all, there were 8 to 9 of them in the 9 origin universe.
The number of powerhouses in other universes would not be less either.
It was a terrifying thing for dozens of heaven origin creation level powerhouses to enter a universe.
Let's see if we can find the city or country where the space civilization is located.
Wang Xian spoke and flew in a direction with even more caution. They were now looking for the city of this space civilization to obtain some information. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they were to fly aimlessly in search of the ultimate treasure of the heavens origin.
Boss, there seems to be a city ahead. After the next 500 years, Lin Yo's single eye looked ahead and suddenly spoke.
After the unicorn bull's single eye was opened, its vision was much better than Wang Xian's. Every strong person in the heavens origin realm had their own unique and powerful abilities. As long as we can find the living beings of this space civilization, we will be able to know the situation of this universe. Wang Xian looked in the direction the unicorn bull was pointing at and sped up a little.
This universe had the 5 elements attributes, so it must have the living beings that cultivated the 5 elements attributes. This kind of living creature should be different from the one they encountered not long ago. It should be a normal living creature. When they continued flying forward, a city filled with vitality appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. This was a city covered in flames. In the city, there were many humans.
There were also some other humanoid living creatures. For example, the firemen, lava giants, and the like.
The creatures in the city are all weaklings. Simulate the creatures here. Let's. As Wang Xian spoke, he came directly to the sky above the city.
His entire body was emitting flames. His appearance was exactly the same as the creatures here. He entered the city silently.
Buzz buzz.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. With a thought, he activated his soul-absorbing power. In an instant, waves of information were transmitted into his mind.
Wang Xian's soul-absorbing power could be used to deal with these weak creatures without making a sound.
Furthermore, it would not hurt these creatures. Waves of information were transmitted into his mind, causing his eyes to flicker slightly.
Fire field, water field, earth field, grassland, the Ajin mountain range, the basin of the dead.
Wang Xian read through the information one by one as he mumbled. These 6 places were the most important information that Wang Xian had obtained.
And these 6 places were also the core of these 6 universes.
Fire field was a land of fire attribute.
Water field was a land of water attribute.
As for the last undead basin, It was a land of the undead attribute of the 6 universes.
The 6th attribute of this universe was known as the undead attribute.
The undead were completely different from skeletons.
The undead were truly dead creatures that were then summoned. After being summoned, they possessed intelligence, but they didn't have any life force. Instead, they relied on the energy of the undead attribute to survive.
The undead didn't know fatigue or pain. Whatever power they possessed before they died, after being summoned, they would possess the same power. This was a very special energy. What's the situation with the eyeball creatures when they are summoned and resurrected?
How do the powerful undead use the energy of the undead? The creatures in the city were too weak, so they didn't know much information.
Wang Xian could only make some guesses. In addition, under normal circumstances, the ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin would be born in places with rich energy.
The possibility of the ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin being born in the 6 treasured lands in the 6 paths universe was the highest.
Wang Xian was deep in thought. Lin Yu, let's go. We'll continue to head towards the center.
Wang Xian said to Lin Yu. They acted as the creatures of this universe and headed towards the center. Their bodies were covered in flames. After flying for a few years, they arrived at another city. In this city, Wang Xian obtained some more information. For example, the other situations in this universe.
The powers of the 6 paths universe were divided by tribes.
The powerful tribes were all located in those 6 places.
In the 6 paths universe, there were 3 top-tier tribes. Countless strong beings served these 3 top-tier tribes. And these 3 top-tier tribes were tribes that had powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm. As they continued to go deeper, Wang Xian obtained more and more information as time went by. And the way they acted as the creatures in this universe became more and more real. Under the circumstance where they could not sense their strength, even the strong Tianyuan creator could not distinguish Wang Xian and the rest. As time went by, Wang Xian and the rest were getting closer and closer to the center of the 6 paths universe. They were also getting closer and closer to the 6 treasured lands. The tribes and cities they encountered were also getting bigger and bigger. The entire universe was rather peaceful. Only occasionally could they see the great battles between tribes.
The overall strength of the creatures in this universe was much weaker than that of the 9 origin universe.
The number of masters in the universe was much less than that of the sword and magic universes. However, their overall strength was a little stronger than that of the sword and magic universes.
Boss, which holy land shall we go to first?
Holy Land was what the disciples of the great beings of the 6 paths universe called the 6 places of fire, field, and grassland, the Golden Mountain Range. All the tribes in the Holy Land occupied it.
In a few of the holy lands, there were still elemental beasts active.
Elemental beasts were creatures without intelligence. They had all kinds of appearances and contained all kinds of powerful attributes. To the creatures and powerhouses of the 6 paths universe, hunting elemental beasts would greatly increase their strength. However, in the sacred land, the elemental beasts did not go extinct. Instead, many elemental beasts occupied a territory.
This was because one of the powerhouses of the heavenly fate realm in the 6 paths universe was an elemental beast.
The elemental beasts that broke through to the heavenly fate realm gave birth to intelligence.
He was naturally unwilling to let the intelligent beings in the 6 paths universe exterminate their race.
Even the other 2 heaven creation realm masters gave orders that disciples at the peak of the universe master realm were prohibited from hunting elemental beasts. This also caused many places in the 6 great holy lands to be a paradise for elemental beasts.
There are 3 heaven creation realm masters in the 6 paths universe. They are metal type, earth type, and death type. Generally speaking, a heaven creation realm master that can give birth to 6 elements in the 6 paths universe can also give birth to a heaven creation realm treasure with 6 elements.
However, whether or not they can give birth to a heaven-type ultimate treasure is also related to the energy in the universe. I think the possibility of the other 3 attributes is higher. Let's go to the Hua Yuan first. Let's check out the 3 holy lands of fire, water, and earth first. Wang Xian analyzed. Lin Yo nodded his head and looked to the right. Boss, the Hua Yuan is on the right.
All right, let's go. We'll head to the fire field first.
Wang Xian nodded his head. After flying for a long time, they had arrived at the depths of the 6 paths universe. They were not too far away from the fire field. Wang Xian and Lin Yo continued flying. Before long, a fire field appeared in their sight. The fire field, the real fire field. The great fire field. In the fire field, wisps of flames rose from the ground. Each wisp of flame was of different sizes. The tall and big flame shot straight to the clouds. It contained a terrifying power and swayed in the air. The small flame was only half a meter tall. It created a strange and magnificent scene in front of them. Wang Xian and the rest sized up the special space and entered it immediately.
Let's sense it a little. This is the only way,
Wang Xian said as he looked at Lin Yo. Lin Yo, let's each sense a territory. Be careful and don't be discovered.
Yes, boss?
Lin Yo nodded.
Wang Xian and Lin Yo started to separate. They could sense each other's auras and ensure that they wouldn't get lost. This way, the two of them could search faster. It was extremely difficult to search for an unknown treasure in an unfamiliar universe.
Could even be said to be searching for a needle in a haystack.
However, the temptation of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin was too great. Even if they would waste hundreds of millions of years, they would still be willing to do so. Wang Xian and the rest also had the same thought.
The fire plains was the land of fire attribute.
Wang Xian moved forward bit by bit and sensed.
A few months later, some living beings from the 6 paths of the universe appeared in the surroundings. The strong disciples who were located in the tribe of the fire plains. These strong disciples seemed to be searching for something as they searched bit by bit. The strongest ruler of the universe at level 3.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the thousands of strong disciples as he muttered.
His body moved and he walked over immediately. The soul-absorbing power started to be activated silently.
Very soon, information was transmitted into his mind.
Earth Fire Tribe. Wang Xian muttered. Earth Fire Tribe was the name of the tribe of these thousands of strong disciples.
The tribe leader gave an order for them to search for items that contained supernatural energy and pressure.
In fact, they did not know what they were looking for.
They were only relying on a little bit of information to search blindly.
It seems that the powerhouses in the 6 paths of the universe do not know about the condition of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. Wang Xian thought to himself. If that was the case, their chances would be higher. After Wang Xian received some useful information, he continued to move forward. However, in the fire plains, other than the flames and the occasional encounters with the strong disciples of the 6 paths universe tribes and some elemental beasts, Wang Xian and the rest did not find any information about the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Fortunately, Wang Xian was mentally prepared and did not lose his patience. A few hundred years later, Wang Xian and the unicorn ox arrived at the front of a tribe. This was an extremely huge tribe.
On the periphery of the tribe, there were buildings that were emitting flames.
Let's go to this Aohua tribe and see if we can get some information.
Wang Xian gestured to Lin Yo. After searching for a few hundred years, Wang Xian and the rest didn't get any clues. He was prepared to continue to this place and search the memories of the strong disciples here.
He wanted to see if he could find anything.
After all, this was the territory of the tribes in the 6 paths universe. Ever since the news of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan came out, the tribes had been searching.
They had been searching for at least tens of millions of years.
Wang Xian and the rest disguised themselves as creatures from the 6 paths universe. Their bodies were emitting flames as they walked in.
There were a large number of humans at the periphery of the Aohua tribe. It was very lively here. Wang Xian entered the tribe and sensed the aura of the people around him. He began to search the memories of some masters in the ruler realm silently. There were not many masters at the periphery of the tribe, but there were more than a dozen of them.
Wang Xian frowned slightly as he checked the news one by one.
There was no information at all. Looks like I have to make a long-term plan in this universe. Wang Xian thought to himself. Then he walked towards a restaurant. He was prepared to stay at the periphery of this tribe for a little longer. Damn those fellows from the 9 origin universe. They actually used that strange sorcery to expose King Kong's identity. They were discovered by the Heaven's Origin creator in this universe and used them to kill King Kong. Now that King Kong has left the 6 origin universe, he needs to recover for a short period of time and cannot enter.
Those 12 ancestral warlocks are a little difficult to deal with. If they're here, the other fellows from the 9 Essences universe might be here too. Once we encounter them, we'll directly slaughter them. In this universe, unless we encounter the Thunder Emperor and the rest of the 9 Essences universe's royal family of angels, we won't have much of an advantage here. After all, this universe doesn't have any spatial attributes. We also have a great advantage. If we launch a sneak attack and leave without success, they won't be able to catch up to us. Moreover, when the time comes, we will attract the heavenly yuan fortune of this universe. We will use this method to deal with them. HMPH. I seem to have sensed a special aura. At the same time, 2 figures were conversing with each other through voice transmission from the outer area of the Aohua tribe. Suddenly, one of the figures raised an eyebrow. In a building of the Aohua tribe, 2 figures were looking outside. These 2 figures seemed to be the same as the beings of the 6 Paths universe. However, if one looked closely at their pupils, one would realize that they were different. In the deepest part of their pupils, there seemed to be a planet. This was their characteristic, the characteristic of the Void Space royal family of the Void Space universe. The Void universe and the 9 Origin universe had already gone against each other for 3 to 4 eons. During the last few eons, a series of fierce and terrifying battles broke out. Overall, there were wins and losses. The Void Pagoda of the Void royal family had also flown over the sky above the heaven-splitting primordial land. The powerhouses of the 9 Origin universe had also stepped into the inner part of the Void universe. The strength of both parties were close. As for why the 9 Origin universe was hostile to the Void universe, Wang Xian did not know the reason. At present, whenever the powerhouses from the Void universe met the powerhouses from the 9 Origin universe, it was usually a life and death battle. Not long ago, 12 ancestral sorcerers had schemed against a powerhouse from the Void universe. After the Heaven's Origin destinies of the Void universe received this news, they were extremely furious. The 2 figures upstairs looked down the window. One of the figures had a glint in his eyes. Is it the aura of the 9 Origin universe? The other Heaven Origin creator frowned slightly and asked the figure opposite him. The figure opposite him nodded and narrowed his eyes slightly. If it wasn't for the distance of 10,000 meters, I really wouldn't be able to sense it. A Heaven Origin creation expert from the 9 Origin universe. This Heaven Origin creation expert's face was somewhat unfamiliar, and his aura was also different from what we had encountered before. Weren't the 9 Heaven Origin creation expert slots in the 9 Origin universe full? Why is there still a Heaven Origin creation expert? In addition, the figure beside him is also a Heaven Origin creation expert. He doesn't have the aura of the 9 Origin universe on him. He should be from another universe. He continued to speak with a puzzled expression on his face. Those who mix with the 9 Origin universe are enemies. The heavenly yuan creator on the other side said with a cold expression. This unfamiliar figure might have been made a breakthrough in another universe by some powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe through some methods. Attack! The other Tianyuan creator from the Void universe also said with a sinister tone. The figure nodded his head heavily. However, at the same time, Wang Xian, Lin Yo, and the others who were about to enter a building paused slightly. They could clearly sense that someone was staring at them. Furthermore, they could vaguely sense that these gazes were not friendly. Furthermore, the energy contained in the other party's body was somewhat unique. They immediately looked over. When they looked over, the 2 figures at that spot had already disappeared. They could clearly sense that there was an energy at their side. Space power, be careful. Wang Xian instantly sensed this energy. His gaze focused. Without any hesitation, he directly launched an attack at the location he sensed. The power of space. This was the power of space. Wang Xian was very familiar with the power of space. Currently, his void dragon body had already reached the level of a ruler of the universe at level 9. Other than the 9 attributes, he was most familiar with the space attribute. Boom! Wang Xian's arm turned into a claw and clawed forward. At the same time, his mind was full of thoughts. The moment he touched his opponent would attack him directly. Wang Xian knew that he did not offend any other powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin, especially those with the space attribute.
There was only one possibility. The other party had a grudge with the Nine Origin universe.
There was no doubt about the Void universe. If there are intruders from other universes, report to your leader immediately. If there are intruders from other universes, kill them.
Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. With a loud roar, his voice reverberated throughout the entire Ao tribe.
When all the strong disciples of the tribe heard this sudden voice, they were slightly stunned.
Some of the strong ones could feel the energy coming from this side. Their faces revealed a look of fear.
Boom!
At this moment, Wang Xian's attack had already landed at the spot where the strong ones of the Void universe were about to appear. However, when his attack landed, it did not hit the two of them. The two powerhouses of the Void universe actually forcefully changed their positions when they were teleporting. When the two Heaven Origin Creator powerhouses of the Void universe heard Wang Xian's words and saw that Wang Xian was actually able to predict their positions, a hint of astonishment appeared on their faces. All the disciples of the powerhouses retreat. If you dare to invade our Void universe, die. Wang Xian saw them appearing at another location and frowned slightly.
He shouted again. His body shook and the flames under his body instantly soared into the sky.
At the same time, his waves of energy shifted all the living beings in the surroundings to a location outside to prevent them from being affected.
The reason why Wang Xian shouted so loudly was to prevent himself from being targeted and pursued by the Heaven's Origin Creation powerhouses in this universe.
Although people like him would be exposed, he could at least interfere with them.
He could create more trouble for the people in the Void universe.
Wang Xian didn't understand why the other party would suddenly attack them. However, he would definitely not let them off easily.
Crafty fellow. The two Heaven's Origin Creator powerhouses in the Void universe looked a little embarrassed when they saw Wang Xian erupting with a terrifying power of flames.
They were the first ones to be discovered, yet the other party was able to unleash such a powerful firepower. The space attribute was also known as the king of all the major universes. Even if it was a space attribute powerhouse who had just stepped into the Heaven Origin realm, they could still fight against two people of the same level. However, in this Six Paths universe, their strength could not be displayed at all. This was because there was no space energy in this universe.
They could only use the energy stored in their bodies.
This would greatly reduce their combat strength. In addition, Wang Xian had the fire attribute in his body, so he could borrow the fire attribute energy around him. With this, they were no match for Wang Xian in a one-on-one fight. Let's go, you guys from the Nine Origin universe. Just you wait. We will not let you off. The two Heaven Origin Creation realm powerhouses from the Void universe did not hesitate at all. With a loud roar, they teleported into the distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Their bodies flickered and they disappeared quickly.
Give chase.
Wang Xian looked over and immediately shouted at Lin Yo.
Then they quickly flew toward the place where the two Heaven Origin Creation realm powerhouses disappeared.
At this moment, Wang Xian's expression didn't look too good either. Now that such a situation had occurred, Wang Xian and Lin Yo were completely exposed. Although the two Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses from the Void universe were also exposed, their spatial attributes made it very easy for them to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two Heaven's Origin powerhouses in the Void universe teleported away quickly. Wang Xian and the rest chased after them from behind. They left behind a group of stunned disciples from the Ao tribe. In the depths of the Ao tribe, powerhouses flew out one by one. They looked at the energy that was gradually disappearing. Their faces were filled with fear and horror. Is this the powerful enemy from the outer universe that the leader of the Divine Fire tribe mentioned?
It should be. The energy that exploded just now was at the peak of the universe ruler realm, and this was under the suppression of our universe. I heard that they are all existences in the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. They are truly terrifying. Immediately report to the Divine Fire tribe.
The Nine Origin universe?
And that strange teleportation ability. What is this?
Why did they invade us? What is it for? The calamity hasn't arrived yet. The experts of the Ao tribe spoke with lingering fear. Although their Ao tribe had existences at the peak of the universe ruler realm, they knew that the ones invading their universe were all existences at the heavenly Yuan realm. Fortunately, with the suppression of the universe, the strength of the invaders could be reduced to below the heavenly Yuan realm. They immediately spread the news to the Divine Fire Tribe.
Boss, who are they?
At the same time, Lin Yo asked Wang Xian with a face full of surprise.
They are the heaven's origin of the Void Universe. The Void Universe and our Nine-Origin Universe are enemies.
Wang Xian flew quickly and frowned. I don't know the exact situation either, but from the looks of it, when the powerhouses of the two universes meet, it will be a war. Looking ahead, he could no longer sense the traces of the two powerhouses in the Void Universe.
The space attribute was almost invincible in terms of speed. Earlier, Wang Xian's wind and thunder force could not hit the other party.
Boss, now that our traces have been exposed, where are we going now? Lin Yo asked. For safety's sake, let's leave this fire field and head to the grassland. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. The situation just now might be noticed by the powerhouses of the six paths of the universe. If they had a way to find their tracks and treasures, Wang Xian and the rest would still be in great danger. Also, we have to be careful of those two guys from the Void Universe.
Wang Xian added with a hint of coldness on his face.
Those two guys from the Void Universe were not worried about being exposed at all by relying on their spatial attribute abilities. Lin Yo nodded his head.
If they dare to attack again, we must lock onto them with the force of wind and thunder. We must make them pay the price.
Wang Xian flew towards the direction of the grassland as he muttered. His eyes revealed a cold expression. That guy from the Nine-Origin Universe has a strong reaction. In addition, he has the fire attribute. We can't do anything to him.
At the same time, on top of a mountain in the distance, two Heaven-Origin Creator powerhouses from the Void Universe spoke.
With our strength, it's true that they can do anything to us. Another Void Master nodded and looked to the right. According to the spatial fluctuations, they should be heading toward the grassland. Should we call a senior over?
If a senior comes over, we should be able to kill them.
The Void Master beside him asked.
Those seniors might not come over. Our main goal is also for the Heavenly Fate True Treasure. The other Void Space Great Being shook his head. Let's focus on the Heavenly Creation True Treasure.
Ask if any seniors are at the Six-Path Universe grassland. If they are there, they shouldn't mind taking action. The Void Space Great Being said unwillingly. In the last calamity, his entire army and a large number of his descendants were all killed by the Great Beings of the Nine-Origin Universe. If there was a chance to kill the Great Beings of the Nine-Origin Universe, he would definitely not give up. Then let's ask if there's any senior over at the grassland.
The other Void Space Great Being hesitated for a moment before nodding his head.
The Void Space Universe only had one type of space attribute. Logically speaking, their entire universe could only give birth to one Heaven-Origin Creation Great Being. However, due to their powerful space attribute, during the calamity, the Heaven-Origin Creation Great Being of the Void Space Universe would bring his disciples who had the chance to make a breakthrough and enter a universe with space attribute. In that universe, they would occupy the space attribute slot of that universe and then break through. This also created the aggressive character of the Void Universe.
The Void Universe was able to fight against the Nine-Origin Universe without being at a disadvantage. Their strength was very powerful.
Otherwise, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor and the other powerhouses of the Nine-Origin Universe would have long exterminated them. The two experts from the Void Universe moved and flew toward the grassland. They quickly teleported to the front and left some space eyes in the void. Once they passed through here, they would enter the line of sight of the space eye and be discovered. The space eye was very secretive and difficult to discover. Even if they were discovered, they already knew the information obtained by the space eye. They were also able to determine the location of the other party. Many existences who had just entered the Heaven's Origin manifestation level would find it difficult to discover this secret technique of theirs. Let's go. The two Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouses left some space eyes in the void and left immediately. It was impossible for them to continue wasting time with Wang Xian and the rest.
Wang Xian and Lin Yo headed forward. They maintained the speed of a level 5 universe dominator.
At this moment, Wang Xian's entire body was enveloped by the aura of the wood attribute. He was holding a wooden staff in his hand.
They were extremely vigilant. After flying for a day, Wang Xian felt something and looked in a certain direction. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and a surge of energy shot towards the right. In an instant, the sky on the right exploded and the space attribute spread out. Space attribute? Are those two guys from the Void Universe still targeting us? Lin Yo looked over. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes as he spoke. They should be monitoring us. Let's go. Let's take a detour. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. It was impossible to change their destination. Moreover, since these guys from the Void Universe wanted to deal with him, how could Wang Xian not want to take revenge? He possessed the 5 elements attributes in his body, and the energy could be converted to each other. As long as he was not in the land of the dead, he would have a huge advantage. He was not afraid of the powerhouses from the Void Universe at all. Moreover, as long as the power of wind and thunder landed on their bodies, it was hard to say who would deal with whom. Boss, since they want to deal with us, let's play with them. Lin Yo said with a face full of killing intent. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's play with them. We can put aside the matter of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Wang Xian was a person who would always seek revenge for his flaws. Of course, there was a prerequisite for him to seek revenge for his flaws. That was, once the other party provoked him, he would definitely make the other party pay a terrible price. The powerhouses of the Void Universe attacked them and exposed them. Now, they still wanted to continue to plot against them. In that case, Wang Xian would play with them. He could even put aside the matter of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Anyway, the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin was a matter of luck. Boss, what should we do? Lin Yo stared at Wang Xian and asked. First, we must be able to determine the location of the powerhouses of the heaven's origin in the Void Universe. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he had a plan in his mind. The 6 Paths universe is very big. However, I reckon that many of the Heaven Origin creator powerhouses are like us. They are all searching for information on the Heaven Origin creation treasures in the 6 treasure lands. Under such circumstances, the chances of encountering other powerhouses are quite high. Lin Yo said, Boss, if we were to search, we should be able to find them. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. His eyes flickered slightly. Let me contact the other powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin in the 9 Origin universe. As he spoke, he took out a communication stone plate. The communication stone plate was made by the 12 ancestral wizards. Not only could they communicate in the chaos, they could do so in this universe as well. However, the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin in the 9 Origin universe didn't really communicate with each other. They fought alone. It was like coming to the 6 Origin universe to search for treasures. If they really encountered the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin, how would they distribute it? This was a huge problem. No one would give up on the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. There would even be fights over the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin. Under such circumstances, unless it was a special situation, the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin in the 9 Origin universe wouldn't join forces. They would not contact each other either. Wang Xian sent a message to the Elven Empress, the Hetian Saint, and the other powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin in the universe. Of course, this message was not sent to the Emperor of Phoenix. The message was to inform them if they encountered any powerhouses of the Void Universe. Furthermore, Wang Xian also told them about being ambushed by them. After the Elven Empress, the Hetian Saint, and the Xuanwu clan's Tianyuan Destiny Realm powerhouses received this news, they immediately responded. The Void Universe was ugly to them. Naturally, they would not hide anything when Wang Xian asked for their information. They would even pay special attention to it. The powerhouses from the Void Universe attacked the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This might have something to do with us. The 12 ancestral witches were slightly surprised when they received this message. The ancestral witch with the head of a human and the body of a snake raised her eyebrows and said, It's really possible, but after the Dragon King was attacked by them, it's obvious that he has his eyes on them. He wants to keep fighting with them. TSK, this Dragon King is really brave. He must take revenge. An ancestral shaman beside him sighed slightly. This matter might have something to do with us. If the Dragon King wants to drag it out with them, we will gift him the Kongwen so that we can continue to befriend him.
The ancestral shaman in the middle said. I agree. The Dragon King's current potential has not reached its end. His current realm should not be at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. When he improves again, his strength will be on par with ours. Moreover, the difficulty of his improvement is much easier than that of a heaven origin creator. We can invest in him. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Putting aside their previous cooperation with Wang Xian's potential, they felt that they could invest and build a good relationship with him. All right. PLL send him the information. The human-headed and snake-bodied ancestral witches nodded and sent their information over. At the same time, Wang Xian, who was flying towards the grassland, was astonished when he saw the information sent by the 12 ancestral witches. These 12 ancestral warlocks are very honest. They are even willing to give treasure to themselves for the time being.
Wang Xian looked at the message and was pleasantly surprised. The treasure of the 12 ancestral warlocks could detect the location of the powerhouses in the void universe. This was especially so in a universe like the Six Paths universe that did not have any spatial attributes. Furthermore, the 12 ancestral warlocks told him about how they tricked and killed the powerhouses in the void universe. Could it be that the 12 ancestral warlocks had harmed the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin manifestation in the void universe, so the two powerhouses of the void universe came to ambush us? Lin Niu, who was at the side, looked at this information and said, It's highly possible. However, they have chosen the wrong target.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a cold and sinister expression. He didn't care if it was because the 12 ancestral witches had killed them. Since the experts of the void universe wanted to attack him, he had to retaliate. Wang Xian sent a message back to the 12 ancestral witches.
Very soon, the 12 ancestral witches replied with an address. The 12 ancestral witches are in the Ajin mountain range. Let's go look for them.
Wang Xian said to the unicorn ox before flying towards the Ajin mountain range. The Ajin mountain range was not very close to this place.
However, after Wang Xian gave up on heading to the grassland, they did not hide too much and flew at full speed. Halfway through, they arrived at the location of a tribe and teleported there.
There was a teleportation formation in the 6 universes. This teleportation formation was created by the powerhouses of the 6 universes. With the teleportation formation in place, Wang Xian and the rest took half a year to arrive at the Ajin mountain range. Dragon King. Not long after entering the Ajin mountain range, the 12 ancestral witches came up to them. Their eyes swept over Wang Xian and Lin Niu as they greeted them with a smile.
Thank you for gifting us treasures this time.
Wang Xian thanked them with a smile on his face. There's no need. The void universe is the enemy of all living beings in our 9 origin universe. Ancestral Wu in the center shook his head with a smile. He waved his arm, and a compass containing space elements flew toward him. This compass is called Kongwen. It can detect powerful space energy. In this universe, its effect has been greatly enhanced. You can sense it from a great distance.
Not long ago, we also sensed a great being from the void universe through Kongwen. We put a curse on him and killed him.
The ancestral wizard in the center introduced. All of you ancestral wizards are really powerful. You have all kinds of treasures. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He took it and sensed it.
They are just small paths. Dragon King, you have to be careful when dealing with the experts from the void universe. They are good at sneak attacks and escaping. You have to act according to your capabilities.
The ancestral wizard in the middle reminded. I know that. Wang Xian nodded. He looked at the 12 ancestral wizards and asked with a smile. I wonder if you have gained anything from the 6 Paths universe. Nothing at all. We are guessing that the Heaven's Origin Destiny treasure might not have been completely born yet. The 10-handed ancestral wizard shook his head.
The 12 ancestral witches did not receive any news about the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation. They came here earlier than Wang Xian. They also searched more places than Wang Xian.
However, they did not find any news about the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation. According to their speculation and sensing, the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation should not have been born yet. Wang Xian chatted with the 12 ancestral witches for a short while before they parted ways. A large number of Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses were gathered together, and it was easy for them to be discovered by the heaven's origin creation powerhouses in this universe. Once they were discovered, it would be difficult for them to fight back. After all, their strength had been suppressed. The heaven's origin creation powerhouses in the Six Paths universe were in the right place at the right time. In their own universe, they were invincible. Unless there were more than 10 heaven's origin destinies working together to take out their trump cards to attack one heaven's origin destinies of the Six Paths universes. Otherwise, it was impossible to fight against them. Let's go. Let's continue to the grassland. Wang Xian continued to speak to Lin Niu. They flew towards the grassland again. The two heavens' origin destinies of the void universe should be at the grassland. It was impossible for them to target him. Their target was the heavens' origin creation treasure. There was no reason for the two heavens' origin creation powerhouses to keep tracking them. Therefore, Wang Xian determined that they were at the grassland. Wang Xian and the unicorn ox arrived at the location of the grassland a year later. The grassland of the Six Paths universe was a real grassland. There were plants that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were all kinds of plants. Occasionally, one could even see some trees and rivers that flowed past. The entire grassland was exceptionally beautiful and filled with rich vitality. The rich vitality of the wood attribute made this area exceptionally beautiful. Begin the search. Wang Xian moved his palm and took out the skywriting compass. He looked at the information on it. The scouting treasure forged by the 12 ancestral warlocks was extremely effective. In addition, the powerhouses of the heavens origin realm who entered the Six Paths universe were usually located at the six treasured lands. Therefore, the chances of Wang Xian and the rest finding them were very high when they searched the grassland. According to the 12 ancestral warlocks, there are more than 10 powerhouses of the heavens origin realm in the void universe. I should be able to find them myself. Wang Xian thought to himself and began to fly in the direction of the grassland. He opened a map and began to search in a carpet-like manner. There is a tribe ahead. Let's go there. After searching for more than half a year, Wang Xian looked ahead and spoke to the unicorn ox. Wang Xian was carrying a wood attribute bow and arrow on his back. He was also holding a sharp wood attribute sword in his hand. His body was emitting a wood attribute energy. This kind of attire was very common in the prairie. The unicorn ox beside him was covered by Wang Xian's wood attribute energy. If it wasn't the heaven's origin ability, one wouldn't be able to tell. The tribes in the prairie were all located in a large forest. The trees grew into the shape of houses. With a glance, it was exceptionally beautiful. However, when Wang Xian had just entered the front of the tribe, the empty compass in his hand trembled slightly. A ball of energy appeared on the empty compass. When Wang Xian saw the change in the empty compass, his gaze froze slightly. I really didn't expect to find a heaven origin creator in the starry universe here. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as a smile appeared on his face. According to the information displayed on the empty text compass, the heaven origin creator from the starry universe was very far away from Wang Xian. He was probably at another location in this tribe. Between the heaven origin creator and the Six Paths universe, both parties are trying their best to conceal their auras. Unless they are within a range of tens of thousands of meters, it would be difficult to discover the other party. This compass is very powerful, as expected of one that is specially made for the powerhouses of the void universe. However, the range of this compass is still limited. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He gestured to the unicorn bull at the side and flew towards the other direction of the tribe. It's just ahead. There are still about 20,000 meters left. According to the information on the SkyX compass, Wang Xian was calculating in his mind as he looked in that direction. Wang Xian did not make a move immediately. In fact, he was not prepared to make a move himself. It was impossible for him and Lin Niu to kill a heaven's origin creator in the void universe by themselves. Therefore, he was prepared to borrow strength. The 12 ancestral sorcerers had killed a heaven's origin creator in the void universe. In fact, they did not kill him personally. Instead, they had placed a curse on him. This curse was able to expose his body and attract the attention of the heaven origin creator in the Six Paths universe. Then they would come and kill him. Wang Xian did not have the ability to curse, but he did have an ability. Void Pursuit. As long as he locked onto a Heaven's Origin creator in the Void universe, he only needed to send the information to the Heaven's Origin creator in this universe. As for such a message, Wuxia already had a plan. His body moved and he immediately flew into the distance, entering the interior of this tribe. Soul Capture. Wuxia's mind moved. His gaze locked onto a few powerhouses who were at level 1 and level 2 of the Masters of the Universe. He immediately used the soul capture power. Waves of information entered his mind. Finally, he locked onto a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's grandfather was an elder of this tribe. He had the strength of a level 8 universe dominator. The strongest leader of this tribe was only at the level 9 of the universe dominator. Sure, let's try it out. Wuxia had a plan in his mind. He controlled the middle-aged man who was at the second level of the universe dominator to come to an area more than 100,000 meters away from where the skywriting compass was pointing. Wuxia looked in that direction and moved his palm. The void energy of the incipient holy wings was condensed in his hand. He waved his arm and this energy accurately covered that area. H9. At the same time, an old man was sitting on a building in that area and drinking tea. Suddenly, his gaze focused as he sensed a wave of energy coming towards him. The energy wasn't strong, but he wanted to avoid it, but he realized that he couldn't avoid it at all. What's the situation? It's not the Six Paths universe's attribute, it's the wind and thunder attribute. He instantly stood up and his figure immediately disappeared. He teleported to a location in the sky, but at this moment he sensed that the energy sitting on his body wasn't the energy of the Six Paths universe. There are heavenly fate powerhouses nearby, from other universes. His eyes instantly revealed a cold expression as he hurriedly sensed the energy that landed on his body. It's not the power of a curse. It shouldn't be the 12 ancestral warlocks of the 9 origin universe. He inspected it and thought to himself. However, he also discovered that this energy was attached to his body, and he needed to completely remove it. Someone definitely wants to set me up. He was certain in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly teleported far away. He escaped? He is really vigilant. Wuxia's eyes flickered when he saw that the Heaven Origin creator from the Void universe had left in an instant. No one dared to engage in a prolonged battle in these 6 paths of the universe. Otherwise, it would be courting death. Although the powerhouses who entered this universe had their trump cards and could be resurrected. However, they would definitely have to pay a price. Take Wuxia and Lin Yo for example. The trump card of their resurrection was the soul-returning embryo fruit. Wuxia was even better. After his death, the ancestral tree could already pull his soul into the Dragon Palace. It was guaranteed that he would not die. However, if Wuxia really died and lost his physical body, he would need a huge amount of resources to recover his strength. The amount of resources was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace did not have any resources that could help him return to his peak after his death. Of course, there was another point. If Wuxia's corpse could be brought back after his death, his losses would be minimal. He would be able to recover without consuming too many resources. The other powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm would also have to pay a price, unless they really had a heaven-defying resurrection treasure. However, such treasures were too rare. The Heaven's Origin powerhouses in the void space sensed that something was amiss. When they did not discover their opponent, they chose to leave immediately without any hesitation. When Wuxia saw him escape, he had a thought. He immediately controlled the middle-aged man beside him and flew towards the center of the tribe. His gaze was a little dull. Wuxia had temporarily controlled his mind. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the entire tribe. The might just now was extremely terrifying. It caused the hearts of the entire tribe to palpitate. One by one, the experts flew over. The leader of the tribe also flew over and felt the waves of energy. It doesn't seem to be energy from our universe. He muttered, his expression changing. As the leader of a tribe on the grassland, he knew a lot about the current situation in their 6 paths universe. Furthermore, an overlord tribe on the grassland had sent them some news. You are the leader of this tribe? At this moment, he saw a tribesman flying over.
However, this tribesman's words caused him to be slightly stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. When he saw that the tribesman's eyes were unfocused, his gaze slightly focused. He immediately replied with a trace of nervousness on his face.
"What did you do to my tribesmen?"
"The ones who left just now were powerhouses from other universes. There's an energy here that can guide the direction of that powerhouse and give this energy to the heavenly fate powerhouses from your 6 universes. Remember, you must pass this news to the heavenly fate powerhouses from your universe. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences."
As the middle-aged man's voice fell, he held a sharp sword that contained the power of wind and thunder in his hand.
The tip of this sharp sword was pointing in a certain direction.
When he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression slowly began to recover. However, the expression of the leader on the opposite side changed slightly. "Leader! Leader!" At this moment, experts from various tribes flew over from the rear. "Immediately contact the leader of the 9 Plains tribe and tell him that there's information about the intruders." The leader didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ordered.
Even though he knew that the person controlling his tribesmen just now might also be an intruder. However, the intruder was of great importance and this matter wasn't something he dared to hide. He had to report it in time. Otherwise, once they were punished by Lord Tianyuan Creator, they wouldn't be able to bear it. They immediately passed this information to the 9 Plains tribe.
The 9 Plains tribe also immediately reported the news to the Tianyuan Creator. A subordinate sent a message saying that they encountered an intruder, and that the intruder left behind a beam of energy that can point to the location of an intruder.
At the same time, in the void at the center of the 6 treasured lands,
in the sky there was an incomparably huge palace. In the center of the palace there were 3 huge divine thrones.
On the thrones there were 3 figures. One of them, who was emitting golden light, looked at the information in his hand and said calmly, "Is the information true or false?"
The figure that looked like an earth giant covered in earthy yellow energy asked calmly, "The news from our subordinates is naturally true. As for the specific situation, we don't know yet. However, we can go and take a look."
The metal-type figure replied, "Go and take a look. Although a large number of heavenly yuan creation realm powerhouses have already entered our universe, they won't be able to play any tricks. There's also no need to worry about traps. Also, not long ago, the heavenly yuan creation realm powerhouse that I killed was obviously tricked by the other heavenly yuan creation realm powerhouses. Among the invaders, there are also many who have grudges and want to borrow our hands to kill their opponents. Although they want to use us to kill people for us, there are huge benefits. This group of intruders all have treasures to resurrect, but their corpses are still huge treasures.
Even if their attributes are different from our 6 Paths universe, the energy of their bodies is also extremely noble." The figure that was full of black and green energy said with a smile, "Hehe, that's true. In our universe, we are invincible."
Although they came to snatch the heavenly creation true treasure that belongs to our universe, if we can leave behind the corpses of more than 10 heavenly creation great beings, even if the true treasure is snatched away, we won't suffer too much.
The Earth attribute giant nodded. Although the current situation showed that it was disadvantageous to their 6 Paths universe. But in their territory, were they that easy to bully?
In fact, they had been scheming all along.
Scheming, searching for the unknown heaven origin creation treasure.
And scheming if they were to kill the intruders. If they were able to kill control-level heaven origin creation experts and leave their corpses behind, they might even be able to give birth to a new heaven origin creation in their universe. As for saying that someone wanted to use their hands to get rid of the enemy, they didn't care.
What they wanted was the corpse of a heaven origin creation realm expert.
That was enough.
Even if it wasn't the origin body of a heaven origin creation realm expert, its preciousness wasn't something they could obtain. Especially the corpse of a controlling level heaven origin creation realm expert. "I'll go take a look." The metal-type figure stood up and instantly disappeared. In less than an hour, his figure appeared on the grassland. Just as they said, this was their territory. They could use the teleportation formation to quickly reach various regions. "Sir, this energy seems to have been left behind by the intruders. They said it can lead us to the other intruders. In the tribe on the grassland." when the six-universe metal elemental heavenly creation realm powerhouses arrived.
The tribal leaders quickly knelt on the ground and reported the situation respectfully.
Well, let me see what tricks they are going to play. The metal attribute heavenly fate realm expert moved his palm and held the energy in his hand to sense it.
When he saw the sharp sword formed by the wind and thunder energy, his eyes flashed.
The sharp sword pointed in a certain direction.
He hesitated for 2 seconds before his body moved and he instantly disappeared. As a heavenly fate realm expert, his speed was not something that a peak universe ruler could compare to. Even a peak universe overlord realm expert with space attributes was still far from a heavenly fate realm expert.
With the guidance of the wind and thunder sword, the Six Paths Universe's metal elemental heavenly fate realm expert flew quickly. At the same time, on a grassland,
in a dense forest, the void universe's heavenly fate realm expert stood there.
At this moment, he was frowning as he sensed the wind and thunder energy in his body. This energy gave him a feeling of unease.
Strange energy was attached to his body. This was definitely not a good thing for him. However, this energy was unusually special. If he wanted to remove it, he would need to spend some time. At least 3 to 4 hours.
I've been teleporting non-stop for 2 hours. This place is already very far away from that tribe. I need to get rid of this special energy first. Otherwise, I'm afraid there might be some changes. He murmured.
He already knew that a great being from their universe had been killed by the 12 ancestral warlocks of the 9 origin universe.
Fortunately, this energy was not the power of a curse. Fortunately, the other party didn't have the strength of the 12 ancestral warlocks. If the 12 ancestral warlocks set him up, he might not be able to get rid of the energy in his body. The strength of the 12 ancestral warlocks was at the control level.
He immediately sat there cross-legged and began to get rid of the energy in his body.
Oh, there really are heavenly yuan creation powerhouses from other universes, and they are of the space attribute. However, half an hour later, a golden figure flew over from not far away. He looked forward with a smile on his face. No matter what attribute it was, the corpse of a heavenly yuan creator powerhouse was an incomparably huge treasure. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and an illusory figure that looked like a golden leopard appeared behind him. This phantom instantly disappeared, and it attacked the heaven origin creator in the void universe. The golden leopard's speed was very fast, and it was very terrifying. The moment the golden leopard phantom appeared, the heaven origin creator in the void universe, who was sitting cross-legged and clearing the energy in his body, saw this scene, and his gaze focused. He did not hesitate at all, and directly teleported far away.
At the same time, his face was filled with embarrassment. The heavenly yuan creator of the Six Paths universe is a powerhouse of the Six Paths universe. His face was solemn. After teleporting once, his palm moved and a scroll appeared in his hand. He immediately opened the scroll.
In an instant, his figure disappeared once again. The distance of this teleportation was very, very far. He even arrived at the edge of the grassland.
As expected of a great being of the heaven origin of other universes. As expected of a great being of the space attribute of the heaven origin.
As the metal attribute great being teleported, he immediately chased after him.
The moment he saw the figure of the great being of the void space universe, his figure had already started to become illusory.
Following that, he lost the ability to sense the great beings of the void space universe. This was the trump card of the group of heaven origin creation great beings.
When they encountered a heaven origin creation great being from the Six Paths universe, they would have a way to escape.
They would also be able to quickly escape from his lock. However, the Six Paths universe metal heaven origin creation great being looked at the wind and thunder sharp sword in his hand. Seeing the direction he was pointing at, he burst out with his strongest speed and headed to the left.
How did I get discovered?
The heaven origin destiny realm expert from the void universe, who had instantly left through the treasure, arrived at the edge of the grassland with an uncertain expression on his face. For him, treasures that could be used for long-distance teleportation were extremely rare. It was very difficult to obtain them. He did not have many of them in his hands. Now that he had used one of them, he felt a little heartache. Is it because of the power of wind and thunder in my body? But even if my body is covered by this energy, the heavenly Yuan creator of the Six Paths universe should not have come so quickly. Could it be that this energy is a treasure that the heavenly Yuan creator of the Six Paths universe obtained from the chaos? Or perhaps it was obtained from trading with other heavenly Yuan creator powerhouses. After I was discovered and covered by this energy, the heavenly Yuan creator of the Six Paths universe rushed over. He guessed, and his expression was very ugly. He was somewhat bewildered and uncertain. Feeling the energy in his body, he gritted his teeth and continued to flee into the distance. Teleportation, teleportation, continuous teleportation. Very soon, he was out of the grassland. If you want to escape, can you escape? Behind him, the great beings in the heavenly Yuan creation realm of the Six Paths universe were also flying continuously. Soon, he felt the aura of the void space expert and his eyes were filled with coldness and awe. To covet the treasures of my Six Paths universe, you will have to pay a terrible price. As he spoke, his entire body underwent a huge change. He completely transformed from a human into a golden panther. The golden panther released a sacred majesty and turned into a golden light flying in the sky. His main body was a golden leopard. The metal elemental beast broke through to the heavenly Yuan creation realm and gained intelligence, possessing its current powerful strength. The golden leopard's speed was extremely terrifying. Very soon, it closed the distance between it and the heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. When he saw the figure of the heavenly Yuan creation realm expert in front of him again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He let out a low roar and directly pounced toward the void space great being. Damn it, I've been locked on. It's definitely because of the energy in my body. If it wasn't for this energy, I definitely wouldn't have been locked on. Who is it? He saw the Six Paths universe great being chasing after him again, and a hint of despair appeared on his face. He had the confidence to escape, but he could not be locked onto by the heavenly Kismet expert from the Six Paths universe in advance. Once he was locked onto, unless he could escape to the edge of the Six Paths universe and escape into the chaos. Otherwise, once he was locked onto, he would die. Now, he could no longer escape. He had something important to do. HMPH. If you want to covet the treasures of my Six Paths universe, die. The surroundings of that powerful warrior in the void universe were enveloped by golden light completely sealed off. The golden leopard appeared directly above him. Damn it! How did you lock onto me? Did you rely on the wind and thunders? The heaven origin creation realm expert from the void universe saw that he could no longer escape, and he stared at the golden leopard with an ugly expression. He was also a heaven origin creation realm expert, so he didn't fear the golden leopard at all. Hee, I have to ask who you offended. How interesting. Among you guys, you actually want to use us to get rid of you, but we are willing to be used. The golden leopard flew over and did not kill him immediately. Instead, he said coldly. After saying this, he raised his claws and a golden energy completely sealed him. Following that, he was instantly killed. After killing a heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse, the golden leopard opened his mouth and revealed a smile. The reason why he said this was also a conspiracy. To tell the powerhouses of the void universe that someone was trying to harm you. The golden leopard knew that someone was using them to kill his opponents. But he also hoped that this kind of thing would happen more often. Their Six Paths universe was willing to be used, willing to take action. After all, if they took action, they would also be able to obtain huge benefits. Moreover, this benefit was something they couldn't obtain before. They even hoped that more and more invading Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses would tell them about the other Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses, and then they would kill them one by one. The golden leopard put away his corpse, sneered, and left. Damn it, was I tricked by the other Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses? After this powerhouse from the void universe was killed, he was located in another universe. Inside a huge void pagoda, a sculpture slowly opened his eyes. His face revealed a cold and angry expression. It wasn't the technique of the Six Paths universe's Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert? Was there another Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert who tricked him? The possibility is very high. The 12 ancestral warlocks from the 9 Origin universe tricked and killed General Jing Kong. His face was gloomy and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to continue stepping into the void space universe. He was unwilling. He wanted to know who had tricked him. In addition, he wanted revenge. This time, although he had suffered heavy losses, fortunately, he still had some true treasures that could be resurrected. However, this time he had to be even more careful when he entered the Six Paths universe. If any were to Tal Agam and resurrect, any would need a long pretend DOT time to recover. He took out a communication device and immediately passed his message to the other Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the void space. Because of its special reason, the void space could only give birth to one Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouse. After the first Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouse in the void space was born, it established a royal family. The royal family of the void. After the birth of the royal family of the void, the first Heaven Origin creator led his subordinates into other weak universes, allowing his children to break through to the Heaven Origin creator realm. This formed the current royal family of the void, a huge dynasty. Overall, the Heaven Origin creator masters of the void were more united than the other universes. They were more united. When his message was sent out, the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the other void universes immediately received the message. When they saw it, their eyes were slightly watery. 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were killed in the Six Paths universe. Was someone targeting their void universe? They had to be careful. The energy from the void is gone. Did the Heaven Origin Creator powerhouse from the Six Paths universe kill it, or did he get rid of this? At the same time, at the grassland of the Six Paths universe, Wang Xian's mind suddenly stirred. He sensed something and whispered to himself. It shouldn't be so easy to get rid of my own power of the void. Moreover, that powerhouse from the void universe is only at the beginner level. Wang Xian mumbled. He didn't think too much about it. Regardless of whether he was killed or not, he continued to search. This was only the beginning. At the very least, he was tricking a wave of experts from the void universe. As for whether he could succeed or not, it would depend on his luck. Let's continue to search, Wang Xian said to Lin Niu as the two of them continued to search in the grassland. They came to the tribes in the grassland and sensed the auras in the tribes. When he arrived at the 4th tribe, he did not discover any powerhouses from the void universe in this tribe. However, he sensed the aura of another powerhouse who was in the Heaven's Origin realm. At the same time, that powerhouse also sensed Wang Xian's existence. Wang Xian stared at the elder who was holding a wooden staff. The elder also looked at Wang Xian. In the end, both of them left in opposite directions. There was no animosity between the two parties. They were not familiar with each other either. They were now competitors and did not know each other's background. Therefore, they did not have any contact with each other. After Wang Xian walked around the tribe, he left immediately. Let's go. They continued to search. Following that, Wang Xian and the unicorn ox searched the entire grassland. They spent more than 100 years to explore the entire grassland. After finding no more powerhouses from the void universe, he rushed to the water source closest to the grassland. The grassland and the water source had 2 different sources. The water source could be said to be the ocean. The difference was that the water source was covered by heavy rain all year round. In the sky, there was a continuous downpour. From time to time, one could even see a special rainbow. It was like a mirage. It had a unique scenery. In the sky above the water source where the heavy rain covered, there were also tribes. These tribes lived in the sky above the water source, under the heavy rain. They used water energy to build majestic and magnificent buildings. Boss, the scenery here is really not bad. However, when they came to the front of a tribe, the unicorn ox looked around with a smile and said, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head. Every universe had some very magnificent and shocking places. They were indeed shocked by the water source here. The water source was very large and its area was much larger than the grassland. Most importantly, the water source was covered by rainwater above while the ocean was below. Let's go in and take a look. As Wang Xian spoke, the two of them entered the tribe. At this moment, Wang Xian was holding a water attribute sharp sword in his hand. His attire was exactly the same as the cultivators from the water source. It was the same for the unicorn ox under the cover of his energy. They entered the tribe ahead and walked on the path where the water flow condensed. The raindrops were falling from the sky. The surrounding areas were buildings formed from the condensation of water energy. There were many special items in the building. Wang Xian and the rest were sizing it up.
Buzz buzz. At this moment he could feel the empty compass on his body trembling.
This caused Wang Xian to squint his eyes slightly.
In this tribe there are experts from the void universe.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He moved his palm and took out the spatial compass to check the distance. When he checked the distance, he narrowed his eyes slightly.
Continue. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face.
However, this time he didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he walked around the surroundings and controlled an expert at the 3rd level of the Universe Master. After Wang Xian controlled him, he brought him to the position of the Heaven Origin Creator in the Void Universe.
It's right in front. Wang Xian looked at the empty compass and did not hesitate at all. He waved his arm and a surge of energy attacked that area directly. It contained the power of searching for enemies in the void. In an instant, he entered that area. At the same time, in a building in front of them, 2 figures were sitting inside and discussing something.
These 2 figures were the 2 who ambushed Wang Xian previously. At this moment, the 2 of them sensed a surge of energy enveloping them. Their expressions changed and their eyes focused.
What's going on?
The 2 of them stood up immediately. Space energy burst out from their bodies and they sensed their surroundings.
Palipala. However, at this moment, the energy from the void landed on their bodies. Spread the news.
Wang Xian ordered the tribal expert who was being controlled by him. Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Who dares to cause trouble in our floating tribe?
At this moment, Wang Xian's attack and Wang Xian's attack had already attracted the attention of this tribe's powerhouse. The Fua tribe was very powerful. There were a few powerhouses at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm in the tribe.
The energy that Wang Xian had released earlier was at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. This energy was already very powerful and terrifying in their tribe. The experts from the Fuha tribe flew out one by one and looked in their direction warily. Whoosh! The level 3 master of the universe, who was controlled by Wang Xian, held a sharp sword formed from the power of wind and thunder, and immediately flew towards the group of experts. What happened next was the same as the last time.
Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all and immediately left to escape.
It was silent. No one knew that he was the one who did it. This energy? It's the energy that General Jingkong mentioned. It was this energy that landed on General Jingkong's body. After that, General Jingkong was locked onto by the Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe. Damn it! Let's escape immediately.
At this moment, the 2 Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses from the Void universe sensed the changes in their surroundings. They sensed the energy that was attached to their bodies and their expressions changed slightly.
General Jingkong was killed by the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses in the 6 Paths universe because he was locked onto by this energy.
He couldn't even escape. Now, they also had this energy in their bodies which made their expressions become abnormally ugly and angry.
Someone had tricked them.
And if they didn't escape and couldn't get rid of the energy in their bodies, then they might also be finished.
The 2 of them didn't hesitate at all and tried their best to teleport away.
While they were escaping, in the sky above the center of the 6 treasured lands in a high palace. Another piece of information. Not bad, not bad. I really hope that the more powerful the internal strife among those guys is, the better.
The figure shrouded in golden light received the news and revealed a faint smile.
He did not hesitate at all and instantly disappeared.
This time, his speed was much faster than the previous time.
In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the Fuhi tribe through the teleportation array.
After obtaining the familiar sharp sword from the Fuhi tribe's powerhouse, he revealed a faint smile on his face.
Following the direction of the sharp sword, he quickly chased after the 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts.
An hour later, he felt the aura of the 2 figures in front of him. Space attribute and also space attribute. With so many space attribute Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, they should be the experts of the Void universe. Who could be the one who tricked them?
The experts of the 9 Origin universe? It's very possible.
It had been a long time since Jin Bao had broken through to the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. He also understood some things. For example, the war between the 9 origin universe and the void universe. This was something that many powerhouses in the universe knew. However, Jinbao didn't think too much about it. Although the other party was a void universe powerhouse and they didn't have the space attribute here, the energy contained in their bodies was still a huge treasure. They did not need it, but they could still make a trade. So. The next moment, his entire body erupted with a golden light and enveloped the 2 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the void universe. Not good. The heaven origin creation realm powerhouses from the 6 paths universe are chasing us. Let's escape separately. The 2 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the void universe felt the energy behind them and their expressions changed drastically. They did not hesitate and immediately took out their trump cards to escape. They took out 2 scrolls and crushed them with some heartache before disappearing in an instant. The golden light attacked the spot where they disappeared and followed closely behind the golden leopard's figure. If you didn't have this sharp sword that can point to the location, you guys would have really escaped. The golden leopard flew over and saw the sword of wind and thunder split into 2 sharp swords, pointing in 2 different directions. A smile appeared on his face. He quickly flew in one direction. At the same time, he took out his communication device and sent a message. He chased in one direction. In less than an hour, an incomparably huge palm appeared on the ground below. It grabbed the sword that was floating in the air and pointed in a certain direction. The palm grabbed the sword of wind and thunder and disappeared into the ground. Damn it, it's hard to get rid of the energy in my body. I'm done for. If the 6 paths universe's heavenly fate realm expert comes after me, I'm done for. One of the heavenly fate realm expert used a treasure to teleport over a long distance. However, when he wanted to get rid of the energy in his body, he realized that it would take some time. However, this short amount of time would take his life. He quickly took out his communication device and transmitted his situation to all the powerhouses in the void space. When the powerhouses in the void space received this news, their faces were filled with shock. Not long ago, General Jing Kong had been killed. Now, 2 of his companions were about to be killed. They wanted to kill all the experts of their void universe. This made the experts of the void universe reveal cold killing intent. I've been killed. I can't enter the 6 paths universe now. I need some time to recover. Guardian Duke, someone wants to kill all the heaven origin creation realm experts of our void universe. You have to be careful. An hour later, the void universe experts received another piece of news. After a heaven origin creation realm powerhouse was killed, a message was sent. The 2nd heaven origin creation realm powerhouse also sent a message. In a short time, 4 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in our void universe were killed. Someone is deliberately targeting us, trying to weaken our combat power. Damn it! Who did this? We have to find out. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. That guy in the dark seems to be able to determine our position. Moreover, why are the heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses from the 6 paths universe able to arrive so quickly every time? Will they join forces with the heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses from the 6 paths universe? The possibility of them joining forces isn't very high. If they did, we wouldn't have been able to escape so far. Could it be the 12 ancestral witches from the 9 origin universe? Those 12 ancestral witches have very strange methods and they are very powerful in scouting. General Jingkong was killed by the 12 ancestral witches, but the methods of General Jingkong and the others are obviously different from the methods of the 12 ancestral witches. They shouldn't be the 12 ancestral witches from the 9 origin universe. No matter what, we have to capture them. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Now, let's leave the 6 path universe and come to the chaos to discuss countermeasures. Find this fellow and kill him. The heaven origin creation realm powerhouses of the void universe were talking. Their expressions were all extremely ugly. Although they could be resurrected after being tricked and killed. However, resurrecting was not that easy. Resurrected treasures were very precious in the universe. It was especially true treasures that could be resurrected without injury. Only 1 or 2 great beings in the entire void space universe had such true treasures. As for the others, they would have to pay a price after being resurrected. Moreover, after being resurrected, this resurrected true treasure would also disappear. In other words, it was a huge reduction in strength. Therefore, for heaven origin creation great beings being killed was a huge loss to their void space. The remaining heaven origin creation great beings in the Six Paths universe immediately flew towards the chaos.
They wanted to discuss countermeasures. This time, 8 heaven origin creation great beings from the void space entered the Six Paths universe.
General Kong Yi was unwilling to be killed again, so he rushed over again. However, General Kong Yi and the other 2 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses were still recovering from their powerful resurrection treasures. The 5 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses quickly flew into the chaos. They're all here. One figure after another came into the chaos, and the suppression from the universe completely disappeared. The 2 old men in the lead glanced at them and said indifferently, "Country Duke, they're all here." A general from the Void universe nodded. The Void royal family, who could be called a general, were all heaven origin creation level existences.
And those who could be called Country Duke had control level strength. Among the 5 of them there were 2 Guardian Dukes, which meant that there were 2 control level heaven origin creation realm experts.
"I already have an idea." The Guardian Duke on the right swept his gaze over them and spoke directly. "Lord Guardian Duke, please speak," a Void royal general said respectfully. "According to the information that the Void space has sent over, the person who killed our Void universe experts, even if it wasn't the 12 ancestral witches of the 9 origin universe, is definitely related to the 9 origin universe.
He must have a treasure that can detect the energy of space, and he has a special secret technique that can lock onto us, a secret technique of the wind and thunder element. It reminds me of a race that our king killed with his own hands, a special race of the 9 origin universe 2 eons ago.
That race has the wind and thunder element. Through the treasure in his hands, as well as the special bloodline and energy, it can restrain the ability to teleport in space. It is very effective against the army of our void space universe. Our king will personally find an opportunity to completely exterminate this race and sever their bloodline. The power of wind and thunder is somewhat similar to the abilities of the 2 races before the apocalypse. The Defender General on the right said. His words caused the other 3 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the Void universe to be slightly shocked. Then, in that case, it can almost be true that those guys from the 9 origin universe are secretly trying to kill us?
General Kongya said with a murderous look.
The 9 origin universe is the most likely. The Guardian Duke on the right nodded. We don't know if it's the great beings from the entire 9 origin universe, or 1 or 2 great beings from the 9 origin universe. According to my guess, it shouldn't be all the great beings from the entire 9 origin universe. If they are working together, it might be their 12 ancestral witches. Now, we have to fight back. We have to kill that guy first.
The Guardian Duke on the left also said.
Kill that guy who used the secret technique first. This time I will be the bait. I have a treasure in my hand. I am confident that I can get rid of that energy and use it to find the guy behind the scenes. Then I will kill him.
The Guardian Duke on the right said with a face full of killing intent.
Guardian Duke, are you going to put yourself in danger?
Isn't this a little dangerous?
We have to be fully prepared. When a general heard this, his gaze focused as he said, "We have to make some preparations. We have to set up some teleportation arrays. We have to be able to teleport to the edge of the Six Paths universe to prevent the Six Paths universe's heaven origin manifestation powerhouse from joining hands with the person behind the scenes.
As for the rest, I'll do it myself. There won't be too much of a problem." The Guardian Duke on the right said with a face full of confidence.
"All right, leave the construction of the teleportation arrays to us. Lord Guardian Duke, you guys choose the location first."
A great general said. The Guardian Duke nodded. Then the group discussed for a while before entering the Six Paths universe once again.
At the edge of the Six Paths universe, they started to create teleportation arrays. They could ensure that they could quickly teleport here. Once they were teleported here, they could enter the chaos. At that time, they wouldn't have to fear the Six Paths universe's heavenly yuan creation. They needed to be wary of the Six Paths universe's heavenly yuan creation.
Only they could destroy them.
The Void universe's Guardian Duke had placed the location at the water domain. According to their guesses, the mastermind behind this should still be at the water domain. After the Void universe's Guardian Duke had arranged everything, He went directly to a tribe at the water domain and waited quietly.
Wait for the rabbit. There was only one way. But they believed that this mastermind would definitely continue to attack. Wang Xian did not know that he had been targeted by the powerhouses of the Void Universe. He also did not know that the powerhouses of the Void Universe had joined forces.
In fact, Wang Xian did not even know if the people of the Void Universe that he had tricked had been killed.
It has only been less than 1,000 years. Let's play with them. Wang Xian smiled.
In 1,000 years, he had encountered 2 groups of powerhouses from the Void Universe. The probability of this was still very high. The 6 Paths universe was very big, but the 6 treasured lands of the water source grassland were not very big.
With Wang Xian and the others' abilities, they could search the entire area within a few hundred years.
The group of powerhouses from the Heaven's Origin realm thought that the probability of the birth of the Heaven's Origin treasure was higher in these 6 treasured lands.
Therefore, most of them were gathered in these 6 treasured lands.
This was also the reason why Wang Xian was able to find the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm in the Void Universe so quickly.
While searching, I'll stroll around these 6 treasured lands. It won't delay the search for the Heaven's Origin Destiny treasure too much.
Wang Xian and the Linyu left the tribe and shuttled under the water source. They were surrounded by seawater. Occasionally, they would encounter some elemental beasts.
Wang Xian and the rest did not kill the elemental beasts here. To them, the resources of these elemental beasts were too little.
Furthermore, they were outsiders. It was best not to kill the elemental beasts here. Wang Xian and the rest were wandering around the water source. As the water source was divided into the upper and lower regions, the overall area was much larger than the grassland. There were also some tribes that were located below.
The water below was very deep. Even with Wang Xian's strength, it would take him a few days to fly up from the bottom of the water.
Will the person behind the scenes appear?
As long as he is still targeting us, he will definitely appear. General Kong Yi was attacked at the grassland. The 2 princes were attacked not far from the edge of the water source. The person behind the scenes should not have come to our location. If he continues to attack us, he will come here. Lord Guardian Duke, if we can locate the person behind this, then we must kill him completely.
Even if we can't kill him this time, once the calamity arrives, we must kill him completely. In a mansion located in the territory of a tribe located in the source of water. An old man sat there, looking at the contents of the communication device. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. They were very patient. Now that someone was staring at them, they wanted to mess with them. In that case, they had to kill the person behind the scenes who was staring at them first. Otherwise, they would be in great danger.
Therefore, they could not continue to search for the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin unless they found the person behind the scenes.
Time passed day by day.
Meanwhile, Wang Xian and Lin Yo were also strolling around the water source. When Wang Xian and the rest came to a tribe again, another message was displayed on the empty text compass.
When he saw the Heaven's Origin powerhouses who had detected the spatial attribute again, Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise.
This time, it's faster. Are there no connections between the powerhouses in the Void Universe? It shouldn't be. They belong to the same dynasty.
Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He was a little surprised. If they were attacked by the powerhouses of the 6 Paths universe, logically speaking, the powerhouses of the Void Universe should be on guard since they had been tricked one after another. But now he had found another one so quickly. This made them a little surprised.
Were the powerhouses of the 6 Paths universe not attacking them? Or was it because they were able to get rid of the powers that they used to search for enemies in the void so that they were not targeted by the powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe?
That was possible. Boss, what's wrong? Lin Yo asked curiously when he saw that Wang Xian was deep in thought.
We have detected the powerhouses from the Void Universe again. Wang Xian said to him. We found them again?
So soon? Boss, could it be that there was an accident or something special?
Lin Yo asked in surprise. Wang Xian shook his head. It's a little strange. I don't know where the problem is. In short, it's not a good thing.
As he spoke, there was something wrong with the current situation.
There must be a problem somewhere.
He was considering whether he should continue to make a move. I can make a move, but I have to be prepared. Wang Xian thought to himself. He had to make preparations to deal with the danger. He pondered for a moment and came to the location of the teleportation formation of this tribe. Wang Xian checked his surroundings. After obtaining some information, he was ready to make a move. After he made his move, he was prepared to head to another tribe through the teleportation formation immediately. Then, he would leave the water source quickly. As for whether he should find trouble with the masters of the void universe, he would have to wait and see. Buzz. Wang Xian's body trembled. An avatar of the netherworld ghost appeared at a corner and quickly hid himself. Following that, he found a master of the universe and took control of him. Then he flew toward the location that the skywriting compass had locked onto. When he was a few hundred kilometers away from that location, Wang Xian's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he launched an attack. When the attack landed on that location, Wang Xian sensed something. He condensed a sword of wind and thunder and passed it to the master who was being controlled by him. Nether Dragon Transformation. In the next instant, his figure disappeared and he arrived at the teleportation formation. "Let's go," Wang Xian said to Lin Yo, who was not far away. He stepped into the teleportation formation and disappeared. He really made his move. At the same time, he was at the spot where Wang Xian was attacking. In that room, the Duke of the Void Universe was enveloped by the power of wind and thunder. He felt the energy that landed on his body. He opened his eyes and let out a glow. "Humph! This time, I'm going to destroy you completely." His eyes revealed a cold expression. With a wave of his arm, a teleportation array appeared in front of him. He directly entered the teleportation array and disappeared. Very quickly, he appeared at the edge of the water source. This energy is from the exterminated race in the 9 origin universe. It's very troublesome. Even if I want to completely destroy it, I'll need a few hours to disappear. The Guardian Duke of the Void Universe appeared and destroyed the teleportation formation. Feeling the energy in his body, his eyes gleamed. He moved his palm and a treasure that looked like a spaceship appeared in his hand. The middle of this treasure was empty and it slowly covered his body. Following that, the power of wind and thunder was separated from his body. He looked at the power of wind and thunder with a smile on his face. He stepped into a teleportation array not far away. The target has attacked again. The energy has been obtained. Prepare to chase and kill him. A voice full of killing intent sounded at the end of the teleportation array. "Oh, Guardian Duke, the person behind the scenes has made a move again." When the Guardian Duke of the Void Space appeared in another area. When a heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouse who was waiting there heard it, he revealed an excited expression and immediately asked, "Yes, the energy has been sealed by me. No powerhouse can sense this energy." The Guardian Duke nodded. "Send the news to Duke of Heaven's Gate and the others. Tell them to come over." "Yes." The heavenly Yuan creation powerhouse from the Void Universe immediately replied. He immediately sent out his disappearance. Very quickly, many figures appeared from the teleportation arrays in the surroundings. In order to prevent the powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe from sensing them, they were all in different positions. "Duke Shining, did you succeed?" An old man walked over and asked the Guardian Duke of the Void Universe. "Yes, the energy has already been sealed by me. Now it's up to you, Duke." Tianmen. Duke Shining nodded. With a move of his palm, the treasure that sealed the power of wind and thunder appeared in his hand. Duke Tianmen nodded and also took out a treasure. "My spatial needle can point a target. As long as he is within the range of a universe, he won't be able to escape," Duke Tianmen said confidently. A needle fell into the power of wind and thunder and slowly absorbed the power. Slowly, the spatial needle was entangled with the power of wind and thunder and pointed in a direction. "Locked on?" Duke Shining asked from the side. "I've locked onto it." Duke of Heaven's Gate nodded with a smile. "Since that's the case, let's make a move. We must destroy him completely," Duke Shining said with a face full of killing intent. The two of them nodded their heads. The 3 Heavens Origin Creation powerhouses nodded their heads with faces full of killing intent as well. "Let's go." Their bodies moved and immediately flew towards the direction pointed by the spatial needle. At the same time, Wang Xian was in another tribe's position. At this moment, his gaze suddenly focused and he sensed something.
The force of wind and thunder that he had attacked had already disappeared. He mumbled and frowned slightly. Is the target too strong this time? Or does he have some treasures in his hands? The probability of having treasures in his hands is also very high for treasures of this level. Wang Xian's mind was full of thoughts. However, when he thought about how he met the fourth heaven's origin creator in the void universe so quickly, Wang Xian had a bad feeling in his heart. It was his luck that he managed to find the first three heaven's origin creator powerhouses. However, Wang Xian felt that there was something fishy about the fourth place. This was especially so after the void enemies that he released were eliminated. Imps was a problem, and it was a very big one. Logically speaking, the other powerhouses in the void universe should have been on guard and should have known that three powerhouses in the heaven's origin manifestation had been attacked consecutively. However, he had encountered one so easily at the water source. Combined with the current situation, this was a problem. The powerhouses in the void universe must have some kind of plan. Did they successfully trap and kill the three heaven origin creator powerhouses? It's possible. If that's the case, they must be thinking of a way to deal with themselves. If they want to deal with themselves, how can they be sure of themselves? Only by releasing the power of wind and thunder. The rest of them didn't leave any flaws. The power of wind and thunder? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. He felt that he might be in some danger at the moment. If the powerhouses in the void universe really wanted to deal with him, it might not be just one or two. It might be 3 or 4 or even 4 or 5. Among them, there might be powerhouses in the control level of the heaven's origin. First of all, these are all my guesses. I have to confirm it myself. Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked at Lin Yo and said, Lin Yo, you should enter the space of the mother nest first. We might be locked onto by the powerhouses of the void universe. Lin Yo was slightly stunned when he heard that. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. It's the Dragon King. Lin Yo didn't ask further and entered the space of the mother nest directly. With Lin Yo's strength, he could come out of the space of the mother nest anytime he wanted. He could also sense the situation outside. After the Linnea entered the mother nest space, Wang Xian did not escape immediately. His body trembled, and once again he had an avatar of the netherworld ghost hide beside this teleportation formation. Following that, his real body flew out. He flew all the way to the limit of the netherworld ghost avatar and his real body. At this location, Wang Xian would need to fly for 5 minutes. Even for a space-attributed heaven origin creator, it would take 3 to 4 minutes to reach the location of Wang Xian's netherworld phantom avatar from here. After arriving here, Wang Xian waited quietly. Time passed day by day. In the void universe, Duke Xining, Duke Tianmen, and the rest followed the Space Needle and flew quickly. Their speed was much faster than the other masters at the peak of the universe's ruler. After all, the space element had a huge advantage when it came to traveling. Wang. 10 days later, the Space Needle in Duke Tianmen's hand suddenly trembled, which made his eyes freeze. Stop, he's not far ahead. He immediately transmitted his voice and looked ahead. How far is it? Duke Xining looked at him and asked. 2 teleportation distances. Duke Tianmen replied. He has a treasure that can detect us. We can't get any closer. Duke Xining said. We have to surround him. Don't let him escape. Then we'll surround the surroundings and seal off the surrounding void. Duke Tianmen looked at them and said. All right, use spatial energy to disturb the surrounding void space. However, we have to act quickly. The energy we're releasing is too strong, and we might attract the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from the Six Paths universe. Duke Xining reminded, no matter how strong the person behind the scenes is, he's still at the peak of the ruler realm. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill him quickly. The 3 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts beside him said confidently. Lord Tianmen also nodded. He's currently 2 teleportations in front of us. Head to the other 3 directions. Listen to my signal and surround him. Once you meet him, unleash your strongest attack and tie him down. As long as you can tie him down for an instant, it's fine. All right. Duke Xining and the rest nodded their heads and assigned their directions. After that, they immediately began to teleport to their surroundings and set up their formations.
Very soon, information was transmitted over one by one. Duke of Heaven's Gate pursed his lips. He shouted in a low voice and disappeared instantly. Buzz buzz. At the same time, in the sky above the water source, Wang Xian was standing quietly on the surface of the water. When the 5 masters of the void universe surrounded him, the empty text compass had already sent out a reminder. Looking at the 5 white dots above, Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. 5 powerhouses in the heaven's origin realm, and there might be an existence at the control level among them. They really want to get rid of me. Moreover, they have a treasure in their hands that is locked onto me. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. Sensing the 5 figures attacking him at a rapid speed, Wang Xian's figure trembled slightly and disappeared instantly. Nether Dragon Transformation. In the next instant, Wang Xian's figure appeared beside the teleportation formation of the tribe not far away. He stepped into the teleportation formation and teleported away immediately. He disappeared. He actually disappeared so quickly. Did he discover our siege? At the same time, the expression of the Duke of Heaven's Gate changed slightly when he sensed the change in the spatial pointer in his hand. His expression didn't look too good. He immediately teleported to where Wang Xian was earlier. Duke of Heaven's Gate, where's he? Duke Xining and the rest teleported over but didn't discover Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Where is he? They asked in astonishment. He escaped. He discovered our arrival in advance. The treasure in his hand can detect us in advance. The expression of the Duke of Heaven's Gate was a little ugly. He discovered us ahead of time? Doesn't that mean that he had already escaped when we were able to get close to him? Hearing this, the brows of the Duke of Xining also tightened as he spoke. The Duke of Heaven's Gate nodded and his expression was also a little ugly. In such a situation, it wasn't a good thing for them. As long as they got closer, the other party would be able to discover them. Under such circumstances, the other party would immediately escape. They would never be able to lock onto the other party. He has a treasure that can detect our spatial attributes. Once we get close, he will also discover us. As Heaven's Gate Duke spoke, his gaze swept towards the other people. The treasure he has is very powerful. If we want to surround him, it will be extremely difficult. Duke Xining shook his head. He should only be able to detect us with space attributes. He shouldn't be able to detect us with other attributes. A Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert from the Void Universe guessed. His words caused the other people to raise their eyebrows. If we can find a Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert with other attributes and help us stall the mastermind, we have a chance to destroy him. Duke Xining was deep in thought. This is a solution. The more experts we can find, the better. As long as they can help us stall the mastermind, we can quickly rush over and kill him. The eyes of the other Heavenly Yuan creator experts flashed. 2 Guardian Dukes, do you know any experts? This is a very good solution. We can give him some rewards. A Heavenly Yuan creator powerhouse asked. I have a candidate here. If we give him some rewards, he should not refuse. Duke of Heaven's Gate thought for a while and said, I'm not sure. Duke of Xining pondered for a while and said, ask around. If you can't do it, I don't have any problems. According to my senses, the person behind this is a person. Lord Tianmen said to him. All right. Lord Xining nodded. Even if they could only find one powerhouse, as long as they could hold him off for a minute, they would be able to rush over from afar and completely surround him. Lord Tianmen immediately took out his communication stone plate and made some contact. Many Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses had some contact with each other. Most of them were used to trade for some items. Under normal circumstances, very few powerhouses were willing to do such a thing. However, the Duke of Heaven's Gate was confident that he could call over a Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouse. He has agreed. We need to give them some rewards for a powerhouse from the Yin-Yang universe. Soon, the Duke of Heaven's Gate received the prepared news. He looked at everyone. A darkness-type Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouse from the Yin-Yang universe. He has just entered the level of a beginner. In the 6 Paths universe, we are all suppressed at the peak of the universe's ruler realm. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for the darkness type to tie down the mastermind for a few minutes. All right. Duke Xining and the rest nodded.
We will split his reward equally. We must get rid of that guy. In that case, let's prepare for the next attack. The few of them nodded and continued to plan for the second attack.
It seems that the initial trap and kill should have succeeded. Otherwise, the Void Universe wouldn't have sent 5 strong practitioners to surround and kill him.
Hee. Wuxia arrived at another tribe in the water source through the teleportation formation. A smile appeared on his face.
He wasn't angry about being encircled. Instead, this was good news to him. Furthermore, he could be said to have escaped perfectly from the encirclement of the Void Universe this time around. The empty text compass of the 12 ancestral witches could detect the experts of the Void Universe before they arrived.
Although they had treasures that could lock onto him, Wuxia also had treasures that could detect them in advance.
Therefore, from the looks of it, he was safe.
He didn't have to worry about the attacks and encirclement of the Void Universe. However, I still have to be careful.
Wuxia mumbled. Now that the Void Universe is on alert and retaliating, I can't continue to trap and kill the experts of the Void Universe. This is good too. I should continue to search for traces of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan.
As he spoke, he flew in a direction. Wuxia did not release the unicorn ox nor did he use the 5 elements grindstone. All of these were used as trump cards.
Faced with the powerful Void Universe, Wuxia still had to be careful even if he managed to dodge one of their attacks. After all, this was a powerful Void Universe. As he flew forward rapidly, Wuxia started to wander around the water source.
Time passed by quickly again.
Decades had passed. During these decades, everything was peaceful. However, what made Wuxia feel helpless was that there was no news about the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Everyone from the Void Universe, in the chaotic space next to the 6 universes. 5 figures were floating there.
At this moment, a figure shrouded in darkness suddenly appeared and greeted them with a smile.
Light Shadow, you very fast. The Duke of Heaven Gate looked at this figure and said with a smile. It's near here. There's a heavenly Yuan destiny true treasure born here in the 6 Paths universe. I want to come and take a look. The dark figure called Light Shadow said with a smile. Help us take care of that guy first. The Duke of Heaven Gate said to him. Of course, there's no problem. Even if he's a control-level existence, his strength will be greatly reduced when he enters the 6 Paths universe. If we delay him for a minute, there won't be any problem.
If it's a beginner-level existence, then it'll be even easier. The Light Shadow said confidently.
Entering the 6 Paths universe, the strength of a heavenly fate realm powerhouse would be greatly reduced. All of them would fall below the heavenly fate realm.
There was a huge gap between the beginner level and the control level. However, under the suppression of the universe, this gap was not as big as before. A beginner level versus a control level under the suppression of the situation, it was still possible to last for more than 10 days.
After all, when the energy was suppressed, the damage would be reduced. Therefore, the figure was confident that he could restrain a heavenly Yuan creator. All right, since that's the case, let's do it. Duke Tianmen nodded with a smile and gestured to him. The group stepped into the teleportation formation again.
When they entered, they took out the spatial needle and flew in a certain direction. Guangying, take the spatial pointer. It can point to the location of your target. We will follow you from behind.
When the spatial pointer has all the information, inform us immediately. Then go over and tie down the target pointed by the spatial pointer. We will rush over immediately from behind. Lord Tianmen instructed Guangying. No problem.
The figure nodded, took the spatial pointer, and flew quickly in the direction that it was pointing at. Because they were directly teleported to the edge of the water source. Therefore, when the figure flew for half a year, there was information on the spatial pointer.
The target is very close. The spatial pointer has already reacted. I will immediately rush over and tie it down. When the figure saw the information on the spatial needle, he immediately reported to the Duke of Heaven's Gate and the others. Okay, be careful. The Duke of Heaven's Gate and the others immediately replied with a message. This job is really simple. Casually tying down a guy can result in a great harvest.
Moreover, tying down a person is very simple. You don't have to do it yourself. A faint smile appeared on the figure's face.
He looked at the line of defense pointed by the spatial needle and put it away. Then he flew over quickly. He concealed his figure and pretended to be ignorant as he flew. Soon, he saw Wang Xian's figure in his line of sight. At the same time, he sensed something in his heart. He sensed that Wang Xian was an outsider who didn't belong to the Six Paths universe.
It should be him. He is a heaven origin creator,
the figure thought to himself. He looked at Wang Xian and sent out a message with a slight movement of his palm. The power emitted from his body is obviously at the beginner level. 5 powerhouses from the Void Universe killed a beginner-level heaven origin creator, and he actually asked me for help?
He must have some treasure that can detect the space attribute.
Hee hee. The light figure's eyes sparkled as he laughed in his heart. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed the arrival of the light figure from the front. He also noticed the strength of the light figure at this moment. Darkness attribute, a powerhouse of the heaven's origin. Just like him, he came from another universe. Wang Xian saw him sizing him up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Following that, he turned around and prepared to leave without saying anything to him. After he arrived at the Six Paths universe, he had already met 2 to 3 other powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation. Both parties basically left without saying a word. This time, Wang Xian did not intend to have any dealings with him. My friend, wait a minute. Are you a powerhouse of the wood attribute? At this moment, Wang Xian displayed the energy of the wood attribute with his true dragon body. If he did not engage in a battle, even a heaven's origin creator would not be able to sense it.
He looked at Wang Xian and asked,
What's the matter? Wang Xian looked surprised when he saw a foreign heaven's origin creator suddenly greeting him.
He looked over and asked,
It's nothing. It just so happens that I have a wood attribute treasure in my hands. Are you interested in making a deal? The figure looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile.
He had a look of friendliness on his face. When Wang Xian heard his words, he was stunned.
A trade? He wanted to make a trade directly when he met him? This made him a little puzzled. Buzz. At this moment, he sensed that the empty compass in his mother nest was trembling slightly. There was something on it. When he sensed it, his gaze focused slightly and his mind changed slightly. He looked at the darkness attribute heavenly fate expert in front of him and his heart turned cold.
His mind instantly changed. With a flick of his hand, he took out the Taiji dragon compass.
Oh?
Do you have a wood attribute treasure in your hands?
Then we can make a trade. I do have a special treasure in my hands. This treasure is very special. When light and darkness attributes are fused together, its power can reach the pinnacle of the universe ruler realm. Can also be considered a rare treasure. You should be able to use it. If you have a treasure in your hands, why don't we make a trade? Wang Xian spoke as he took out the Tai Chi dragon disc and flew in his direction.
The distance between them was originally not very far. Now that Wang Xian was flying over, the distance between them was even closer.
Ha!
This treasure.
When the light figure saw the Tai Chi dragon disc in Wang Xian's hands, he sensed it and revealed a surprised expression. Their yin-yang universe only had the attributes of light and darkness. This Taiji dragon disc gave him a very special feeling. It was a perfect fusion of light and darkness. Their yin-yang universe also had such a treasure, but it was the first one to be so powerful. To him, it was also considered a rare treasure. It's indeed a good treasure. I want it.
The light figure squinted his eyes slightly and said to Wang Xian,
He wanted this treasure. This could be considered an unexpected gain. He was smiling in his heart. May I know what would attribute treasure this brother has? Wang Xian heard his words and smiled. He continued to get closer to him.
The distance between them was only about 10,000 meters. This distance was already very close. Brother, don't worry. My treasure is definitely not inferior to yours.
When the figure saw Wang Xian approaching, not only did he not notice anything, but the smile on his face became even wider.
Wang Xian was the only one here. At such a close distance, he was able to tie him down even better.
Once he tied him down, when he wanted to take this treasure away, the powerhouses in the Void Universe would not say anything. Kill!
However, before he could finish his words, Wang Xian let out a low growl.
At this moment, he instantly appeared in front of the light figure. At the same time, the unicorn bull in the mother nest also charged out immediately.
The 5 elements millstone also attacked swiftly.
Everything happened in an instant. Both parties were too close to each other.
He wanted to hold Wang Xian back, but little did he know that Wang Xian already knew his purpose.
The light figure wanted to restrain her.
But Wang Xian wanted to kill him.
It was intentional. In addition to the strength that Wang Xian revealed, he was only at the initial stage of the destiny realm of the heaven element. This made the light figure much less wary of Wang Xian. Moreover, the powerhouses in the Void Universe did not know Wang Xian's strength. They did not even know who the mastermind was.
Under such circumstances, Wang Xian's sudden attack caused Guang Ying's expression to change slightly.
However, he did not let his guard down too much when facing Wang Xian. If Wang Xian discovered something and wanted to escape, he was prepared to take action immediately. However, he did not expect Wang Xian to attack him directly. "How dare you?" Guang Ying revealed an angry expression when he saw Wang Xian's attack. He had yet to make a move, yet the other party dared to attack him. He was courting death.
However, in the next moment, he was stunned. At the front, an expert who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm suddenly appeared and attacked him. In addition, a terrifying killing weapon suddenly appeared in the sky above the person who attacked him.
This caused his expression to change drastically. An aura of death enveloped him. 3 against 1.
No matter which universe it was, it would be difficult to kill an opponent of the same level in a 2 against 1 fight. However, in a 3 against 1 fight, this was basically a crushing defeat. There wasn't the slightest bit of resistance.
Even in the 9 Origin universe, great beings could teleport back to their god countries, and in a 3 against 1 fight, they could still kill an opponent of the same level.
It was even more so in other universes.
Unleash your strongest attack. Kill. Wang Xian locked onto the light figure completely. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. When the skywriting compass detected that the powerhouses of the Void Universe were flying towards him, Wang Xian knew that the guy in front of him who suddenly wanted to trade with him was a powerhouse of the Void Universe.
Therefore, he had to either run away immediately, or he could kill him instantly.
If he ran away immediately, he might pursue and interfere.
Therefore, Wang Xian chose to attack.
Sneak attack. The opponent didn't know about the existence of the unicorn ox and the 5 elements grinding mill.
Under the situation of absolute suppression, Wang Xian wanted to kill him instantly. Let him die.
Roar, roar.
The unicorn ox let out a low roar. Its single horn emitted a terrifying power.
Wang Xian stretched out his arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. An extremely terrifying energy began to brew within it. Mad Dragon Star Explosion. Above him, the 5 elements millstone was spinning and emitting the aura of death.
The 5 elements millstone was spinning and destroying everything.
Damn it!
When the light projection saw the scene, his expression changed drastically.
His body trembled as the surrounding dark energy was absorbed into his body. His true appearance was revealed.
His body was somewhat similar to a human's, but his face was filled with black patterns, making him look extremely strange.
His pair of dark black pupils seemed to contain the existence of an abyss. He held a ball in his hand, and blood seeped out from his palm, flowing into the black ball.
The ball raised a black defense, completely enveloping him.
Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, streams of terrifying energy landed on the black defense.
The 2 consecutive attacks caused the defense to collapse.
The last attack landed on his body. Crack, crack,
crack. His body cracked like glass. The dense black lines on his face began to dim.
Wang Xian stared at him and charged right in front of him. His dragon claws clawed at his head.
Just you wait.
When the light figure saw Wang Xian's attack, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He crushed the dark sphere in his hand. The dark sphere was crushed immediately. His body slowly dissipated. Wang Xian's dragon claws also struck the air.
There's a treasure for escaping, right? Wang Xian stared at him, his eyes shining. He clawed at the gradually disappearing darkness.
Netherworld Dragon's Pursuit. Netherworld Dragon's Pursuit. As long as he was locked onto by Wang Xian, once he escaped, he would be able to teleport over instantly.
This was the first time Wang Xian had used this move.
Of course, this move had its limitations. If his opponent could return to his own universe, then the energy of Wang Xian's move would be insufficient. However, the escape of the light shadow did not mean that he could return to his own universe. Instead, he had performed a long-distance teleportation. When his figure disappeared, Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the unicorn ox and the 5 elements millstone into the mother nest. His figure also slowly disappeared. Whoosh! 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 The moment he disappeared, the 5 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses from the void universe had already rushed over.
When they saw Wang Xian's disappearing figure, their expressions changed slightly.
He escaped. He used a powerful treasure to escape. Staring at the spatial needle in his hand, Duke of Heaven's Gate said with an ugly expression. The light figure seems to have suffered from his powerful attack and escaped too. Duke Shining sensed the energy around him and said, "Besides, the person behind this might not be the same person. There are 2 auras of heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses here. Let's go and chase after them first."
Duke Tianmin's expression changed as he said. At the same time, in a void far away,
the light figure's body slowly appeared. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. He had promised the experts of the void universe to help pin down a heaven origin creation realm expert. In the end, the treasure he obtained was completely inferior to the life-saving treasure he had just used up.
The life-saving treasure in his hand was extremely precious.
Even he only had this one. Damn it! Damn it! What a huge loss. This time, it's a huge loss. That cunning fellow, he actually has such powerful strength. And that terrifying treasure, it's not weaker than the battle strength of a heavenly Yuan creator.
As he spoke, his face was filled with extreme anger. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt the space behind him tremble.
He felt as if something was staring at him, locking onto him.
At this moment, his expression changed drastically. He quickly flew to the side and swept his gaze behind him.
"Can you escape?" Wang Xian's figure appeared. His gaze was fixed on the figure and his face was filled with a cold killing intent. "You actually have a powerful tracking secret technique." When the figure saw Wang Xian appearing, his expression changed drastically.
Without any hesitation, he immediately fled into the distance.
"I will definitely kill you." The Primulus Saint Wings appeared on Wang Xian's back and instantly chased after him. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the unicorn ox and the 5 elements grinding mill also flew out instantly and surrounded the figure. This is bad.
When the figure saw this scene, his expression changed drastically again. His heart was beating violently.
He quickly took out his communication device and sent a message to the experts in the void universe.
I have to escape, or I'll die. Otherwise, my losses this time will be too great.
The light figure was trying his best to escape. He was extremely anxious. He did not expect the situation to be like this.
That void universe master made him hold onto a powerful being, but now it was actually like this. He was in a situation where he was about to die.
Even now, he could only continue to flee.
Today, I will kill you.
Wang Xian looked at the fleeing figure with a cold expression on his face. The unicorn ox and the 5 elements millstone were on the left and right respectively. They had already started to surround and attack. With the activation of the incipient Saint Wings, Wang Xian's speed was slightly faster than the figure. Earlier on, the light shadow had already been attacked by the 5 elements grinding mill. It was already severely injured and its speed was somewhat reduced. Now, it wouldn't be long before it was surrounded by their pursuit. Furthermore, the light shadow's escape and his pursuit had also allowed him to escape from the powerhouses of the void universe.
The empty text compass could no longer show them.
This meant that there was a considerable distance between them. Run, run, run. The light shadow saw Wang Xian and the rest chasing after him at a rapid speed. His forehead was filled with cold sweat as he kept shouting. If he didn't run, he would really die. He was running for his life. Wang Xian and the rest were chasing after him at a rapid speed from the back. Numerous attacks were attacking him continuously.
Buzz buzz.
Huh?
What?
The light shadow is being chased by the person behind the scenes. The person behind the scenes has two existences who have just entered the heavenly Yuan destiny level. He has a powerful treasure that can unleash the strength of someone who has just entered the heavenly Yuan destiny level. At this moment, at the location of the 5 Void Universe powerhouses. At this moment, Duke of Heaven's Gate received the message from the light shadow. When he saw this message, his expression changed slightly. That light shadow was attacked by the person behind the scenes just now. It escaped through a treasure and was chased by the person behind the scenes through a treasure? 2 people who have just entered the heavenly Yuan destiny realm, and a weapon that is comparable to a person who has just entered the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. Is this a heavenly Yuan destiny realm treasure? When Duke Shining heard this, his gaze froze. That's about it. We have to rush over immediately. Otherwise, the light shadow might be killed. In addition, they are chasing after the light shadow. Let's go and kill them, the Duke of Heaven's Gate said with a cold expression. Let's go, we have to rush over immediately. The rest of the Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouses in the Void Universe responded immediately. They flew quickly in the direction of Wang Xian and the rest. Mad Demon Trace. It was located at another location. Lin Yo stared at the light shadow that was fleeing in front of him. He lowered his speed and the symbols around his body began to change and condense together. The illusory figures of the demon god appeared one after another and attacked the figure at a terrifying speed. When the figure sensed the attack from behind, he gritted his teeth and his body trembled. He could only retaliate a little. Lin Yo's attack reduced his speed a little. The defense of the figure also reduced his speed a little. However, the speed of Wang Xian and the grinding of the 5 elements did not decrease at all. They continued to get closer to the light figure. 5 elements transformation. Sea of Death. The moment the light figure blocked the attack of the Linyu, Wang Xian let out a low growl. At the side, the 5 elements millstone activated its energy and turned into the water element. The water energy began to turn into a vast sea and swept towards the light figure. Just as he blocked the attack of the Linyu, he had to face the attack of the 5 elements millstone. I can't block it anymore, or else I'll be caught and completely entangled. I don't know when the experts of the Void Universe will be able to rush over. Damn it! The light figure saw the 5 elements millstone's attack and his expression was extremely ugly. The black patterns on his face slowly began to bleed. Large amounts of blood flowed out and covered his body. He had completely turned into a bloody man. He was using up his life force to escape. At this time, this was the only way. 3 experts of the same level were chasing after him. One of them was attacking him so he could only slow down and block. Then the other 2 could quickly chase after him. Now, the second one was attacking again. If he tried to block it again, he would be completely entangled. Therefore, he could only take it head-on. Take it head-on. Splash! An endless sea of death swept towards him and landed on his body. It washed away his life force. However, he did not have any scruples and did not put up any resistance. The fresh blood on his body was washed away. His face began to turn pale. Dragoness chains. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes focused. He entered the sea of death and borrowed the strength of the 5 elements grinding to increase his speed. A chain appeared in his hand and attacked him. This time, the light shadow could only defend against Wang Xian's chain. If he didn't defend, he would be entangled. He would be done for. Bang! 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 The light shadow emitted streams of energy and collided with the chain. The dragon's chain crumbled bit by bit. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Lin Yo, who had stopped his attack earlier, caught up to Wang Xian again when his speed was reduced while he was clashing with the light shadow. He attacked the light shadow again. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the experts from the Void Universe to arrive. When the light shadow sensed the scene behind him, a look of despair appeared on his face. He couldn't escape. 3 against 1. Since he was already injured, there was no way for him to escape. He felt a little regretful. He felt a little regretful that he accepted the mission from a Void Universe master. This time, he had suffered a huge loss. This time, he would need billions of years to fully recover. Wang Xian saw the unicorn ox flying over and continuing its attack.
He saw that the light figure was completely entangled. He let out a low roar of a divine dragon. His body shook and transformed into the body of a divine dragon. His dragon tail swept towards the light shadow. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, a message was transmitted from the skywriting compass in the mother nest. The powerhouses of the void universe had arrived. In just a minute, they had arrived. Their speed was extremely fast. There are 3 seconds left. 3 seconds are enough to kill you. Wang Xian stared at the light shadow. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to help a void universe master to kill him. He would have to pay a terrible price. Boom. The dragon tail swept out and landed on the body of the light shadow. The light shadow was instantly severely injured. The attacks of the unicorn ox and the 5 elements grinding came one after another. "Ah, I can't accept this." The light shadow roared with a face full of despair. Wang Xian, Linyu, and the 5 elements millstone flew in front of him at the same time. 5 elements annihilation disc. The demonic god energy of the Linyu. Wang Xian's dragon claws descended at the same time. An invincible power landed on the body of the light shadow. It broke through his defense and killed him. Damn it, stop. Kill him. The 5 heaven origin creator powerhouses from the void universe had just flown over when they saw Wang Xian and the rest killing the light figures. The expressions of the Heaven's Gate Duke and the rest changed drastically as they roared loudly. Spatial attribute powerhouses, their speed is really terrifying. When Wang Xian sensed the 5 spatial attribute powerhouses charging over, his expression changed drastically as well. The 5 space-type powerhouses were practically invincible to Wang Xian and the rest. In particular, Wang Xian sensed that among the 5 space-type powerhouses, 2 of them were much stronger than them. Undoubtedly, they were at the control level. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the body of the light shadow. It was a body at the heaven origin creation level. Although it was not his core strength, most of the energy was instantly absorbed by the treasure that he had resurrected. However, the energy contained in this body was comparable to the limbs of the origin that were chopped off by the Asgardian devil god. This was an absolute treasure. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice and shouted at the Linyu. The Linyu didn't hesitate and entered the mother nest directly. Wang Xian kept the 5 elements millstone and took out a space scroll. This escape scroll was obtained from the Void Pagoda. The space scroll could allow him to teleport for a very long distance. Originally, he could use this space scroll 3 times. However, he had used it twice in the Starry Universe. There was only one last time. Buzz. When Wang Xian took out the space scroll, he instantly escaped. This is a treasure of our Void Universe. A treasure that can allow one to escape in an instant. Why does he have a treasure of our Void Universe? Chase him, we can't let him escape. Wang Xian's figure instantly disappeared. When the Duke of Heaven's Gate and the rest flew over and saw this scene, their faces sank. They scanned their surroundings and realized that the aura of the light shadow had completely disappeared. He had been completely killed. That figure's appearance just now should be that of a divine dragon from the 9 Origin universe. He really is a fellow from the 9 Origin universe. Duke Shining said with a gloomy face. Give chase. Just now, he used a treasure to escape, but that teleportation treasure is our void space's spatial scroll. The teleportation distance of the spatial scroll is limited, so we can chase after him. We must kill him. The Duke of Heaven's Gate looked at them and said. The others nodded their heads. Their bodies moved and instantly chased in the direction where Wang Xian was escaping. Buzz. Wang Xian's figure appeared not far from the battle just now. He checked the spatial compass and found that it could not detect any powerhouses from the Void Universe. He looked ahead and moved his body. Numerous ghost avatars appeared one after another. They flew towards the surroundings in an instant. At the same time, Wang Xian also flew forward. During the flight, once the ghost avatars reached the limit of their distance and returned automatically, Wang Xian would release them again. This was to prevent him from being completely surrounded and unable to escape. Buzz buzz. When Wang Xian was flying for 10 minutes, the sound of a notification came from the skywriting compass again. When he saw the message on it, his expression changed slightly again. The other party has a treasure that can detect and lock onto him from a long distance. It will be difficult for him to escape.
Wang Xian's heart sank as he thought to himself. The distance shown on the skywriting compass was approaching at a terrifying speed. When the distance reached a certain point, Wang Xian's body trembled.
Nether Dragon transformation.
His body trembled slightly before he disappeared. He appeared on the right side of a Nether Spirit clone and replaced it. Following that, the Skypiece compass's prompt disappeared. His position suddenly shifted from the front to the front right. He must have sensed our arrival. The investigative treasure in his hand can detect our approach. The Heaven Peace Palace looked at the spatial pointer in his hand and realized that Wang Xian's position was changing rapidly. They immediately spoke up. To teleport a considerable distance in an instant, it must either be a special secret technique or a treasure. It is impossible for secret techniques and treasures to be used without restrictions. Continue the pursuit. Duke Shining said loudly. Duke of Heaven's Gate nodded. They changed their direction and chased after them at a rapid speed. At the position behind him, the other three powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm could not keep up with their speed.
After all, Duke of Heaven's Gate and Duke of Shining were powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm who were at the control level.
They were much stronger than them when it came to the use of spatial energy and their strength, even under the suppression of the 6 universes.
The two of them were giving chase at a rapid speed ahead. Wang Xian was fleeing even faster ahead.
However, after flying for an hour, a notification came from the skywriting compass again.
What a fast speed, catching up in an hour.
When Wang Xian saw that he was caught up again, his expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and sensed the information on the skywriting compass.
Buzz.
When he sensed that the experts from the Void Universe were about to arrive, Wang Xian used the ability of the Netherworld Dragon transformation again and instantly pulled away from them.
Duke of Heaven's Gate, who was chasing from behind, was slightly stunned when he saw the change in the direction of the spatial needle.
On the left, he discovered us again and escaped.
Duke of Heaven's Gate said loudly as he changed his direction and continued his pursuit.
I want to see how long he can escape. When Duke Shining saw this scene, his eyes focused as he shouted loudly. Another pursuit.
Wang Xian escaped once again.
An hour later, the skywriting compass sensed the experts from the Void Universe again. This won't do. I have to go to a tribe and escape quickly through the teleportation formation of the tribe. When Wang Xian saw that he was about to be caught up again, he thought to himself. He transformed again and increased the distance between them. Then, he flew towards the location of a water tribe. As long as he entered a tribe and used the teleportation formation to teleport over a long distance, he would be able to completely increase the distance between him and the experts in the Void Universe. He escaped again. This shouldn't be a treasure for escaping. It should be an ability that he has mastered. He has easily teleported several times. This teleportation of his might not require him to bear any price.
When Duke of Heaven's Gate saw Wang Xian pulling away again, his expression changed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice.
Duke Shining's expression changed as well. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't we use the Void Pagoda to chase after him?"
The energy fluctuation of the Void Pagoda is too great and its size is too big. It might attract the strong cultivators of the Heaven's Origin creation realm from the 6 Paths universe.
Upon hearing this, Duke of Heaven's Gate took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right. There are many Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses that have entered the 6 Paths universe. There are only 3 Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses in the 6 Paths universe, and there are no tribes nearby. We can use the Void Pagoda."
All right, let's chase after him and destroy him. Duke Shining's gaze froze and revealed a cold expression.
In the sky above the water source, a space weapon that looked like a war machine slowly appeared. Void Tower, the war weapon of the Void Royal Family of the Void Universe. The Void Tower was the strongest weapon in the Void Universe. It was able to give the powerhouses of the Void Universe a huge boost in the power of space.
Duke Shining summoned the Void Pagoda and they entered the Void Pagoda directly. The huge power of space caused the surrounding water flow to stop. The Void Pagoda erupted with a terrifying energy. As the sovereign of the Void Royal Family, their Void Pagoda was second only to the Void Royal Family's king.
Duke Tianmen and Duke Xining entered the Void Pagoda. They stared at the direction where Wang Xian escaped and injected energy into it.
Buzz! The Void Pagoda trembled and disappeared instantly.
The energy in the Void Pagoda was extremely powerful. It would be very obvious in the Six Paths universe. However, at this moment, Duke of Heaven's Gate and Duke of Xining clearly had the intention to kill Wang Xian. They did not hesitate to get rid of Wang Xian by the powerhouses of the Six Paths universe. Furthermore, they were also betting.
They were betting that the powerhouses of the Six Paths universe would not be able to discover them.
They were betting that they would be able to kill Wang Xian before the fate of the Six Paths universe discovered them. They had the same confidence. With the help of the powerful Void Pagoda, the distance that they could teleport was twice the distance that they could teleport on their own. Wang Xian was flying rapidly in front of them. However, this time, in just over 10 minutes, the information of the powerhouses of the Void universe was displayed on the empty text compass. This gave Wang Xian a slight shock. How is this possible?
How did they rush over so quickly this time?
How is this possible?
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this information.
Buzz. At this very second, he realized that the Void Universe's powerhouses were very close to them.
They used a powerful treasure. Wang Xian's heart sank when he saw this. His expression changed slightly as he quickly performed the transformation of the Netherworld Dragon.
After the transformation, Wang Xian swept his gaze behind him. He unleashed his full strength and flew rapidly towards the bottom of the water source. The three Netherworld ghost avatars flew towards the surroundings separately. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At the back, Duke of Heaven's Gate saw that Wang Xian had changed his direction again. He sneered and immediately changed his direction to continue his pursuit. The gigantic Void Pagoda was like a terrifying monster that was wreaking havoc in the water domain. Even an expert at the peak of the Universe Overlord realm would feel terrified when he saw it.
What is that? What is that? Why is it so terrifying? I don't know. That thing looks so terrifying, and the energy it is emitting is also very peculiar. Are they invaders from other universes? Absolutely. They actually dare to be so arrogant in our Six Paths universe.
Void Pagoda was teleporting, and when it tore through the sky and appeared in another area.
At a location not far away, a group of great beings disciples from the Six Paths universe looked at Void Pagoda with shocked expressions. They were all shocked and angry as they spoke loudly.
It had been tens of millions of years since the birth of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in the Six Paths universe.
Many powerful tribal disciples from the Six Paths universe also knew about this news. Now that they saw this terrifying Void Pagoda, they naturally thought that it was an intruder from outside.
They were naturally filled with anger towards the intruder.
They immediately sent this news to the tribal experts and leaders. Buzz. Buzz. It's happening again. 10 minutes later, Wang Xian's expression sank again. Another message was sent from the empty text compass. The experts from the Void universe were still chasing after him at a terrifying speed. After all, the transformation of the Netherworld Dragon was not an ordinary ability. Could not be used without restrictions. Just now, it was very easy to use it once every hour. However, using it once every 10 minutes now consumed a lot of energy. In the end, it would require some recovery and could not be used. This Void universe has used a powerful treasure. I have to reach a tribe as soon as possible. However, according to the information in my mind, the nearest tribe will also require half a month. Wang Xian's expression was a little ugly. Lin Yo, you take the resources and leave first. He immediately transmitted his voice to Lin Yo.
With the increase in his strength, the ancestral tree had also received a significant increase after absorbing the energy from his body. The soul returning within the ancestral tree now had an ability. That was, after he was killed, it could bring his corpse back to the Dragon Palace.
Even if Wang Xian was in another universe.
This was the power of the Heaven's Origin Treasure of Destiny.
However, there was also a prerequisite that Wang Xian's corpse could not be suppressed instantly. In other words, if Wang Xian was killed and his corpse was suppressed by the energy, this ability would lose its effect.
However, even if it lost its effect, Wang Xian's soul could still be pulled into the ancestral tree.
It was just that he would lose a body. However, the loss of a body was extremely huge for Wang Xian.
At the very least, the Dragon Palace did not have any energy at the moment. Hence, they were able to regain their current strength.
Fortunately, Wang Xian had killed a strong person with the darkness attribute who was in the Heaven's Origin creation stage. This was a huge amount of energy. Therefore, Wang Xian ordered Lin Niu to take the corpse and leave first. Lin Niu should not have been locked on. It's boss.
Lin Niu hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and nodding his head.
He knew that this was the best choice at the moment. Staying behind would not be of much help. Lin Niu flew out from the mother nest and flew in another direction at a rapid speed.
Wang Xian continued flying forward.
It won't be that easy to kill me, he mumbled and took out a communication device with a flick of his palm.
This communication device was the communication device of an expert from the water source of the Six Paths universe. It was obtained by him.
The communication device of the Six Paths universe was similar to that of the Nine Paths universe. Through this communication device, one could communicate and even upload images.
It wasn't difficult when it came to technology. As long as an expert from the Heaven's Origin realm studied it, he would be able to create it.
It was just like how a weak Earth could create the internet.
In addition, the communicator in his hand was obtained from a universe master-level great being.
He took the communicator and immediately sent out information one by one. 10 minutes later, when the spatial compass once again sensed a void space universe great being, his body stopped there. Buzz. In less than 10 seconds, a piece of void space behind him was torn apart. Space was torn apart. The surrounding seawater surged towards the surroundings. An incomparably huge void pagoda appeared in his line of sight. When Wang Xian saw this void pagoda, his gaze was slightly focused. So it's directly using the void pagoda of the void universe. This is a powerful war weapon.
Wang Xian mumbled as he took out his communication device and recorded the entire scene.
In the next instant, he transformed into the netherworld dragon again and left. Wang Xian quickly fled in front.
At the same time, he held a communication device in his hand and transmitted the image of the Void Space Tower to the communication device of the Six Paths universe.
Outsiders from other universes. Powerful invaders. Enemies of the Six Paths universe. Currently, Wang Xian and the rest were addressed as such by the powerful disciples of the Six Paths universe. Now that there was an intruder controlling a powerful war weapon so brazenly in their Six Paths universe, it naturally caused a huge commotion. Countless powerful disciples of the Six Paths universe were cursing furiously on their communicators. This news was also transmitted to the powerful disciples of the Six Paths universe, the Heaven's Origin creation, at a terrifying speed. When the Six Paths universe's Heaven's Origin creation saw this news, their eyes focused, and their expressions were filled with coldness. Courting death. In the palace above the Six Treasure Lands, two figures flew out and rushed towards the water source at a terrifying speed.
They flew above their Six Paths universe without any scruples.
This was something that the Six Paths universe's Heaven's Origin creation masters could not tolerate. They had to pay the price. Speed up and continue the chase.
Inside the Void Pagoda, Duke of Heaven's Gate saw Wang Xian disappear once again. A gloomy expression appeared on his face. We have to kill him within 1 to 2 hours. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the Six Paths universes might rush over.
All right.
Duke Shining also nodded heavily. They were not afraid of the Heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from the Six Paths universe rushing over.
Even if they rushed over, they were confident that they could escape.
However, if they did that, the treasures in their hands would be used up. Treasures like these that could escape were extremely precious to the Heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. For each Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert to have 3 to 4 of them, it was already a huge amount of accumulation.
Buzz.
Buzz.
Buzz. Boom. 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 The Void Pagoda began to vibrate. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. The Void Pagoda disappeared again. This time, the energy emitted by the Void Pagoda was even more terrifying.
The distance of teleportation was even further. 3 minutes later, Wang Xian was flying in front of him. When he sensed something again, his expression changed slightly. Why did my speed increase so fast again?
This is bad. Wang Xian frowned. Before the Void Pagoda arrived, He could only teleport again.
Buzz. After he disappeared, the Void Pagoda appeared. HMPH, can you escape? Inside the Void Pagoda, the two country overlords of the Void universe had cold expressions on their faces.
Their gazes were fixed in one direction. The Void Pagoda continued to chase after them. This won't do. I can't perform the transformation of the Netherworld Dragon anymore. When Wang Xian escaped again, he took a deep breath. Next, he would have to rely on other methods. He would have to rely on his own strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Not long after, the warning sound on the empty text compass sounded again.
Wang Xian's eyes focused as he continued to fly. A few seconds later, the Void Pagoda appeared behind him. I found that guy. This time, he didn't manage to teleport away. It seems that this secret technique cannot be used indefinitely. At the back, when Duke of Heaven's Gate saw Wang Xian's figure appearing in his line of sight, his eyes lit up as he shouted in a stern voice, "Attack directly." Duke Shining also let out a low growl as his palm landed on the Void Pagoda. Buzz.
On the Void Pagoda, a terrifying spatial force was condensing.
Boom.
Following that, a stream of spatial force blasted towards Wang Xian.
This terrifying speed and terrifying energy caused Wang Xian's expression to change drastically. I can't withstand it. I can't withstand it at all.
He growled in a low voice. His expression was extremely awkward. Shadow Dragon Avatar. When the power of space was about to land on Wang Xian, his body trembled slightly.
It was the Shadow Dragon clone of his law form. The Shadow Dragon clone could allow him to dodge any attack, even if it was a fatal attack. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The energy penetrated his body while Wang Xian appeared at the side. His body moved and he flew forward with all his strength. The power of space landed in the void in front of him, causing a huge crack in the void. Looking from afar, it was abnormally terrifying.
Damn it, I have mastered the level of Heaven's origin creation. With this great killing weapon, I am no match for him at all. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this energy. He let out a low roar and immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. He flew directly into the ocean below. After entering the ocean of water, Wang Xian swayed his gigantic divine dragon form and flew rapidly.
The divine dragon race from the 9 origin universe. Damn it! When Duke Shining saw Wang Xian dodging their first attack, his expression did not change at all. With a cold expression, he continued to pour energy into the Void Pagoda. Buzz. Duke Tianmen, who was standing at the side, also moved his palm and sent waves of energy into the Void Pagoda. Following that, terrifying spatial chains appeared around the Void Pagoda.
The spatial chains attacked Wang Xian's body.
In addition, the same terrifying spatial force penetrated Wang Xian's gigantic body. Boom!
The spatial energy locked onto Wang Xian completely and penetrated him. Wang Xian swayed his gigantic body to prevent his vital parts from being agitated.
In the next instant, the position of his tail was covered by the power of space.
A space storm instantly destroyed his tail completely.
Wang Xian's body was instantly reduced by a quarter. However, this was not the end. The chains instantly arrived around Wang Xian. The chains formed by the power of space seemed to have sealed off the surrounding void. All of a sudden, Wang Xian sensed that the space around him seemed to have frozen. It was extremely difficult to move.
Walalala. The sound of the space chains rang out. One after another, the chains entered his body and wound around his body. How dare you harm the powerhouses of my void universe?
Go to hell. When Duke of Heaven's Gate saw this scene, he roared furiously with a murderous look on his face. The space chain entered Wang Xian's body and the dragon tail was instantly destroyed. Wang Xian took in a deep breath of cold air.
The intense pain caused his face and body to tremble slightly. Boom! Wang Xian's body trembled and broke his own body directly to prevent himself from being completely controlled by the space chain. Wang Xian let out a low roar. A demonic flower that emitted a special dark light appeared at the location of his dragon horn.
The Dark Resurrection Lily. The Resurrection Lily.
In an instant, his body was enveloped by a special energy.
The Dark Resurrection Lily above his head dimmed instantly.
The Resurrection Lily, the body retraced. The part of the dragon tail that had disappeared.
The injuries that he had suffered in his body were instantly healed. The resurrection lily. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could retrace 9 seconds back. Roar! Wang Xian's body recovered to its peak in an instant. He let out a wild roar as cracks started to appear on his body. Transformation of the Netherworld Dragon. Wang Xian forced himself to perform the transformation of the Netherworld Dragon, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Such a forceful action using an ability that could not be used was extremely terrifying.
It even caused Wang Xian's body, which had just recovered to its peak, to be injured directly.
Moreover, this injury was not light.
However, Wang Xian's figure disappeared in an instant.
In an instant, he broke away from the attack of the Void Universe's powerhouses.
Eh?
He actually recovered all his injuries in an instant and escaped forcefully. When the Heaven's Gate Duke and the rest saw that Wang Xian had actually recovered from his injuries rapidly and left directly, their faces were also filled with astonishment.
He was forced to leave this time. He is already injured. Continue to chase. Duke of Xining's gaze focused as he controlled the Void Pagoda to continue his rapid pursuit.
Whoosh! Wang Xian's body shifted to the Nether Spirit avatar not far away.
He immediately transformed into his human form and took a few deep breaths. His expression was extremely ugly.
He had used all of his trump cards.
Wang Xian had almost used all of his trump cards.
The strongest ability of the Dark Resurrection Lily.
With this use, the Resurrection Lily in his hand was almost useless. It would take at least tens of millions of years for him to recover.
Similarly, the Shadow Dragon avatar could no longer be used. The Abyss Dragon avatar could be used regardless of the damage to his body. However, the Shadow Dragon avatar could no longer be used. Now that he was injured, it would take him at least a few million years to recover from this injury.
If he continued to use the transformation of the Netherworld Dragon, the injury would be unimaginable. Wang Xian even had a feeling that if he were to use it 2 or 3 more times, his body would probably collapse and die.
If I have no other choice, I can only use it twice. If I use it 3 times, it would be no different from death. Wang Xian mumbled as he flew forward rapidly. The ghost avatar continued to fly in the surroundings. With his body injured, Wang Xian's speed did not decrease by much. However, he had yet to shake off the powerhouses from the Void Universe.
According to the memories in his mind, he would still need more than 10 days to get to the nearest one.
It seems like PM doomed this time. Wang Xian mumbled and continued to fly at a fast speed.
3 minutes later, the skywriting compass showed again that the powerhouses from the Void Universe were chasing him again.
The terrifying Void Pagoda and the terrifying energy made Wang Xian's face bitter.
This time he was at a disadvantage.
The energy that erupted from the Void Pagoda was not something that Wang Xian could withstand.
After all, there were 2 Heaven Origin Creation powerhouses at the control level in the Void Pagoda.
Wang Xian shook his head helplessly. Transformation of the Netherworld Dragon.
Buzz.
Wang Xian's body began to collapse and the vitality in his body disappeared rapidly. While he was undergoing the transformation, the surrounding energy was pressing toward him and depleting his vitality.
After he dodged, he spat out fresh blood.
He was severely injured. He was severely injured. This kind of injury, without any treasures, it would take him hundreds of millions of years to cultivate and recover.
However, he could only continue to use it, forcefully using it. Otherwise, he would be completely finished.
Even though he could revive, the price to revive was a bit high. Furthermore, even if he died from heavy injuries, he didn't want to be killed by the great beings of the void space.
If I knew this earlier, I would have brought Enlai here. If Enlai were to come here, he can collect his corpse.
Wang Xian found joy in suffering. If Enlai was in this universe, he could bring his corpse back when he used the transformation of the Netherworld Dragon to die. In this way, Wang Xian would recover much faster. He can't take it anymore. He is forcefully using this teleportation ability. Chase him. In the Void Pagoda, Duke of Heaven's Gate saw Wang Xian's body starting to collapse and bleed. Sensing that his aura was weakening rapidly, his eyes glowed as he shouted loudly. Boom! Boom! The Void Pagoda continued to rumble as it continued to chase after Wang Xian.
However, 2 minutes later, the information of the Void Universe's powerhouses was transmitted from the empty text compass again. This made him shake his head helplessly. The severe injuries on his body had already slowed down his speed by a lot. He had just escaped for 2 minutes when he was caught up. Continue to perform the transformation of the netherworld dragon. If I die, so be it. At most, I can recover. Wang Xian mumbled and gritted his teeth. Buzz. Before the void pagoda arrived, Wang Xian performed another transformation of the netherworld dragon. Wang Xian only felt his vision darken and his life force disappeared rapidly. Following that, he felt his consciousness slowly dissipating. The transformation of the netherworld dragon was successful. However, after he transformed, his body fell straight to the ground. He was on the verge of collapsing as he fell down. He can't take it anymore. At the back, Duke of Heaven's Gate and the others who were chasing after him happened to see Wang Xian's aura disappearing violently. When they saw him escaping forcefully, their eyes lit up. Chase him. He can't escape anymore. Destroy him completely. The eyes of the Duke of Heaven's Gate blazed as he shouted. He's still so unbridled in our Six Paths universe. He really doesn't put us in his eyes. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly entered his mind. Following that, a figure quickly flew over from a very far distance. The energy on his body was very strange, giving off a terrifying feeling. His entire body looked extremely stiff. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Tianmen Gong and Xining Gong in the void pagoda. Not good. Tianmen Gong and Xining Gong's expressions changed slightly when they saw the figure that suddenly flew over. If this was in the primal chaos, they would not have any changes in their universe. However, this was the Six Paths universe. They were being suppressed here. Damn it, let's escape first. That guy is already heavily injured. We will look for him after we escape. Duke Tianmen's expression darkened as he spoke to Duke Xining. All right. Duke Xining's expression changed slightly as he nodded. They did not expect that the heavenly Yuan creation realm expert from the Six Paths universe would arrive so quickly. However, since a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert had arrived, they could only flee. Even if they were all at the control level and had the void pagoda, they were still not his match. However, they were still not his match. Duke Xining immediately controlled the void pagoda and instantly fled into the distance. You want to escape so easily? Let me show you guys the power of the sixth path of my Six Paths universe. Undying and indestructible, resurrected from the dead, Six Paths of the dead. The figure floating in void space narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly. Every time he spoke, the sky around him darkened. In front of Void Space Tower, an incomparably huge coffin appeared. The entire coffin seemed to want to seal off the entire world. 3 extremely terrifying coffins slowly stood between the heaven and earth. Each coffin was tens of millions of kilometers in size. They stood between the heaven and earth as if they wanted to bury the entire world. The 3 coffins blocked all the paths of the Void Pagoda. At the back, a figure stared at the Void Pagoda with blood-red eyes. What kind of powerful move is this? This move makes my heart palpitate. Duke Xining, don't tangle with it. Just use up your treasures and leave this place. Duke Tianmen looked at the 3 coffins that appeared in an instant and said uneasily, All right. Duke Xining also nodded his head heavily. With a move of his hand, a spatial scroll appeared in his hand. With a move of his palm, he stuck the spatial scroll onto the Void Pagoda. The entire Void Pagoda began to turn illusory. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, a coffin located in the middle suddenly trembled. The entire space also suddenly trembled. A wave of energy that was extremely familiar to Duke Tianmen and Duke Xining surged out from the coffin. Following that, the entire space was completely sealed. Space, deathly stillness. Ah! A terrifying voice suddenly sounded from within the coffin. The Void Pagoda that was originally teleporting trembled violently. Teleportation failed. What's going on? How is this possible? What is this? Deathly stillness of space, a powerful forbidden technique of our Void royal family. Inside the Void Pagoda, Duke of Heaven's Gate and Duke of Xining's expressions suddenly changed drastically as they stared in disbelief at the gradually opening coffin. A powerful spatial energy surged out from the coffin. The surrounding space was completely frozen.
The entire Void Pagoda was also completely sealed. Dead silence in space. This was a powerful forbidden technique created by the sacred king of the Void royal family. He fused his body and consciousness into the surrounding void space to seal everything. This technique consumed a lot of energy. Could even be said to be a bad move. If the other party were to break through, he would be severely injured. Now, why did this forbidden technique and this spatial energy suddenly appear? This made them feel a little incredulous.
They felt a little shocked. At this moment, the coffin in the middle was completely opened. In the coffin, a figure appeared in their sight.
General of the Expedition Army. When they saw the figure in the coffin, Duke Tianmen and Duke Xining exclaimed at the same time.
The great general of the Void royal family of the Void universe. During the last calamity, the only one who had completely fallen was the Heavenly Yuan creation stage powerhouse of the Void universe.
Why would a completely dead powerhouse suddenly appear here?
The figure in the coffin slowly opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red light.
His body was emitting a power that combined space and deathly stillness. His aura was completely different from what they remembered.
At this moment, the other two huge coffins on the left and right slowly opened.
Two burly figures also appeared in their line of sight. The dead Heavenly Yuan creation. Duke Tianmen's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. A dead Heavenly Yuan creation. That's right, the Heavenly Yuan creation experts in the coffin were all completely dead Heavenly Yuan creation experts. And now they were actually summoned. Most importantly, these three dead Heavenly Yuan creation experts still possessed the strength of a Heavenly Yuan creation. They also possessed secret techniques from when they were alive.
Duke Xining also took a deep breath.
The power of the sixth Tao of the Six Paths universe. The attribute of the dead. The power of the dead. All the special energies in the universe have always been stronger, but this power. Duke Xining's expression was a little awkward. They had never interacted with a Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert from the Six Paths universe before. They did not know that this Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert from the Six Paths universe was actually so terrifying.
He could actually summon a dead powerhouse.
This was somewhat terrifying. It was somewhat powerful. If they were in the chaos, they might be able to escape easily or even suppress him.
But here, they were in big trouble.
If these three special corpses could keep fighting, it was equivalent to them facing the attacks of four heaven origin creation powerhouses. With their suppressed strength, they could dodge one, two, but they were not confident of dodging three or four. This Six Paths universe is not as simple as we thought. Duke Tianmen's expression was ugly. Their bodies moved as they felt the surrounding energy freeze. The spatial energy in their bodies was being compressed by the surrounding spatial energy. Duke of Heaven's Gate, we can only hope for the best now. Staring at him, Duke Xining spoke. With a move of his palm, the Void Pagoda disappeared and entered his body. Duke of Heaven's Gate nodded his head with an embarrassed expression. Next, they had to run for their lives. As for whether they could escape or not, that would depend on their luck. The two of them took a deep breath. They began to use the trump cards and treasures in their hands.
Wuxia did not know that the arrival of the Six Paths of the universe had allowed him to avoid a calamity. However, at this moment, although he had avoided this calamity, his entire body was already on the verge of death. The vitality in his body was extremely weak. It could be said that any living creature could kill him. He was floating on the surface of the water and was being washed by the waves. He was completely in a coma. According to this state, Wuxia would die soon. It wouldn't be long before he was resurrected at the Dragon Palace.
Miss, pay attention. There seems to be someone over there. Time passed slowly. A few hours later, a group of two people were floating on the surface of the water and were flying forward rapidly.
At this moment, the woman on the right suddenly spoke and stood in front of the woman next to her.
The woman next to her had a bulging stomach. It was obvious that she was pregnant. Yes, I saw it. It seems to be injured. The pregnant woman looked over and said, Miss, the identity of this kind of person is unclear. We shouldn't bother about. The maid on the right said, It's all right. We've already touched her. Let's go over and take a look. If we can help, let's help. We'll treat it as helping Bauer.
The woman hesitated for a moment, then touched her stomach and said, "This." The maid frowned slightly. At this moment, the body in front of them slowly approached under the wind and waves. "All right." The maid nodded. "Miss, I'll go and take a look." The maid flew over and checked her body. Her brows were tightly knitted as waves of wood attribute energy surged into her body. "Miss, this person's injuries are very serious and he's on the verge of death. He's currently in a coma and won't recover so easily." The maid spoke to the woman. "Bring him back. We are already very close to the tribe." The woman spoke. "Miss, you are too kind." Miss, I've prepared everything for you. Everything for the baby has been prepared. Will the baby be born today?" Miss, is there anything else I can do? Is there anything else I can do?" Water source. Inside a courtyard of the Muli tribe. The Muli tribe was located on the surface of the water. Below the surface of the water was a treasured land. The entire Muli tribe was abnormally beautiful. The raindrops in the sky continued to drip down. Not far away, there was a rainbow adding color to it. Voices came from a room inside. A child was about to be born. Outside the room, a middle-aged couple stood there. Listening to the voices in the room, there was not a trace of joy on their faces. I didn't expect that I, Wuxia, would become the grandfather of an unknown bastard. How shameful." The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the room and snorted coldly with a somewhat embarrassed expression. All right. Inauthentic is our daughter. She suddenly, she wants this child. Then this child is the descendant of our family." The woman beside him pulled his arm with a helpless expression. Shameful. The middle-aged man growled in a low voice with a face full of anger and helplessness. As he spoke, his gaze swept across another room next to him. A man who was seriously injured suddenly appeared there. "It has nothing to do with Inauthentic, right?" he asked in a deep voice. "No, I've already checked. It was indeed Inauthentic and the others who met him on the road, so I brought him here. When he wakes up, PLL get Xiao AI to send him away so that there won't be any rumors." The woman nodded. "That's good." The middle-aged man nodded. "Miss, the baby is born. The baby is born. It's a boy. It's a cute boy." Along with the sound of crying, the sound of pleasant surprise followed. In the courtyard, when the middle-aged couple heard the cry of the child, they immediately looked over. Rumble. However, in the next instant, a rumble suddenly sounded, along with the rumble of heaven and earth. Following that, a purple light, along with an extremely dense life force, suddenly lit up the entire sky. No, not the entire sky, but the entire universe. The universe rumbled. The purple chi and life energy filled the entire universe. The sky and earth changed colors. The sudden situation caused the middle-aged couple in the courtyard to be stunned. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The entire sky and earth was enveloped by the purple chi and life energy. The rain seemed to contain a powerful energy. All the living beings in the entire Six Paths universe felt a warmth enveloping their hearts. Heaven and earth are changing. What is this? Why does it feel like a celebration? The middle-aged man stood in the courtyard, looking at the sky and feeling the changes in the entire universe. His face revealed a shocked expression as he muttered. However, at this moment, the sky above the center of the six treasured lands of the Six Paths universe appeared. In the palace, there were two other figures sitting there. Suddenly, they raised their heads and looked up at the changes in the universe. Their faces were filled with shock. This is the universe celebrating the birth of a true treasure of heaven origin creation. A true treasure of heaven origin creation has been born. It has really been born. What kind of true treasure of heaven origin creation is this? Where exactly is it located in our universe? It has really been born. We can't let the other universes obtain the true treasures of our Six Paths universe. The two figures stood there, their eyes flashing with madness as they shouted loudly. At the same time, they were located in various places in the Six Paths universe. Ever since the news of the birth of the heavenly creation true treasure spread out, the number of heavenly creation great beings who had come to the Six Paths universe had already reached 40 to 50. They were all constantly searching for the heavenly creation true treasure. However, there had been no news of heavenly creation true treasures for tens of millions of years. The sudden changes in the Six Paths universe made all the great beings feel something. This must be the birth of a heavenly creation true treasure. What kind of heavenly creation true treasure is this? Is it an attack type or something else? A true treasure has been born. We have to find it, we have to get it. As expected, this universe has a heavenly creation true treasure born. If I can get a heavenly creation true treasure, my strength will be greatly increased, a huge increase. Quickly find it. We must get it before all the other great beings find it. Heavenly creation true treasure. All the heavenly creation true treasures seem to have gone crazy. The value of a heavenly origin creation true treasure was unimaginable. The 9 origin universe wasn't weak, but the known heavenly origin creation great beings, apart from the universe AI that wasn't completely controlled, were the wizard race's heavenly origin creation true treasures. The other great beings didn't have a heavenly origin creation true treasure. Even someone as strong as fallen Shadow Demon Emperor didn't have a heavenly origin creation true treasure. For the heavenly Yuan creation true treasure of this universe, he didn't hesitate to step inside and forcefully search for it. This time, all the great beings were somewhat crazy. Some heavenly Yuan creation great beings of the universe were even prepared to let their subordinates enter the Six Paths universe. If their subordinates entered, even if their strength was suppressed, as long as they could obtain a heavenly Yuan creation true treasure, all the losses would be worth it. The heavenly Yuan creation masters of the Six Paths universe began to move. The heavenly Yuan creation masters from the outside were also frantically searching. Husband, what's going on? In a courtyard of the Mu-Li tribe, a woman asked the middle-aged man in shock. I don't know either, but this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The middle-aged man shook his head. He didn't know. His strength was only at level 5 of the universe overlord realm. He couldn't sense what was going on. As long as it's not a bad thing, let's go in and take a look at our daughter and the child. The woman nodded and said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man scanned his surroundings and nodded as he walked into the house. At the same time, in the room next door, Wang Xian was lying on a bed. His entire face was drained of blood and he looked extremely weak. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was still extremely weak and could be killed easily, the luster in his eyes was abnormally bright. He sensed it. He sensed an extremely holy and powerful energy. This energy carried an unrivaled sharpness. This is. Wang Xian sat up slowly and looked to the right. On the right was the wall. With Wang Xian's current injuries, he couldn't see through the wall. However, at this moment, he seemed to be able to see through the wall. He could see that there was an extremely powerful treasure only 30 meters away from him. There was a hint of familiarity in the aura. Heavenly Yuan Destiny Treasure. He slowly spat out 6 words. His gaze was burning as he added another 3 words. Would attribute, ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian never expected that he would discover the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin under such circumstances. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the wall and his eyes were glowing with a fiery glow. He took a deep breath. Cough. Intense pain was suddenly felt, causing a helpless expression to appear on his face. The injuries on my body are too severe. Fortunately, I didn't die. How long has it been? Wang Xian came back to his senses and calculated the time. It has been 2 months? My current position seems to be in a tribe in the water source. Was I saved by someone? The experts from the Void Universe didn't chase after me. What's the situation? It seems like I survived a great disaster, Wang Xian mumbled. Although he could be resurrected after he died, it was definitely a lucky thing for Wang Xian to be able to survive. Moreover, from the looks of it, surviving the calamity would definitely bring him good fortune. A wood-attributed ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. That's definitely it. He should have just been born and isn't too strong yet. This concealment ability is very strong. If I didn't have the ancestral tree in my body and wasn't so close to it, I really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Wang Xian thought to himself. There were 2 types of ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin creation. One was the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation that had just been born and was at its peak. These ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin creation were usually very dazzling existences before they were born. Before they were born, they would absorb the tremendous energy in the world. It was difficult for such ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin creation to not be discovered. The second type of treasure of Tianyuan was very weak after it was born. It would absorb energy bit by bit until it reached maturity. This kind of treasure of Tianyuan often had extremely strong concealment abilities and was very difficult to be discovered. The treasure was reserved and would only emit radiance when it was fully matured. The treasure of Tianyuan in the Six Paths universe clearly belonged to the second type. Only under such circumstances could Wang Xian sense the existence of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. It was difficult for other powerhouses, even those in the Six Paths universe, to discover it unless they were tens of meters away from the treasure. My luck is really good. Wang Xian moved his palm and some divine fruits appeared in his hand. He still had some divine fruits and elixirs in his hand. Furthermore, these divine fruits and elixirs were all above level 9 of the Universe Dominator. Wang Xian immediately consumed them. Waves of energy entered his body and healed his injuries. However, according to Wang Xian's calculations, if he wanted to recover to the peak, he would need to use up the resources in his hands and cultivate for another 500 to 600 million years before he could fully recover. Since the powerhouses from the Void universe are not here, I can call the Unicorn Ox over. Since the Unicorn Ox is here, I can ask him to get some items for his recovery. His injuries should be able to recover within 100 million years. Wang Xian thought to himself. He got down from the bed and took a deep breath. His current combat strength was only at the Divine Emperor level. There was no other way. His injuries were too severe. Coupled with the suppression of the Six Paths universe, he was very weak now. However, Wang Xian still walked out. He wanted to take a look and see what the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was. It was hidden there. He wanted to get his hands on it. Wang Xian had a deep understanding of the power of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Without the ancestral tree, Wang Xian would not be able to reach this stage. In fact, without the ancestral tree, the dragon palace would not be so strong now. A few peak dragon species were born because of the ancestral tree. Come, let me be your mother's baby. Hee, I have some babies from the Muli tribe who were born to build their bodies and build their foundations. Come. Wang Xian walked out of the room and looked in the direction of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. He heard the sounds of conversation coming from there. It's in that room. Wang Xian thought to himself. He was certain that it was in that room. However, there were 4 people in that room. The strength of these 4 people was much stronger than his current strength. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a message from the Unicorn Ox. 1 month. The Unicorn Ox replied. He could make it here in a month. As long as the Unicorn Ox could make it here, everything would be simple. I hope nothing unexpected happens. I'm determined to obtain the heavenly Yuan Destiny treasure. A determined look appeared in his eyes. Come, call me Mom, Grandma, and Grandpa. Have you thought of a name for little treasure? Mom, I've already thought of a name. From now on, she'll be called Tianxi. Tianxi, Muli Tianxi, good. Before he achieves anything, he can't be called Muli. Half a month later, I'll send someone to teach him cultivation. Before he achieves anything, he shouldn't go out. Father, Tianxi has just been born and he is cultivating half a month later. Stop talking. The child has been given to you. In the future, you have to listen to me. Don't worry, the current teaching is here. At this moment, a voice came from the room in front. One of the male voices had a hint of authority and was unquestionable. All right, I'll listen to you. Come, bring Tianxi to see the outside world. The woman's voice was heard. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Wang Xian stood there and saw a couple as well as a female attendant walking out. In the woman's arms, there was a child. However, this child was already 70 to 80 centimeters in size. This was very normal. As the center of the universe, the child had just been born and weighed around 7 to 8 kilograms. However, both the woman and her parents possessed considerable strength. They could take out some treasures and allow the child to grow rapidly. If they were willing,
They could even allow the child to reach a height of 2 meters in a day. Of course, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't do this. They would let their children grow up from a young age. It might be 100 years later before they could reach a height of more than 1 meter.
A baby was just born. Being molded to 70 to 80 centimeters was also to strengthen the baby's vitality. To prevent premature death,
Therefore, a baby could run at birth.
the woman walked out with the baby in her arms. The baby in her arms looked at the world around her curiously with a pair of big eyes.
Ya yada? Ya. All of a sudden, when he saw Wang Xian, he let out a sound and his body started to struggle. Eh? What's wrong, Tianxi? The woman was slightly stunned when she saw the child in her arms suddenly trying to break free. She squatted down slowly and placed the child on the ground.
After Tianxi was placed down, he ran straight towards Wang Xian. As he ran, he stretched out his arms.
This made the women and the rest look surprised.
At this moment, Wang Xian stared at this child. His face was filled with disbelief and shock.
This, he opened his mouth. From his senses, this child was the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Yes.
Under Wang Xian's senses, this newborn baby that was running towards him was the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
There was absolutely no mistake. Wang Xian definitely did not sense wrongly.
This made his heart churn.
This was a little strange. How was this possible? How could a child be the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin? Under his astonished gaze, the child ran to him and hugged him. Wang Xian lowered his head and looked at him.
The child raised his head and looked at him.
After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xian picked him up slowly. An extremely dense wood attribute energy gushed out from the child's body. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that the ancestral tree was trembling slightly in his body. The wood attribute energy was absorbed by the ancestral tree. Following that, the ancestral tree seemed to have extended a branch and stuck it onto the child's body. A wave of energy was also transmitted into the child's body. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The child seemed to feel extremely comfortable as he started laughing.
Wang Xian sensed the situation and his expression changed slightly.
He held the little boy in his arms and a wave of energy entered his body to check on his condition.
Through Wang Xian's senses, he could sense that there was a tender bud in the child's body.
A green tender bud.
It grew abruptly in his body.
Although it was very small, it contained extremely pure wood-type energy. This energy was filled with toughness and sharpness.
It was completely different from the energy of the ancestral tree.
This was not a supplementary heaven's origin creation treasure.
Instead, it was an offensive type.
It's a heaven's origin creation treasure that has just been born. This 100% true. This heaven's origin creation treasure actually grew in the body of a child and was connected to the child's life. Now, I can take this heaven's origin creation treasure away. Wang Xian was certain in his heart.
Now he could take the heaven's origin creation treasure away with 100% certainty.
However, if he wanted to take away this ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin, the little boy would probably die instantly. The little boy's life was connected to the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
It was very strange.
This situation was very strange. Young master, you're awake. I didn't expect Tianxi to be so close to you. Mu Liner looked over and said to Wang Xian with a smile on her face, "Were you the ones who saved me?"
Wang Xian looked at them and asked,
"It was Our Lady who saved you and brought you here. If it wasn't for Our Lady, you might have died. Our Lady said that saving you could be considered as doing our young master a favor." The maid beside Mu Liner said to Wang Xian, "Thank you for saving my life, young lady." Wang Xian looked at Mu Liner and thanked her. He had some changes in his heart.
He was already thinking about how to get his hands on the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. In the end, this woman saved him.
The worst part was, she even said that she was doing good deeds for her child? This child in front of him had the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body.
If Wang Xian didn't take it away in the eyes of others, there was definitely something wrong with his brain. Even if he took away the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation, this child would die.
However, to existences at their level, the life of a child was incomparable to the life of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation.
Not to mention a child, even 100 million or 99% of the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation would take action. To be able to cultivate to such a level, which one of them wasn't an existence that massacred cities, countries, and races? Which one of them didn't have the blood of tens of millions of lives on their hands? What kind of existence was the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin?
I've repaid kindness with enmity.
Wuxia felt a little helpless. He didn't expect such a multiple-choice question to appear in front of him.
Other people saved him to build up goodwill for the child, not to let him kill her child.
No need to thank me. It was just a simple task. Muliner shook her head. Your injuries are very serious. Rest well. When you've recovered, you can do other things.
Thank you for your concern.
Wuxia nodded and squatted down to put the little boy down. Go and find your mother.
However, the little boy did not listen to her. He continued to hug him with both hands and refused to let go.
This made him a little speechless.
At the side, Muliner saw this scene. She shook her head and walked over. Come, Tianxi. Come and follow your mother.
Muliner stretched out her hand and wanted to carry Tianxi away. Ah!
However, in the next second, Tianxi started to cry. He was unwilling to leave with Wuxia in his arms. When Wuxia saw this scene, his mind moved and he hid the ancestral tree. The reason why Tianxi was so close to him and wanted to be close to him was because Wuxia had the ancestral tree in his body. The two would attribute heaven origin destiny level treasures were both at the stage of growth.
During the transformation of the energy just now, Wuxia could clearly feel the subtle changes in the ancestral tree.
This change was a good thing for the ancestral tree.
The attraction of the ancestral tree made Tianxi instinctively want to get close to him. All right, Tianxi, don't cry, don't cry.
Muliner carried Tianxi over and began to comfort him. I'll go to my room to cultivate and recover from my injuries. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll thank you again when Miss Muli is free.
Wuxia watched and bowed to them before walking into the room.
All right. Muli nodded and continued to coax Tianxi. This little Tianxi sure knows how to cause a ruckus. Come, come, let grandma hug you. The woman at the back walked over and comforted him. The few of them coaxed the child. Wuxia took a glance and his expression changed slightly when he entered the room.
After a few minutes of silence, he shook his head helplessly. Forget it. If I can't come up with any good ideas, then forget it. Let's see if the ancestral tree can obtain something useful from it after it grows up, even if it's just a branch.
In the end, Wuxia decided to let go. He had his own principles. If someone provoked him, he would definitely return the favor tenfold.
However, now that the other party had helped him, Wuxia could not repay kindness with enmity.
Although the temptation of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was too great, he could not touch his bottom line. Moreover, after the short end of the relationship with Tianxi, he realized that the ancestral tree could also benefit from the contact with the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body.
However, the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body had just been born, so the effect was not very obvious yet.
I'll stay here for the next period of time. Wuxia made up his mind and sensed the situation outside. He closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. Creak. After an unknown number of days, Wuxia's door was suddenly opened. This made him focus his gaze slightly and look toward the door. Following that, he saw a brain poking in and a pair of big eyes looking at him. When Wuxia saw this, he smiled. Tianxi peeked through the crack of the door and looked at Wuxia. He called out with a smile on his face. Come in. Wuxia looked at this little guy and smiled. He looked at the time. This was the 10th day since Tianxi was born. In the past 10 days, his body had not changed at all. He was still 70 to 80 centimeters tall and chubby.
When he heard Wuxia's words, he immediately ran over with a smile on his face.
Uncle, I feel the most comfortable when PM with you. Mom keeps making me learn to read. Tianxi walked over and sat beside him. He hugged Wuxia's arm and spoke. Hee. Your mother is doing this for your own good. Wuxia smiled and stroked his head. A surge of energy entered his body.
Instantly, the ancestral tree in his body started to stir.
In his palm, a branch entered Tianxi's body. In Tianxi's body, the wood-attributed ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was still in the form of a tender bud.
This tender bud seemed to be very excited when it sensed the aura of the ancestral tree. It let the branch coil around it. The wood attributed energy, which was of the same wood attribute but with different attributes, slowly fused together. Uncle, the aura on your body is so comfortable. It's even more comfortable than my mother's. Can you take me out to play? Tianci held Wang Xian and continued to speak to him. You can go out, but we have to play at the entrance. Wang Xian looked at him and said with a smile. At the same time, he was also sensing the heaven's origin creation treasure in Tianci's body. Because he was in a tender state, the characteristics of this heaven's origin creation treasure had yet to be revealed. He could sense that the ancestral tree was injecting pure wood attribute energy into the tender bud. The ancestral tree did not directly circulate the energy like the first time. Instead, it was absorbing it back. This was pure feedback. It was simply injecting energy into the tender bud. The tender bud was obviously very excited as it was absorbing the ancestral tree's energy. The amount of energy it could absorb was only a drop in the bucket compared to the energy contained in the ancestral tree. It was as if the ancestral tree was improving the tender bud. Wang Xian didn't stop it. The ancestral tree must have its own plans for doing so. The position at the entrance isn't fun at all. Mom doesn't allow me to go too far. Tianci, who was born 10 days ago, not only spoke clearly, but his IQ was also comparable to a 5 or 6-year-old child. Although he was a little displeased, he still dragged Wang Xian to the position outside. It's all raining. There's nothing fun about it. Wang Xian brought him to the entrance of the courtyard. Tianci looked around and shook his head. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the place. This place belonged to a tribe and the surroundings were all small courtyards like this one. Occasionally, he could see some people looking in his direction. When they saw Wang Xian, they revealed curious expressions on their faces. It's not fun. Tianci raised his head and looked at Wang Xian. He continued, Uncle, can you bring me somewhere far away to play? I can't do it without your mother's permission. Wang Xian shook his head. Following that, he waved his arm and branches appeared out of thin air around them. These tree branches quickly turned into a playground. There were all kinds of toys and facilities for children to play in. Wow, Uncle, what is this? Tianci exclaimed when he saw the changes in front of him. This is just a small ability. You will be able to do it in the future. Go ahead and play. Wang Xian smiled at him and said, there are swaying trees over there. It looks so fun. After all, Tianci was a child who had not seen much of the world and did not have much intelligence. He ran over excitedly and started playing. Putting everything else aside, the toys that Wang Xian made were something that the Six Paths universe did not have. These playgrounds were similar to the children's amusement parks on Earth. Even an adult would feel a little curious when they saw them. As a child, he naturally couldn't resist it. Uncle, come over. Let's play together. Tianci shouted and waved at Wang Xian. You child, you love to play. Don't disturb your uncle. At this moment, Tianci's mother, Mu Lian, walked out and said to Tianci. She had a kind look on her face as she sized up the special away game before looking at Wang Xian. Tianci didn't disturb you, did he? Mu Lian asked. No, Tianci is very cute. Moreover, both of you are my saviors. This is nothing. Wang Xian shook his head at Mu Lianer and said with a smile. It's fate between you and Tianci. Speaking of which, he is unusually close to you. When we first spoke, he said that he wanted to look for his uncle when he just learned a few things. Mu Lin spoke with a slightly helpless expression. She felt that her son seemed to like Wang Xian very much and kept saying that he wanted to look for his uncle. Wang Xian smiled when he heard that. The reason why Tianci was close to him was due to the mutual attraction between the ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin. Both of them were of the wood attribute and could be considered as the origin. Oh right, what's your name? Are your injuries better? Mu Lian looked at Wang Xian and asked. You can just call me Wang Xian. My injuries are still all right. Sorry for disturbing you during this period of time. I will be leaving after a period of time. Wang Xian nodded and said with a smile. That's not what I meant. Since Tianci likes you so much, it would be better for you to stay here for a little longer. You can talk about it after your injuries are completely healed. Mu Lianer shook her head and explained. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. He was just saying.
He wouldn't leave even if he was told to. From Tianxi, Wang Xian had a premonition that he would be able to obtain some benefits. "Mom, come over. Come and play with us." At this moment, Tianxi's shouts continued to ring out. Mu Lin felt a little helpless. However, she still walked over with a smile. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi, and his eyes flickered slightly. Among these wood elemental branches, there were branches of the ancestral tree. With Tianxi here, it was equivalent to being close to the ancestral tree at all times. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body was also equivalent to absorbing the energy of the ancestral tree at all times to grow. "Hey, by the way, which tribe are you from? Why are you so heavily injured this time?" Mu Lian's maid walked over from the side and asked Wang Xian. "No tribe. I met a powerful elemental beast last time." Wang Xian looked at the maid and replied with a smile. "No tribe? Then you can stay with us for a little longer. Our young master seems to like you very much." The maid sized up Wang Xian and continued, "You look pretty good too." Wang Xian smiled and asked, "Oh yeah, why didn't I see Tianxi's father?" Hey, don't ask me that again, especially in front of our young master and miss." The maid suddenly warned Wang Xian in a low voice. Wang Xian looked at her curiously. "I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else." "Forget it. Everyone else knows anyway." The maid saw Wang Xian looking at her curiously and transmitted her voice to him. "Our young master doesn't have a father." The maid added, "Doesn't have a father?" Her words still caused Wang Xian to have some doubts. Was Mu Lin Xiu abandoned? Mu Lin Xiu looked very beautiful? To be able to be described as very beautiful by Wang Xian. She was usually the most top-notch and almost impeccable, and that was indeed the case. Mu Lin Er's looks were very exquisite. Perhaps it was because she had given birth before, but she had a unique charm that other girls did not have. "It's fine as long as you know this. Don't ask too much." The maid continued to speak to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. There was no such gossip. Tianxi did not have a father. Without a doubt, he had abandoned his wife, abandoned his children, and got pregnant before marriage. "Uncle, come and play. Come and play." Tianxi's voice could be heard from the front again. Wang Xian shook his head at him. Mu Lin whispered something to Tianxi as well. She didn't call for him anymore. An hour later, Tianxi was tired from playing. He prepared Mu Lin to bring him back to his room. Wang Xian returned to his room again and continued to sit cross-legged to recover. However, a few hours later, Tianxi ran into his room again. "I want to sleep with Uncle, not Mom." Tianxi hugged the blanket and climbed onto Wang Xian's bed happily. "All right, go to sleep." Wang Xian saw it and nodded with a smile. Tianxi was right in front of him. As long as his mother had no objections, Wang Xian naturally had no objections. The ancestral tree entered his body. In less than 10 seconds, Tianxi had already fallen asleep. "Wang Xian, sorry to trouble you. This child insisted on sleeping with you." "Sorry to disturb you." Very soon, Mu Lin's voice was transmitted. "Hee, it's all right. PLL be recuperating at the side. It won't affect me in any way. Let Tianxi sleep here." Wang Xian immediately transmitted his voice. Mu Lin replied. Standing at the door, her face revealed helplessness and bitterness. The son that she gave birth to did not follow her biological mother. Instead, he followed an outsider. This made him very sad. If he did not give birth to this son, he would even doubt if this was his own son. Next, Wang Xian sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. There was no sun or moon to recover from his injuries. However, after Tianxi woke up, he took a glance at Wang Xian and left. After more than 10 hours, he returned to sleep. Wang Xian did not know how long he had been cultivating. On this day, Lin Yo sent him a message telling him that he had arrived. Wang Xian opened his eyes and immediately took out a communication device to reply. Not long after, Lin Knight's figure appeared in front of Wang Xian. With Lin Yo's current strength, Mu Lin and the rest wouldn't be able to sense him even if he came in. "Boss, your injuries are so serious. Take these herbs and divine fruits to heal your injuries first." Lin Yo said to Wang Xian. "Give him some resources to recover his injuries." Wang Xian nodded his head and swallowed it directly. "Although I'm injured this time, Be lucky if I don't die. Wang Xian smiled and told Lin Yo about his encounter with the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
What? Boss, you actually encountered the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin? That ultimate treasure is actually a little boy who has fused with the life of a little boy. This... Lin Yo widened his eyes and revealed a shocked expression on his face. Yes, but Tianxi's mother saved my life. Therefore, I'm not planning to take away the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Let's see if I can get some other good fortune by following him around.
In addition, it will also help him grow up. In the future, it can be considered a good karma. Wang Xian nodded and said to Lin Yo, Heaven's Gift's mother saving him was also a good deed for Heaven's Gift. Naturally, Wang Xian also wanted to form a good relationship with him. Boss is indeed a boss. There are very few people in the entire universe who can achieve your level. You are indeed the boss of me, Lin Yo.
When Lin Yo heard that, he flattered him.
However, his face was filled with admiration.
To be able to stand in front of an ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin without any emotion or greed, there were too few people who could do it. A treasure of this level could cause brothers to turn against each other and father and son to become enemies.
Wang Xian shook his head. All right, wait for my information in the mother. Yes, boss. Lin Yo nodded and entered the mother nest.
At the same time, Lin Yo took out all the resources. This included the corpse of a Tianyuan powerhouse with the darkness attribute that Wang Xian asked him to take away.
Let's see if there are any treasures in the corpse of this heaven origin creator. Wang Xian sensed this corpse and looked over. Wang Xian didn't have the time to look at this corpse when he was killing it. His mind stirred and he began to search.
He obtained an interspatial ring from the corpse. The interspatial ring was very easy to open. When Wang Xian opened it and saw what was inside, he was astonished. There are so many treasures. Why does this guy have so many treasures on him?
Wang Xian was delighted. In his interspatial ring, there were many resources. Some of them contained a huge amount of energy. There was even one treasure that contained energy that had reached the level of heaven's origin creation. What Wang Xian didn't know was that the figure had so many resources on him. It was because the figure didn't think that it would be dangerous for him to enter the Six Paths universe. Furthermore, most of the resources were the rewards given to him by the Void Universe's powerhouses. The Void Universe's powerhouses had invited a heaven's origin creation to help attack the unknown mastermind. Ordinary Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm experts weren't willing to accept such a mission. Only the two control-level existences, Tian Men Gong and Xining Gong, managed to find one light shadow. This was because they didn't know how many Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm experts were behind this mission. Once they joined in, it could be said that they wanted to become enemies with the mastermind. Become his mortal enemy. In fact, the mastermind might even be a heaven origin creation from the Nine Origin universe. In other words, he was going to become the enemy of the Nine Origin universe.
Which heaven origin creation dared to offend the Nine Origin universe? Since the light figure agreed to accept this mission, the reward was naturally not cheap. In fact, this revenge was taken out by 5 to 6 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses from the Void universe.
These resources were extremely valuable to a heaven origin powerhouse with the darkness attribute. Otherwise, the light shadow wouldn't have taken such a risk.
However, all these resources belong to Wang Xian now.
There was even a corpse left behind. Are these resources enough to upgrade the Taiji Dragon Plate? Wang Xian's heart was suddenly burning with passion. The resources in this corpse of the dark-attributed Tianyuan creation had exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. Now, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate had already reached the pinnacle of the universe.
There was still a long way to go before he could make a breakthrough.
It was even very difficult to make a breakthrough. The reason why the 5 elements grinding could make a breakthrough was because he had absorbed the God of Elements. The God of Elements fragment was an existence comparable to the heaven's origin creation in the chaos. Under such circumstances, the 5 elements millstone was able to complete the breakthrough. As for the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, it was also able to break through by absorbing treasures of this level. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 elements millstone were able to break through without shackles.
It was because of these 2 treasures. One of the treasures was forged with the 5 elements origin as the foundation, with the 5 elements dragon soul as the core.
The breakthrough was achieved through continuous devouring and strengthening. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc was achieved through the heart of light and darkness and the Yin-Yang Dragon Soul as the core. This was especially so for the 5 elements millstone. When it was being nurtured in Wang Xian's body, it had also absorbed the energy of the ancestral tree. This was the reason why the 5 elements millstone was able to achieve a breakthrough easily. It was extremely difficult for any object to reach the level of heaven's fate. However, the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc were somewhat special. They were originally the core of the 2 top-tier Dragon Kings, the 5 elements Dragon King and the Light and Dark Dragon King. There was an extremely pure dark energy source in this corpse. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc could absorb it quickly. These resources might have improved the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. Wang Xian looked at all the resources and his eyes glowed. He immediately placed the Tai Chi Dragon Disc in the mother nest and allowed it to absorb these resources. In addition, this corpse could be said to be an extremely pure energy. This energy could even be absorbed by Wang Xian and allow him to quickly recover from the injuries in his body. However, it was too extravagant to use the corpse of a heaven's origin creator to recover from his injuries. Wang Xian was not extravagant to such an extent. After absorbing all these treasures, if the Taiji Dragon Plate cannot make a breakthrough, I should be able to absorb the energy from this corpse. Wang Xian calculated in his heart and looked forward to it. If he could really achieve a breakthrough, it would be a huge improvement to his strength. However, he was not 100% confident. The resources in the corpse were a huge surprise to Wang Xian. He sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to recover from his injuries. With some of the resources from the unicorn ox, Wang Xian's recovery time could be shortened significantly. Time passed day by day. Tianxi came to his place to sleep every night. The ancestral tree was constantly diverting some energy to nourish the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body and establish a connection with it. Occasionally, Wang Xian would play with Tianxi for a while. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. SOB, 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 sob. SB, 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 sob. On this day, Wang Xian was still recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, the sound of crying came from the side, causing him to open his eyes slightly. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at Tianxi, who was at the side. When he saw him sobbing continuously, a smile appeared on his face. Tianxi, what's wrong? Wang Xian asked him curiously. Uncle, I'm too stupid. When Tianxi saw Wang Xian, he couldn't help but hug him and continue crying. Stupid? How can that be? Tianxi, you are very smart and very powerful. How can you be stupid? Wang Xian patted his head and comforted him with a smile. I am very stupid. Grandpa also said that I'm stupid. He said that other people's children only need a few days to enter the beginner's level of cultivation, while I need a few months to enter the beginner's level. He said that I'm destined to be a weakling in the future, and that I'm destined to be a grain of sand in the upcoming crisis. Tianxi raised his head and said to Wang Xian with an aggrieved expression, Beginner level of cultivation? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard his words. He sensed Tianxi's body. He could feel that there was a water elemental energy in Tiancp's body. This water elemental energy was extremely weak. It had not even reached the level of a god. For children born to top-notch experts, the beginner level was the level of a god who had ignited the divine fire. In the Muli tribe, some children with good talent could enter the entry level in a few days. On the other hand, Tianxi needed a few months to enter the entry level from the beginning of his cultivation. In the eyes of some powerhouses, this talent was too trashy. It's a little funny. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and listened to the aggrieved words that he kept saying. He felt that it was a little funny. Mu Li's body had the wood-attributed heaven's origin creation treasure. Naturally, it was much slower to absorb the energy of the water attribute. This was especially so for this wood-type heavenly yuan creation treasure, which had just begun to be born. If a person who shared the same fate as a heavenly yuan creation treasure cultivated slowly, then no one in the world would be faster than him. It could be said that the beginning of heaven's gift was the end point that billions of living beings could not reach. Even the heavenly yuan creation experts were envious of heaven's gift's beginning. Even if he didn't cultivate, the wood element heaven's origin treasure in his body could absorb energy
and grow to a terrifying level. At this level, even a beginner-level Heaven's Origin powerhouse wouldn't be a match for him. It's a pity that Heaven's gift is on the wrong path now, Wang Xian thought to himself. However, he couldn't blame Heaven's gift's grandfather. The Six Paths universe was different from the Nine Origin universe. In the Six Paths universe, after a baby was born, he could cultivate any attribute. Of course, under normal circumstances, it was best to cultivate the attribute that his parents cultivated. This way, his talent would be better. As for other things, for example, some people couldn't cultivate the fire attribute or the water attribute. This wasn't the case. Tianxi's grandfather was a ruler of the universe. However, the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was not something that he could understand. Furthermore, this ultimate treasure of Tianyuan had just been born, so it instinctively hid itself. If it was not the Tianyuan attribute, it would be difficult to discover the situation inside his body. That was why it was said that Tianxi's talent was very, very poor, and it was hard for him to achieve anything in his life. I can't let him take the wrong path. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and patted his head. Tianxi, you are not stupid at all. You were born to stand at the top of all living things. Your future will be something that no one dares to imagine. It is also something that your grandfather will never be able to achieve. As he spoke, he looked at Tianxi, who was beside him. Do you understand? Uncle, I understand a little. Am I really not stupid? Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and asked expectantly. Of course, the water attribute that your grandfather taught you is not suitable for you. I will teach you the method to cultivate the wood attribute. Wang Xian said to Tianxi. The method to cultivate the wood attribute? Tianxi looked at Wang Xian with doubt. Yes, it is similar to the cultivation of the water attribute. I will teach you the basics. Try again. Wang Xian said to Tianxi as a stream of information entered his mind. The wood attribute cultivation method entered Tianxi's mind. Tianxi looked at Wang Xian, his little face filled with doubt. Wang Xian smiled at him and gestured for Tianxi to sit cross-legged. Then he began to cultivate. Tianxi was already 7 to 8 months old. If it was on Earth, his IQ was already comparable to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. In fact, his knowledge was much more than that of an 8 or 9-year-old child on Earth. Tianxi sat down cross-legged. When he circulated the wood attribute cultivation technique, waves of energy immediately surged into his body. Even though this was a water source, the wood attribute was relatively thin. However, the speed at which he absorbed it was still very fast. Very soon, the energy in his body trembled slightly and easily entered the level of a god. Tianxi instantly opened his eyes and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in Tianxi's body trembled slightly. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. When Tianxi had just stepped into cultivation, he realized that the tender bud of Tianyuan had started to grow, from the bud to the size of a finger. Wang Xian was deep in thought when he saw this change. Uncle, how did I cultivate so quickly? I feel that the wood attribute energy in my body has already surpassed the water attribute. Furthermore, I feel that there is a small tree in my body. Tianxi widened his eyes and asked Wang Xian. I told you, you are born extraordinary. You are born to cultivate the wood attribute. Furthermore, there is a treasure in your body. If this treasure is exposed, it will bring you, your mother, grandfather, and even the entire Muli tribe a huge disaster. Before you have sufficient strength, you must not expose it and do not use the wood attribute. I will seal your wood attribute in a way to hide it. In the future, you will come here every day to cultivate the wood attribute. Wang Xian instructed Tianxi. I will listen to uncle. I feel that uncle is the best after mother. Tianxi opened his mouth and nodded at him. Good. Tianxi, don't be anxious. In a year or two, you will be invincible in this universe. Wang Xian smiled at him. Invincible? Tianxi couldn't believe it. Wang Xian didn't explain too much to him and patted his head. There are some things that I can't tell you now. However, you have to know that you were born extraordinary and no one can match up to you. You need to hide for the time being. You need to hide for 100 to 200 million years. During these 100 to 200 million years, you need to keep a low profile and endure it.
During this period, you are not allowed to use the wood attribute energy. Don't tell others either. If you have any grudges, just remember it in your heart. After 1 to 200 million years, they will all be crawling under your feet.
Wang Xian instructed him. Tianxi nodded his head continuously at the side. Ever since he was born, Wang Xian had given him a kind feeling. This feeling was sometimes even stronger than his mother.
He trusted Wang Xian.
All right. From now on, you will cultivate normally. It's all right if you don't cultivate the water attribute well. It's all right if people say that your talent is poor. Don't take it to heart. If you feel wronged, you can come to my side at night and tell uncle.
Wang Xian continued to speak to Tianxi. Yes, uncle. Tianxi nodded. All right, continue to cultivate the wood attribute. When you leave, I will seal your wood attribute.
Wang Xian said to Tianxi.
In the following days, every time Tianxi returned, he would cultivate the wood attribute by his side.
How fast was the cultivation speed of a child who had the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body?
His strength increased rapidly every day.
Along with his cultivation, the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body grew at a much faster speed.
However, Tianxi would talk to his grandfather from time to time, telling him that his talent was poor.
The teacher who taught him also said that his talent was poor. Only his mother would not talk about him.
Wang Xian smiled and comforted him. He wanted him to display his wood attribute strength to regain his confidence.
Under his guidance, Tianxi was able to let go of his unhappiness even though he was a little unhappy outside.
Buzz. 2 years later, in the room where Wang Xian was, a slight wave of wood attribute energy was surging and was stopped by Wang Xian. Uncle, I've broken through. I've broken through. This is great.
This is great.
Very soon, Tianxi's excited voice came from the room.
In 7 years, Tianxi had broken through to the immortal godly king level from the moment he started cultivating. In 7 years, he had broken through to the level of the eternal godly master. If this cultivation speed were to be released, it would cause an uproar in the entire Six Paths universe.
However, no one knew about it now.
Wang Xian would not let anyone else know about it either.
This was also the terrifying speed of a cultivator who possessed the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Even Wang Xian couldn't help but feel amazed and envious. He was born extraordinary. It's faster than I expected. Wang Xian smiled. If mother knew about it, she would be even happier. Tianxi said, But uncle, I know I can't tell mother. Now that my strength has improved and my physical fitness has improved, my water attribute cultivation is comparable to the other talented youths in our Muli tribe. Mother and grandfather are already very happy. Tianxi's strength, physical fitness, and his ability to sense energy had naturally increased as well.
Although his talent in water element cultivation was still trash, he could not help but have a high physical fitness. For a child his age, he was still in the God realm, but he had already stepped into the God King realm. What kind of concept was this?
They were on completely different levels.
Even if his water attribute talent was trash, with the enhancement of his strong physique, he was comparable to the top-notch genius youths in the Muli tribe.
This also made Tianxi's mother and grandfather happy for a long time for Tianxi's enlightenment. You can't be arrogant. No matter how talented you are, you have to have a humble heart. Before you grow up, you will always be a weakling. Especially Tianxi, you are special and can't be exposed.
Wang Xian reminded him and taught him again. Uncle, is it because of the small tree in my body?
After 7 years, God-given understood more.
He also understood some of the principles behind his attitude toward Wang Xian.
Yes. If this gets out, the leaders of your Muli tribe might attack each other. This is also the reason why I don't want you to tell your mother. Wang Xian's body size was many times. I know, uncle. You told me many times. I have always remembered it. Tianxi nodded and looked at Wang Xian. Uncle, I heard from my mother that my mother met an injured uncle when she was about to give birth to me. Was it because my mother saved you that uncle didn't take the treasures in my?
Yes. If not for this reason, I would have already taken the treasures in your body. If I took the treasures, Tianxi's life would be gone.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded at him. Uncle treats Tianxi the best. Tianxi doesn't believe that you would hurt me. Tianxi hugged Wang Xian's arm and said with a smile, After 7 years, he was already 1 meter tall. However, in Wang Xian's eyes, he was still a child. Other than some special problems, Wang Xian did not hide much from Heaven's gift. Although Heaven's gift was small, he understood many of the principles behind it. Wang Xian looked at Heaven's gift beside him and smiled. He moved his palm and sensed the ultimate treasure of Heaven's origin creation in his body. At this moment, Wang Xian realized that the ultimate treasure of Heaven's origin creation in his body had improved quite a lot again. The bud that was the size of a finger back then was now the size of a palm. There were a few branches growing on it, the trunk of a small number of trees. A few branches. The few branches contained a huge amount of extremely pure wood elemental energy. Wang Xian sensed and realized that these 3 branches all contained a special energy fluctuation. This was derived from the wood elemental energy. Tianxi, the small tree in your body, has 3 branches. These 3 branches all have a special ability. Feel for this special ability. Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Yes, uncle. Tianxi nodded his head and felt for it. His body emitted a strong wood attribute aura. Buzz. In the next moment, the illusory shadow of the branches appeared on his arm. After 3 consecutive attempts, Wang Xian sensed it from the side. Uncle, there are 2 attackers. One is the one who hides his aura. The one who hides his aura can not only hide himself, but also hide the aura of others. Tianxi answered quickly. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. His eyes were sparkling. The ability to hide his aura was a manifestation of the ability to hide the aura of this ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. In the past, he was passive. Now, he could take the initiative to conceal his aura. Furthermore, the ability to conceal one's aura was even more powerful than the one that Wang Xian covered him with. Under the concealment of Heaven's gift, unless a Heaven's origin creator was observing him from a few tens of meters away, he would not be able to discover his condition. He would not be able to discover the wood attribute in his body either. This concealment method was extremely powerful. As for the other 2 branches, they were also extremely powerful. It could be said that Tianxi, who had just stepped into the Immortal King level, could use these 2 branches to fight against a peak Immortal King level existence. This was the terrifying power of the Heaven's origin creation treasure. In the future, after I seal the wood attribute energy in your body, you can conceal yourself again. Wang Xian spoke to Tianxi. Yes, uncle. Tianxi nodded obediently. All right, I just made a breakthrough today. Have a good rest. Wang Xian patted Tianxi's head and said. Tianxi smiled and nodded his head. In the following period of time, Wang Xian continued to recover from his injuries. The Tai Chi dragon plate was also continuously absorbing the dark energy in an attempt to complete the breakthrough. Time passed day by day. More than 90 years passed by in a flash. It had been 100 years since Tianxi was born. Uncle, it's my birthday tonight. I'll be at home. Come over and have dinner with us. One afternoon, Tianxi ran in and shouted at Wang Xian. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the figure in front of him. 100 years had passed and Tianxi was now about 1.6 meters tall. If he were to be placed in the Muli tribe, he would still be a young man. Although Tianxi was not tall, he was well-groomed by his wood and water attributes. He exuded a noble aura. This aura was nurtured by Wang Xian. As the owner of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's origin, Wang Xian had always reminded him of one thing. One should be humble, but the pride in one's heart should be superior to anyone. Born extraordinary, I Tianxi am not inferior to anyone. Not inferior to anyone. This was the concept that Wang Xian had instilled in him. This also made Tianxi exude confidence. Similarly, being low-key and reserved to others was also a must. Oh? Is it your birthday? Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and smiled. Yes, uncle. After my first birthday, I have to go to the Muli tribe's academy to study. I have to leave my parents and my family. Tianxi nodded and said to Wang Xian. The children of the Muli tribe had to leave their family and enter the Muli tribe's academy to study. Uncle, I don't want to leave you and Mom. Furthermore, with my current strength, I don't need to go to the academy to learn. If there's anything I don't understand, you can teach me, uncle. Tianxi walked to Wang Xian's side and said, "You have to have a complete life. I can't interfere too much with you. You have to learn on your own. Get to know other people and have your own friends." Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Tianxi opened his mouth and lowered his head slightly. "I don't want friends.
Everyone else said that I don't have a father and that I'm a bastard." When Wang Xian heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This kind of person, you can just beat him up, challenge him directly and defeat him. He wouldn't dare to say anything. Furthermore, this kind of person isn't a friend.
Tianxi, you have to know that no one is qualified to be your father. Don't be sad because of this matter.
Wang Xian knew that Tianxi didn't have a father from the start.
At the start, he thought that it was because Mu Lin Er's man had abandoned him. Later, he received a piece of news from the maids. Tianxi didn't know his father. Even Mu Lin Er didn't know who his man was.
Mu Lin Er was not very old. She was originally the most beautiful and most outstanding woman in the Muli tribe. But one day, Mu Lin Er got pregnant.
Mu Lin Er did not know who her father was.
She got pregnant so suddenly. At first, Mu Lin Er's parents thought that Mu Lin Er was hiding from this man.
Later, after asking a lot of questions, they found out that their daughter didn't know how she got pregnant. But when a woman gets pregnant, she can't get pregnant out of thin air. Therefore, Mu Lin Er's father suspected that there might be a strong person who used powerful means to have sex with Mu Lin Er.
Mu Lin Er didn't notice it.
Or maybe she erased this part of her memory. Her own daughter had been humiliated and even had a child, which made Mu Lin Er's father and the elders extremely angry. They wanted Mu Lin Er to abort her child. But Mu Lin Er was reluctant and forcefully gave birth. And Mu Lin Er's action and the matter of being pregnant and giving birth caused a huge sensation in the entire Muli tribe. They thought that he was an unclean woman and Tianxi was also a bastard. Up until now, Tianxi was not qualified to have the surname Muli. Mu Lin Er's relatives were suspicious and the people of the Muli tribe thought so. However, Wang Xian sensed Mu Lin Er and made a judgment in his heart. Mu Lin Er was not insulted. She was pregnant because of the birth of Tianxi.
In other words, the gift of God was born to her.
The gift of God, just like the name, was given by God. Without a father, the essence of heaven and earth was conceived in Mu Lin's fetus. Okay. Tianxi looked at Wang Xian, his eyes gleaming. "Uncle, PLL be leaving first. Let's go." Wang Xian nodded at him and watched him leave. Following that, Wang Xian's mind stirred as he checked the condition of the ancestral tree. Currently, there was a palm-sized branch on one of the branches of the main trunk of the ancestral tree. This branch was filled with a sharp aura. This branch came from the divine tree of heaven's origin creation in Tianxi's body.
The ancestral tree nurtured the divine tree of heaven's origin creation in Tianxi's body.
A few years ago, a branch was cut from it. This branch had now grown to the point that it was no weaker than the divine tree of heaven's origin creation in Tianxi's body. However, it was a cut from the divine tree of heaven's origin creation in Tianxi's body. Couldn't be stronger than Tianxi's parent body. However, as long as Tianxi's heavenly yuan creation true treasure didn't resist the ancestral tree's energy,
then the small branch on the ancestral tree had endless possibilities. Of course, the ancestral tree didn't forcefully take a screenshot of Tianxi's heavenly yuan creation true treasure branch.
While it took it, it would give Tianxi's heavenly yuan creation true treasure energy. It would also inject its own energy into his body.
This way, it would be of great benefit to the heaven's origin creation treasure in his body.
After all, both of them belonged to the heaven's origin creation level.
Both of them were of the wood attribute. One of them belonged to the auxiliary attribute while the other belonged to the offensive attribute. Although this is not as good as directly obtaining this heaven's origin creation treasure, I can still obtain a lot of benefits.
Wang Xian smiled. Wang Xian could still accept the current situation. "Uncle, you're here." In the evening, Tianxi's voice sounded. When Wang Xian heard it, he opened his eyes and walked out with a smile on his face. In the courtyard, Mu Lin Seer had decorated it. It looked very beautiful.
Tianxi's grandparents and some people whom Wang Xian didn't know. There were more than 10 of them in total, and there were a few young men and women among them. "Young Master Wang Xian, please sit here."
Mu Lian's maid came up to him and said to Wang Xian.
Okay.
Wang Xian nodded his head. In the courtyard, when the rest of the people saw Wang Xian, some of them had curious expressions on their faces. Tianxi walked over and held Wang Xian's arm happily. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, I beat that kid up this afternoon. He won't dare to scold me anymore."
All right. Wang Xian smiled and patted his head. In the future, if someone scolds you, you can challenge him. If you defeat him, he won't dare to scold you.
Anymore. Tianxi nodded his head and transmitted his voice to Wang Xian. Hee, uncle. If I can use the wood attribute, I can defeat them with one finger. Keep a low profile. When the time comes, we will amaze everyone.
Wang Xian said with a smile.
Tianxi nodded his head with a smile.
Tianxi is still on good terms with little brother as always.
Mu Lian's father walked over from the side and said to Wang Xian with a smile, "Maybe little Tianxi and I are fated." Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man who was walking over and replied with a smile, "Haha, it is indeed fated." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Tianxi is too close to young Master Wang Xian. As his mother, I'm a little jealous. However, I have to thank young Master Wang Xian for teaching Tianxi over the past 100 years. He has taught Tianxi many things. Mu Lian also walked over and said with a smile. She was indeed a little grateful to Wang Xian.
After all, Tianxi didn't have a father. Wang Xian was here to make up for the love of Tianxi's father.
Even though Wang Xian wasn't Tianxi's father. Today is Tianxi's birthday. You will be going to the academy tomorrow. Do you have anything you want? The middle-aged man looked at Tianxi and asked with a smile. Although he didn't like the fact that Tianxi was born, he was still his grandson.
Furthermore, the talent that he had displayed so far was very good. This made him accept this grandson who came out of nowhere.
I don't have a grandfather. I don't have anything I need. Tianxi thought for a moment and shook his head. He suddenly looked at his mother. Mother, I do have a wish. As he spoke, his eyes shone. Oh?
Tianxi, what is your wish? Mu Lian smiled at Tianxi and asked. Then, mother, will you promise me first? Tianxi continued to speak to Mu Lian. Okay. You're the oldest today. PLL promise you anything.
Mu Lian smiled and patted his head. Then let uncle be my father. Okay? Tianxi looked at Mu Lian and said with anticipation.
His words made Mu Lian slightly stunned, and then her face turned slightly red. However, she quickly ran her fingers through her hair.
Silly child, this doesn't mean that I agree to it. If you want to take me as your uncle, you also need my permission. If I agree to it, I will naturally agree. Mu Lian pointed at Tianxi's head.
Uncle, can you do it?
Can you do it? This way, you will be my father in the future and no one will criticize me. Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and asked happily. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and then looked at Mu Lian.
When he saw her nodding at him with a smile, Wang Xian nodded his head.
All right. In that case, you can call me foster father from now on. I have watched you grow up. Wang Xian didn't reject and nodded his head as well. Tianxi had watched him grow up. It didn't matter if Tianxi was his foster father.
That's great.
That's great.
Tianxi shouted happily.
Tianxi, when you go to school in the future and we are not around, I will get an uncle to follow you. He is my younger brother. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and transmitted his voice to him.
He didn't say it out loud.
Following that, Wang Xian waved his arm and the unicorn ox appeared at the side. In the past, Tianxi would be able to sense Wang Xian and the rest and wouldn't encounter any danger.
Now that he was about to go to school, Wang Xian got the unicorn ox to follow Tianxi just in case.
In addition, Tianxi had the strength of a peak immortal godly king.
The ultimate treasure of Tian Yuan in his body had been greatly improved. 2 more branches with concealed energy had grown. One could be used to hide the Lin Niu.
Wang Xian had one too. The last one was naturally to hide his own condition. Woo. After the Lin Niu appeared, he let out a low growl. His gaze was slightly heated as he stared at Tianxi. He knew Tianxi very well. This was a heavenly Yuan destiny treasure that had just been born.
Lin Niu followed by his side. With the growth of the heavenly Yuan destiny treasure, Lin Niu was also able to absorb some of the heavenly Yuan destiny treasure's energy and aura. From there, he could obtain many benefits. Even if he had to be Tianxi's mount for a period of time, he would be happy. Thank you, foster father. Tianxi's eyes lit up when he saw the unicorn ox. The shape of the unicorn ox had changed slightly. Its body looked a little domineering and also a little dashing. It was only half a meter in size and looked more like a pet. However, Tianxi also knew that the strength of the unicorn ox was definitely not weak. These 100 years, Tianxi and Wang Xian lived together, although do not know the specific strength of Wang Xian. But I can also guess that Wang Xian's strength is definitely not simple. For example, Wang Xian blocked his own body of wood attribute energy, even his grandfather also cannot find. Father, what is the identity of this Wang Xian? Is there any problem with him being the godfather? Tianxi's birthday party was going on at a location not too far away. One of Mu Lin's older brothers saw that Tianxi had such a good relationship with Wang Xian and asked his father in a low voice. We don't know his exact identity yet. However, Tianxi is indeed very close to him. He is even closer to him than your sister. The middle-aged man swept a glance at Wang Xian and shook his head. Over the past 100 years, he has treated Tianxi quite well. He has also taught Tianxi some things. Currently, it isn't a bad thing. However, he seems to be a little withdrawn. He has been staying in his room to treat his injuries. His internal injuries are very serious. A few young men at the side nodded their heads. They walked over and exchanged a few words with Wang Xian. Wang Xian responded politely as well. Tianxi's birthday passed very quickly. A few days later, Tianxi entered the academy to study. Mu Lin lived in the center of the Mu Li tribe. The location of the academy was also in the center. Although Tianxi went to school outside every day, he would come back every day. After Tianxi came back, he often talked to Wang Xian and his mother about the matters in the academy. As time passed, Wang Xian and Mu Lin became familiar with each other. Wang Xian, who had been staying in the courtyard, was also ordered by Tianxi to go out and have a meal with his mother. Time passed quickly. 100,000 years had passed in a flash. I've been in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. The Tai Chi dragon plate has devoured all the resources and the corpse of that corpse, but it still hasn't made a breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at the Tai Chi dragon plate in front of him, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. The difficulty of making a breakthrough in the Tai Chi dragon plate was somewhat beyond Wang Xian's imagination. According to his estimation, he should be able to break through after absorbing the corpse of a heaven's origin creator and absorbing so much darkness attribute energy and treasures. However, he was still unable to break through. The reason why the 5 elements millstone was able to break through so easily last time is probably related to the ancestral tree. The 5 elements millstone contains wood attribute energy and can absorb the energy of the ancestral tree. Basically, it can be said that the 5 elements millstone and the ancestral tree grew together. Wang Xian thought to himself, the 5 elements millstone and the ancestral tree grew together. The ancestral tree, as an ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation, must have a special energy. Under the nourishment of this energy over a long period of time, the shackles of the 5 elements millstone breaking through were reduced by a lot. The Tai Chi dragon disc couldn't do it. Even though he had absorbed so many treasures, Wang Xian could still feel that there was a threshold that blocked him. This threshold was not easy to break through. He might need more resources and treasures. Shaking his head, Wang Xian sensed his body. After 100,000 years, his injuries had recovered a little. Now he could also erupt with the strength of a first-level universe dominator. It would take him hundreds of millions of years to fully recover. This was even after Wang Xian had absorbed a large number of treasures. Send a message to Tianxi. 10,000 years ago, Wang Xian had started his seclusion and informed Tianxi at that time. On the communicator, Tianxi had sent him a lot of messages. He replied. Speaking of which, Tianxi could be considered half of his biological son. Buzz buzz. Soon, a message came from Tianxi. When Wang Xian saw it, he immediately replied. Young Master Wang Xian, I heard from Tianxi that your seclusion has ended. Not long after, Mu Lin's voice came from outside. Wang Xian got up and opened the door. Yes, it just ended. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at Mu Lin. Then he looked at the message on his communication device. Tianxi said that he wants us to go to the Snowflower House for a meal. Let's go. He continued to speak. How long will it take for Wang Xian to fully recover from his injuries? Mulin nodded and asked with concern. It will take at least 100 million years for him to fully recover. The injuries he sustained last time were very serious. Wang Xian answered truthfully. 100 million years for you to fully recover your injuries. It seems that you are very strong, young master Wang Xian. You should have reached the realm of the universe's ruler. Mulin said with slight astonishment. Yes, I have reached it. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. You are really amazing. Young master Wang Xian, you don't seem to be very old either. Mulin said in surprise. To be able to reach the level of a universe dominator, he was already considered an expert in the 6 paths of the universe. His father had the strength of a level 5 universe dominator. In the Muli tribe, he was also someone at the level of a deacon. The strongest person in the Muli tribe was only at the level 8 of a universe dominator. He's not young anymore. I haven't seen Tianxi for 10,000 years. I wonder how he has changed. Wang Xian chatted with Mulin as they flew towards the outside. Soon, they arrived at the bustling area of the Muli tribe. There were people coming and going on the streets. There were shops on both sides. Mother, foster father. When they arrived at the Snowflower House, the handsome and extraordinary Tianxi immediately shouted when he saw them. Wang Xian looked over. Compared to 10,000 years ago, Tianxi's appearance had not changed much. However, his strength had already reached the level of the Void God Emperor. Of course, this was the strength of the wood attribute. As for his water attribute strength, it was only at the first level of the Immortal King realm. Even if this realm was placed in the Muli tribe, it would still be top-notch. Beside him, Lin Yo was sprawled on the ground. When he saw Wang Xian, he immediately called out to him through voice transmission. You've improved very quickly. Let's spar after dinner. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and said with a smile. Good, foster father. I'm very strong now. No one is my match in our beginner academy. Tianxi raised his head slightly and said proudly. Tianxi, don't be arrogant. Mulin walked over and said to him. Then, she looked at Wang Xian and said, teach this kid a lesson later. Don't let him get too arrogant. No, Mom. Godfather will really make me suffer. Tianxi heard her and shouted loudly. This made Wang Xian and Mulin smile. Godfather, you have been in seclusion for too long. You won't be in seclusion anymore, right? Tianxi moved out a chair for Wang Xian and Mulin to sit down. Then he asked him. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. Wang Xian shook his head. The reason why he went into seclusion for more than 10,000 years was because Wang Xian thought that it was possible for him to achieve a breakthrough with the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. This made him extremely helpless. For the rest of the time, he would not go into seclusion under normal circumstances. By the way, I heard that the tribe is preparing to establish an elite team of the Muli tribe. They will select a batch of elites from every age group and train them with all their might. Has Tianxi informed you about this? Mulin asked Tianxi. Mom, the academy has informed me. I will enter the intermediate academy immediately. Once I enter the intermediate academy, I will have resources that far surpass others. Tianxi nodded. From now on, Tianxi, you must train hard and strive to become one of the top powerhouses in our 6 paths universe. Mulin said to him. By now, all living beings in the 6 paths universe knew about the calamity. Now, all the tribes were making preparations for the calamity, gathering resources and nurturing powerhouses, just so that when the calamity came, there would be more hope for survival. Don't worry, Mom, I will. Tianxi nodded, and then suddenly asked, Oh right, Mom, where's my grandfather? I haven't seen him for a long time. Has he gone into seclusion? No, your grandfather has followed the other experts in the tribe to search for invaders from other universes. Mulin said to him. Invaders from other universes? Why are the other universes invading us? Tianxi asked curiously. This mother doesn't know much.
I heard from your grandfather that a powerful treasure was born in our universe. There were experts from other universes who came and wanted to snatch the treasure. The three lords in our universe are also looking for that treasure. Speaking of which, when Tianxi was born, our universe was enveloped by the primordial purple clouds. According to rumors, that was the day that the powerful treasure was born.
Mulin smiled and said to him.
This was the first time Tianxi heard his mother telling him this. He was stunned and looked at Wang Xian with a stunned expression. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything.
Foster father, do you know something?
He couldn't help but send a telepathic message to Wang Xian. You don't need to know now. Just live well.
Wang Xian didn't answer him.
Seeing that Wang Xian didn't answer him, Tianxi had no choice. However, he had some guesses in his heart.
After having a meal, Wang Xian and the rest went to a sparring ground. Wang Xian gave Tianxi some pointers on his offensive techniques.
After that, the three of them returned home. Time passed by quickly once again. 100,000 years, millions of years, tens of millions of years. Buzz.
On this day, Wang Xian, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly felt a majestic life force coming from his body.
A surge of wood attribute energy surged into his entire body. This energy healed the injuries in his body rapidly. The injuries that would take another 80 to 90 million years to heal were healing at a terrifying speed. What's the situation? Wang Xian was stunned by the sudden situation and his eyes widened. He could feel the rapid recovery of his injuries. This energy that was healing his injuries originated from the ancestral tree.
His gaze focused and his mind was focused on the ancestral tree.
When he sensed the ancestral tree, his face lit up with joy.
At this moment, the ancestral tree had towering branches and leaves.
There were fruits growing on it. There were soul-returning fruits, endless wood embryo fruits, and ordinary embryo fruits. There were also nirvana embryo fruits.
The fruits were growing.
Each branch contained all kinds of energy. In addition, there was an eye-catching branch on the main trunk of the ancestral tree.
There were also more than a dozen branches on this branch.
These branches possessed a powerful force. They were extremely dazzling and eye-catching on the entire ancestral tree. Even the densely packed branches and fruits around them could not cover the sharpness of this branch. All of this did not surprise Wang Xian. What shocked him the most was that there were fruits beginning to condense on the top branch of the ancestral tree.
Through his spiritual perception, there were more than 20 fruits.
Each fruit was the size of a palm. However, these fruits had clearly just grown and were not ripe yet.
The ancestral tree has already passed its growth period and reached its maturity period?
When Wang Xian saw that the original body of the ancestral tree had actually borne fruits, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. Once the ancestral tree bore fruits and the fruits matured, it meant that the ancestral tree would completely enter its maturity period.
It would enter its peak stage. The power of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan would be fully displayed. Now, the power of the ancestral tree is beginning to show. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Yes, he could already sense some changes at this moment.
The biggest change was his injuries. Currently, Wang Xian's recovery ability had reached a terrifying level. Now, if he were to suffer a serious injury like the last time, he wouldn't need any treasures. It wouldn't take hundreds of millions of years. As long as he recovered himself, he would be able to recover completely in tens of thousands of years. This recovery ability was absolutely terrifying. One must know that Wang Xian's injury last time was very serious. Now, if Wang Xian's life force was at the control level in the past and attacked him 10 times at full strength, Wang Xian wouldn't be able to completely wipe him out if he didn't defend himself.
Now, he would need to attack him 20 times with all his might. The powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover rapidly after suffering a huge attack.
The current Wang Xian could rely on this recovery ability to fight against two powerhouses who had just entered the Heaven's Origin creation stage. There was no problem at all. This was because Wang Xian could exchange injuries for injuries in battle now. Two powerhouses who had just entered the Heaven's Origin creation stage could not kill him at all. If he were to fight Wang Xian with his life on the line, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. All of this was under the circumstances where Wang Xian did not use the 5 elements grindstone. If he were to use the 5 elements grindstone, there was no need to even mention it. Impressive, truly impressive. The ancestral tree is about to enter the maturation stage, and I have already obtained so many benefits. When the ancestral tree has completely entered the maturation stage, wouldn't I be comparable to a control-level existence? The ancestral tree is merely a heaven's origin creation treasure with a supporting nature. What about the offensive heaven's origin creation treasure on Tianxi? Is it possible for him to fight against 2 powerhouses at the control level as soon as he has just reached the heaven's origin creation level? If that's the case, it would be too terrifying. Wang Xian exclaimed in his heart. This possibility was very high. Even if he could not fight against 2 powerhouses at the control level, it should not be a problem for him to fight against 1 or 2 powerhouses at the beginner level. It's a good thing that I've recovered from my injuries. At the very least, I can deal with any special circumstances. The next step is to nurture TINCP's growth. I'm really looking forward to the growth of the ultimate treasure of Tian Yuan in his body. Wang Xian thought to himself. The improvement of the ancestral tree was a pleasant surprise to Wang Xian. Perhaps it was due to the catalysis of the heaven's origin creation in heaven's gift's body, or perhaps the energy absorbed by the ancestral tree was sufficient. The improvement of the ancestral tree meant the recovery of his injuries. The improvement of his strength. The current Wang Xian's strength was already extremely terrifying. With the addition of the 5 elements grindstone, Wang Xian was able to contend against existences at the control level. If he were to add in the Linbull, his strength would be even stronger. It will be easier from now on. Wang Xian stretched his back and revealed a smile. There was no need for him to constantly recover from his injuries. Wang Xian came out of the room and looked around. Young Master Wang Xian, why did you come out suddenly today? At this moment, Mu Liner saw Wang Xian and asked him with a smile. Although Wang Xian had been staying here, he had not left his room for a long time. Mu Liner saw that Wang Xian had suddenly come out today and asked curiously. Your body is fine now. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Miss Mu Lin. Wang Xian thanked her. Young Master Wang Xian, you are too polite. You are Tianxi's foster father. Naturally, we are also relatives. Moreover, I have not taken care of you during this period of time. Mu Lin shook her head. Miss Mu Lin, I won't disturb you anymore. PM going to live outside. Wang Xian spoke to Mu Lin. Mu Lin was slightly stunned when she heard his words. Young Master. Wang Xian is going to live outside? It's fine. It's fine even if you stay here. Moreover, Tianxi is here. We can even have a meal together. Thank you very much, Miss Mu Liner. However, it's still a little inconvenient to live here. Wang Xian shook his head. It was indeed inconvenient to live here. Does young Master Wang Xian have a place to live? Mu Liner looked at him and asked. I'm planning to buy a house near the Tianxi Academy and live there. When Tianxi has fully grown up, PM planning to go to other places. Wang Xian replied, Live near the academy? You are not familiar with the place here. How about I help you find a house? Mu Liner said to him. Sure. I'll have to trouble Miss Mu Liner. Wang Xian nodded. It's no trouble. You don't have to stand on ceremony, young Master Wang. Xian. Mu Liner shook her head. Let's go. I'm more familiar with the place. I'll get someone to help you ask around. Wang Xian nodded and followed Mu Liner out. The location of Tianxi Academy was not too far away from here. If they were to fly, it would only take about half an hour. My friend said that there are houses here for rent. Mu Liner took a look at her communicator and said to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded and followed her forward. It was a bustling area around the Mu Li Tribal College. There were all kinds of shops here. However, the upper floors of the shops were habitable. In general, this place was not as good as the rooms of Mu Li In Si and the rest. It was more suitable for living. There were many pedestrians around. The two of them came to the front of a shop. What do you think of this house? There are all shops here. The upper floors of the shops are for living. The environment is not as good as mine, but it is more prosperous. It is also very close to the college. This shop is for rent. It's 500 square meters and is 1,000 meters tall. You can decorate it yourself. Mu Liner introduced a house to Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian looked around and nodded his head.
When the time came, he could just decorate the house and set up some formations.
As for the location, he didn't really care.
HMM, all right. The merchant will be here soon. Let's wait for a while. Muliner said. Isn't this Muliner?
Oh, this one. Could it be the father of your child? At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. The sudden words stunned Wang Xian and Mu Lin. As expected of the favored daughter of the Mu Li tribe, she has a son at such a young age. Haha, she's ahead of all of us.
Another mocking voice was heard.
On the right, 5 to 6 women walked over. They held weapons in their hands and raised their heads slightly. They sized up Mu Liin Si'er and Wang Xian. There was a mocking expression on their faces. Ignore him. Mu Liin saw them and frowned slightly. Then, she whispered to Wang Xian. She completely ignored the 5 to 6 women.
TSK. Mu Liin, did you find the child's father or find a stepfather for the child?
Are you trying to make others happy?
When the few women saw that Mu Liin ignored them, they did not mind. They continued to laugh at her and let out a sharp voice. You re-talking too much nonsense.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across them.
Everyone's strength was at the level 1 of a universe knight. As his gaze swept across them, an invisible pressure enveloped them.
Instantly, the few ladies' faces turned pale and their faces were filled with cold sweat. Wang Xian glanced at them again and retracted his gaze. The pressure on their bodies also disappeared instantly. All right. Mu Lin, you can do it.
A few of the women felt the pressure disappear and their expressions changed drastically. They stared at Mu Liin Si'er and spoke through gritted teeth. Then, they left in a hurry with a dark expression on their faces. Obviously, the pressure that Wang Xian gave them with a glance made them feel a little terrified.
They knew that Wang Xian's strength was very, very strong. This made them a little jealous.
Thank you.
At the side, Mu Liin was slightly stunned when she saw this scene. She looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and hesitated for a moment. What level is your strength? So strong. I feel that you are not an ordinary universe master.
Mu Liin's strength was at the level 2 of a universe knight.
In fact, Mu Liin's age was considered very young in the Mu Li tribe. Those of the same generation as her did not get married and have children at all. In fact, it would only be normal for those of her generation to get married and have children after a few 100 million years. She was completely in an unexpected situation.
Wang Xian had mentioned that his strength had reached the level of a universe dominator. However, he felt that Wang Xian's strength did not seem to be an ordinary universe dominator.
A level 7 universe dominator is not bad. He is more than enough to teach Tianxi. Wang Xian smiled and replied.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's strength, Mu Liin opened her mouth and revealed a shocked expression. In the entire Mu Li tribe, a master of the universe was considered a core expert.
He had a lot of privileges in the tribe.
However, the strongest expert in the tribe was only at level 8 while his father was only at level 5.
This young man whom he saved was actually at the level 7 universe overlord realm. This? He couldn't believe it. It was a great fortune for such a strong warrior to carefully teach Tianxi.
Thank you. Mu Liin's eyes flickered as she looked at Wang Xian beside her. She could not help but thank him.
Wang Xian's strength had exceeded her expectations. This was too unbelievable. Wang Xian's strength was already at the top of the Mu Li tribe. You don't have to thank me. You saved my life. Compared to this, what I did was just a small matter. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head.
It's really lucky that you can teach Tianxi. No wonder Tianxi's strength has improved so quickly. It's all because of your help. Mu Liin said gratefully. When Tianxi first started to cultivate, his talent was very poor. Later on, for some unknown reason, his strength suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. At that time, she was still happy for a long time.
Now, it seemed that it was possible that Wang Xian was helping her behind the scenes.
With Wang Xian's powerful strength, he helped Tianxi cultivate day and night. The improvement was simply too terrifying.
The masters of the universe at level 7 were constantly teaching him. With such treatment, there was no other person in the entire Mu Li tribe. I didn't help much. When Wang Xian heard it, he knew that she had some misunderstanding. He shook his head at her. Mu Liin Si'er smiled. Miss Mu Lin Seer, would you like to rent a house?
At this moment, before Mu Lin could speak, an old man walked over and spoke.
The topic changed. Next, Wang Xian bought the shop directly. In the Six Paths universe, Wang Xian still bought some of the currency of this universe.
Moreover, under normal circumstances, currency was a resource. As long as the value was about the same, the other party would agree.
Thank you very much, Miss Mu Lin. Let me treat you to a meal today, Wang Xian said to Mu Lin.
Sure.
Mu Lin nodded and the two of them went to eat. Wang Xian moved to this place and had a leisurely day. Tianxi often came over. He called his mother and the three of them had a meal together. It was interesting for Tianxi to talk about his matters in school.
Time passed quickly. Tens of thousands of years. Tianxi had grown from a child to a big boy.
The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body was also improving rapidly.
During this period, Wang Xian also returned to the Dragon Palace for some time.
With An Lai around, it was very convenient for him to travel back and forth. Mom, foster father, our academy will hold a trial tomorrow. After the trial, the top 10 will be selected to participate in the Six Paths competition. This time, I will definitely be able to get into the top 10 and shine in the Six Paths competition. At that time, I will let everyone know that Mom has a good son like me.
90 million years passed.
For the Muli tribe, a child had to stay in the academy for at least 200 million years from the moment he entered the academy. For powerful cultivators who generally had more than 30 billion years of lifespan, 200 million years in the academy was not a lot. Okay. I don't expect you to get a name, as long as you are safe.
Mu Lin looked at Tianxi and said with a smile. That won't do. I want to get a good ranking. I will protect you in the future, Mom. Tianxi shook his head with a determined gaze. He said, the principal said that the catastrophe is coming in 1 billion years. At that time, it will be a world-shaking battle. The weak will find it hard to survive. I will have great strength to protect Mom. All right. Mom will be very happy with your words.
Mu Lin nodded happily. When will the Six Paths competition be held?
Wang Xian asked Tianxi. The dean will begin 10 million years after our training ends.
Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and said, Foster father, my cultivation speed is much slower now. I still want to be the champion. It seems like it will be a little difficult now. Currently, Tianxi had already reached the level of a Universe Knight level 3 in his water attribute cultivation. He was definitely a top-notch heaven's favorite in the Muli tribe. Currently, Tianxi was the pillar of his generation. Even those who were much older than him were not as strong as him.
The Muli tribe was the most outstanding existence in the past few billion years. They were highly regarded by the powerhouses in the academy.
And the Six Paths competition that was about to start was organized by the Six Paths universe and the two great tribes. And these two great tribes were the two tribes that had great beings in the heavenly Yuan creation realm. This time, the Six Paths competition.
To put it bluntly, it was the same as the 9 Origin Universe Sword and the Magic Universe. They were all preparing for the arrival of the calamity.
Using the last bit of time to cultivate another batch of top-tier great beings to deal with the arrival of the calamity. If he could get a good ranking in the Six Paths competition, he would be able to enter the top-tier treasure land of the Six Paths universe. To any participant, to be able to get a ranking was a great honor.
All the favored sons of heaven from all the tribes in the Six Paths universe participated.
And the cultivation of the heaven-bestowed water element had reached the 3rd level of a Universe Knight. In terms of wood element cultivation, it was even more terrifying. Now, he had already broken through to the 3rd level of a Universe Master. To be able to reach such a level in less than 100 million years, it could be said to be extremely terrifying.
Of course, this was all because of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
It's normal. Your cultivation will get slower and slower in the future.
Wang Xian heard what he said and replied with a smile.
He was forced to cultivate the water attribute. As he had the wood attribute, it allowed his cultivation speed to be faster. However, when he reached a higher level of the water attribute, his cultivation speed would become slower and slower. In the end, he would lag behind others.
This was normal.
The water attribute was just a means of concealment.
It was just that Wang Xian wanted Tianxi to have a complete life, a complete childhood and experience. That's enough, Tianxi. Don't tire yourself out. Mu Lin instructed him with a happy face. She was also very happy with her outstanding son. A mother depended on her son. It was the same in the Muli tribe. The three of them chatted as they ate. The next day, Tianxi participated in the academy's experiential learning. The instructors of the academy brought them to a place for experiential learning so that they could undergo experiential learning and fight elemental beasts. Wang Xian didn't pay too much attention to this. The unicorn ox had always been by Tianxi's side or hidden in his storage space. Even if there was danger, there would always be the unicorn ox. Holy Father, there is still no news at the moment. It has been 100 million years. Could it be that this treasure has already been obtained by someone at the source of water in a part of the Whirlpool Sea? In this area, torrential rain was pouring down from above. On the surface of the sea below, there were terrifying whirlpools. Two figures stood in front of an old man and reported to him from above. It's over 80 million years old and a heavenly fate treasure has been born. The hidden energy of this heavenly fate treasure is very strong and it's very difficult to discover. In addition, there are all sorts of detection treasures set up outside the Six Paths universe. Once someone obtains one, they'll be immediately discovered when they bring it out. As for the Six Paths universe, they are still searching for the heavenly fate treasure, so the chances of them obtaining it aren't high either. The old man spoke indifferently. Holy Father, we've been searching for 80 million years. Now, the six universes have formed a team of experts. Many of our experts have been killed by them. We can't go on like this. In the Whirlpool Sea area, two figures respectfully knelt in front of an old man and continued to report. We'll search for another 100 million years. If we don't find anything after 100 million years, we'll leave again. The old man stood in the air and said indifferently. The two people kneeling on the ground didn't dare to resist at all and immediately replied, "Search carefully. If I find out that half of you are still alive after 100 million years, I'll test you too. If you can find information about the treasure, I won't let anything happen to you in the upcoming calamity battle." The old man suddenly looked at them and said calmly. His words caused the bodies of the two kneeling people to tremble violently and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. The old man's gaze shifted from them and directly flew into the distance. The two kneeling people looked at each other and their expressions were abnormally ugly. The Holy Father's order had already been given, and they knew that they had no choice. They had to search carefully for the next 100 million years, and they had to search wantonly. They couldn't care less about how much they sacrificed. Otherwise, if they didn't search wantonly and didn't find any treasures, and if half of them weren't killed by the powerhouses of the Six Paths universe, then they might be the ones who died in the end. They had no doubt that the Holy Father would destroy them in the end. The two figures slowly stood up and flew into the distance. In front of them, the Holy Father scanned his surroundings. Sensing the energy fluctuations in front of him, he slowly stretched out his hands. A luxurious light attribute robe draped over his body, making his figure completely concealed. Captain Tianxi, we'll be relying on you to kill the exploding turtle this time. Okay, let's try to kill everyone without any casualties this time. In the front, Tianxi and more than a dozen students from the Muli tribe were flying at high speed. As the most outstanding disciple of the Muli tribe, Tianxi exuded a strong sense of confidence. His handsome face had a comfortable smile on his face. The surrounding students were obviously led by him. 100 kilometers in front of them, the Holy Father glanced at Tianxi and the others. Soon, the distance between them was only 10 or so kilometers, and they were still getting closer. The 10 or so students obviously didn't see or sense the existence of this Holy Father. They continued to fly forward. As they approached, Lin Yo, who was lying inside Tianxi's spatial item, suddenly opened his eyes. That one-eyed man was looking outside. He was looking at a figure not far away, and his eyes were sparkling. In order to prevent being discovered, Lin Yo didn't look too much and shifted his gaze. He hesitated for a moment, took out his communication device, and sent a message to Wang Xian. "Boss, we have just encountered a light-attributed heaven's origin creator. We haven't pulled away from him yet.
After Lin Yo sent the message, he waited quietly. He didn't inform Tianxi and the rest to leave either.
This was because the Heaven's Origin creator was too close to them.
If he told them, it would attract the attention of the Heaven's Origin creator.
Tianxi had a Heavenly Yuan creation treasure in his body, but even a Heavenly Yuan creation realm expert wouldn't be able to discover the situation in his body unless he was dozens of meters away from Tianxi.
Hence, Lin Yo didn't act rashly. According to the direction and location they're flying, Tianxi and the others will stagger away from that old guy. There's a distance of 4,000 to 5,000 meters. They shouldn't be discovered.
Lin Yo looked ahead and calculated in his heart. Lin Yo now had a branch of Tianxi's heavenly creation true treasure, and it was very powerful in terms of concealment.
Similarly, only a heavenly creation great being that was dozens of meters away from him would be able to discover him.
As long as he did not stare at him and not make him feel anything, he would not be discovered even if he did not have a heavenly creation level true treasure to scout.
More and more heavenly creation level great beings are entering the Six Paths universe. Where are the heavenly creation level true treasures hidden? The chances of getting them are too low. However, I can't give up even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance. PLL search here for another 100 million years. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Holy Father strolled in the air and murmured.
He was a little unhappy.
He swept his gaze around and once again glanced at a spot not far away. There, the 10 or so students of Tianxi were constantly discussing and making plans for their future training. When the Holy Father heard this, he waved his somewhat irritated arm, and an invisible energy enveloped Tianxi and the others.
Fuck! At the same time, a few kilometers to the right,
Lin Yo sensed that the light-attributed Tianyuan creator had suddenly attacked. His expression changed slightly. Damn it! This guy obviously didn't sense Tianxi or me. He wants to kill Tianxi and the rest. Lin Yo's eyes revealed a cold expression. He instantly sent a message to Wang. Xian. Buzz. In the next instant, Lin Yo's figure appeared directly beside Tianxi. A surge of energy gushed out from his body. The energy directly knocked out more than a dozen students beside Tianxi. A surge of energy enveloped them before they were put away. At the same time, a surge of energy also enveloped Tianxi's body. Boom.
Following that, a surge of energy landed on the defensive barrier.
The sudden change in Lin Yo's sudden appearance and attack caused Tianxi, who still had a smile on his face, to completely freeze.
He looked at Lin Yo in shock. There's an expert who wants to kill all of you. Lin Yo looked at the stunned Tianxi and said, Little Yo, you actually know how to speak?
Tianxi looked at Lin Yo, who suddenly spoke, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. This was a pet his adoptive father had given him on his first birthday. At that time, his adoptive father had said that Lin Yo was his little brother and that he would follow him to protect his own safety. After nearly 100 million years, other than his slightly cute appearance, Lin Yo did not show any difference. Now, he actually suddenly attacked and actually spoke in human language. This made Tianxi very surprised.
Let's leave this place immediately.
Lin Yo was somewhat speechless at the way Tianxi addressed him.
However, this was not the time to talk to Tianxi. Right now, the other party had yet to discover the situation inside Tianxi's body.
They had to leave this place immediately and get rid of him. Let's go. As Lin Yo spoke, he directly enlarged and Ling Tianxi sat on his 10-meter-long body. Then, Lin Yo quickly flew to the back. The Holy Father casually waved his hand and did not look at the dozen or so youths beside him. From his point of view, he only waved his hand and caused the dozen or so noisy ants to turn into ashes.
If he was in a bad mood, so what if he crushed a few ants? However, when he saw that his attack was blocked,
when he saw the expert that looked like a demonic beast that suddenly appeared, his face revealed a stunned expression. That demon beast is a heavenly creation realm great being. The energy he used is not from the Six Paths universe. What's going on? The Holy Father's gaze froze. This is strange. It's very strange. Why would a heavenly creation realm great being follow a universe knight and protect him? Impossible. Why would a heavenly creation great being protect a Six Paths universe kid and make him sit on his own body?
There must be something wrong. His eyes were shining and his mind was full of thoughts.
Light covers the land. Holy light watches the land. The Holy Father didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, and a staff appeared in his hand. His pupils emitted a luster. The energy in his pupils was injected into his hair. A holy light instantly enveloped the area in front of him. It was so fast that it was much faster than Lin Nyo. Scram! Lin Nyo roared when he saw the holy light enveloping them. The devil-like symbols on his scales rose into the sky. They formed a blood-red sky.
The sky blocked the sky behind him. The light and the sky clashed and sizzling sounds rang out continuously. Condense.
The Holy Father's figure moved, stepping on the holy light as he quickly gave chase. At the same time, the holy light in the sky condensed into an incomparably huge eye of holy light. That huge eye of holy light instantly split into countless pupils. The pupils covered the Lin Nyo from all directions, like countless moths pouncing towards the flames. Eye of evil, eye of flower. The Lin Nyo sensed the situation behind him, and his expression slightly changed. A single eye similarly emitted energy. Behind him, an illusory single eye condensed into form. It floated in the air. In the center of this single eye, there was an extremely beautiful flower.
The strange and evil pupils were emitting a strange light. Heavenly Fate, you are a Heavenly Fate great being, yet you are protecting a universe night realm brat from the Six Paths universe?
Holy Father's expression changed slightly when he saw Lin Nyo's terrifying attack. His expression was filled with solemnity. His own strength belonged to an old-fashioned Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert. An early-stage Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert. In other words, he could fight against two experts who had just entered the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm.
However, according to his senses, Lin Nyo's strength was not much weaker than his.
Although Lin Nyo had only entered the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm not long ago.
His increase in strength had absorbed all of the memories and energy of the Aga Heavenly Demon God.
The Asgard Heavenly Demon God was an old-fashioned Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert. You still need to care about what I do. I'm warning you, get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Nyo glanced at the Holy Father and said with a face full of killing intent. To be able to make a Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert willingly stand by a kid's side? Then,
the Holy Father did not care about Lin Nyo's majesty. His eyes slowly blossomed with a fiery glow.
A Heavenly Kismet being protecting a Six Paths universe kid was definitely strange. What kind of situation could make a Heavenly Kismet being do such a thing? Only when it involved a huge treasure.
It was ready to be revealed. The Six Paths universe's Heavenly Yuan creation treasure.
Light. It's everywhere.
The Holy Father's body immediately released a burst of light and the entire light directly enveloped the world. It also instantly enveloped Lin Nyo.
Lin Nyo saw that violent energy surged from his body, supporting the surrounding domain. Heavenly Yuan Creation. Little Nyo is actually a Heavenly Yuan Creation level existence?
At the same time, Tianxi, who was on the body of the unicorn ox, was completely dumbfounded.
He felt the terrifying might of the unicorn ox and the Holy Father in front of him. Hearing their words, his heart was in turmoil.
Heavenly Fate, what level of existence was this? He knew this. It was a supreme existence.
It was the highest level existence in the entire Six Paths universe. According to the Dean of the Academy, there were 3 Supreme Lords in their Six Paths universe. These 3 Lords were the strongest in their Six Paths universe. And the realm of these 3 Lords was the Heavenly Yuan Destiny realm. And now, the calf that had been following him for nearly 100 million years and had never made a move or spoken to him was actually the Heavenly Yuan Destiny realm. How could he dare to believe this? This was simply too shocking for him. That calf was a Heavenly Fate powerhouse. Wasn't his foster father the same? The calf was his foster father's little brother. This?
Oh? How is this possible?
That little fellow actually has a Heavenly Fate Supreme Treasure in his body. The Six Paths universe's Heavenly Fate Supreme Treasure is actually in his body. At this moment, a slightly crazy voice sounded from the front. The Holy Father's gaze was fixed on Tianxi. His gaze was filled with greed, fervor, and madness. A heavenly origin creation true treasure. The heavenly origin creation true treasure was actually right in front of his eyes. The treasure that he had been searching for 100 million years. It had actually been discovered by him. Tianzi felt the Holy Father's gaze. His heart was shocked, and a wave of fear and terror surged into his heart. Facing the gaze of a heavenly fate realm powerhouse, he could not withstand it at all. Oh, damn it. I was discovered. Lin Yo's expression changed slightly when he saw Tianzi's identity being exposed. This was not good news. Tianzi had not matured yet. If his identity was completely exposed, they would not be able to protect him. A heavenly fate treasure is in his body, yet you did not take it away. Is there some special reason? The Holy Father continued to speak, his breathing slowly becoming hurried. Or are you waiting for me to take it away? Wishful thinking. When Lin Yo heard his words, his eyes were filled with violent killing intent. He didn't continue to run away and slowly raised his head. Demon God, flower of death, explode. In the sky above him, the eye with the blood-red flower in its pupil blossomed with flower petals. The flower petals attacked the Holy Father directly. Holy Bell, today I will fight to the death to obtain shocking fortune. The Holy Father was extremely fanatical. With a wave of his arm, a divine bell of light floated in the sky. The divine bell of light grew larger and enveloped the entire world. Seeing that the other party wanted to use the divine bell to trap them, Lin Yo's eyes flickered. He did not dodge, nor did he attack the bell. A bright bell sounded and a huge divine bell enveloped the entire space. It completely enveloped Lin Yo and the others. The Holy Father's gaze was blazing and icy cold as he stared at Lin Yo. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. A strong fighting spirit filled the surroundings. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yo. He was prepared to fight to the death, a life and death battle of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a life and death battle of the same level was rarely a life and death battle. But now, for the sake of a heavenly Yuan destiny treasure, he had to fight to the death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied. Even if this body fell, he still wanted to give it a try. If you want to fight to the death with me, then I want to see who will live and who will die today. He isn't someone you can touch. Lin Yo stared at the Holy Father with a cold expression in his eyes. The other party wanted to kill him and obtain the heavenly Yuan destiny supreme treasure. However, Lin Yo did not run away immediately. Running away was the next best choice. He had already received the news about Tianzi, so he could no longer run away. Instead, he wanted to kill him. Although he could revive after killing him, he still had to be exposed. However, killing him would give them a buffer and allow them to make some preparations in advance. Most importantly, Lin Yo knew that Wang Xian was already rushing over. The other party's strength was about the same as his. However, once Wang Xian arrived, they would be able to eliminate this light-attributed heaven origin creator. Then let's end this battle quickly. Let's see who will die today. I must obtain the heaven origin creation treasure. The Holy Father stared at the Lin Yu with a grim expression. He was completely enraged. He had to kill the other party as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might be discovered by other powerhouses or the powerhouses in this universe. I say, light erupts, white night is stirred up, light dies, and light is sacrificed. The Holy Father moved his hand, and sharp spikes appeared on the staff in his hand. His entire body erupted with terrifying power. In an instant, he unleashed four extremely powerful attacks. Even the last attack completely consumed his own foundation. He raised the staff that was filled with sharp spikes and attacked Lin Yo. Tianzi, lie down. Lin Yo saw that his opponent had unleashed all of his strength, and his face was filled with a solemn expression. A wave of energy enveloped Tianzi's body, and Lin Yo's body began to increase explosively again. Very quickly, he reached the size of a few thousand meters. A demonic god's aura surged, and a powerful death energy bloomed from Lin Yo's horn, directly heading toward the Holy Father. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard as the terrifying energy rushed into the surroundings. Tianzi was lying on the body of the unicorn bull and was protected by the energy. His face was filled with shock. He did not expect the strength of the unicorn bull to be so terrifying. He also did not expect the strength of the other party to be so terrifying. A huge battle broke out. However, when the battle here broke out completely.
When Wang Xian received this message from Muli tribe, his gaze froze slightly. His figure moved and he rushed towards Lin Yo and the rest at a terrifying speed.
He did not expect that Tianxi would be discovered by a heaven's origin creator. Furthermore, he was discovered in such a manner. In Wang Xian's opinion, the heaven's origin creation treasure in Tianxi's body had a very strong concealment ability. A Tianyuan creator would only be able to sense it when he was a few dozen meters away from Tianxi.
A distance of a few dozen meters could be said to be very close. Normally, such a powerhouse would not be so close to Tianxi. But now a Tianyuan creator wanted to kill Tianxi and the rest casually. Lin Yo had no choice but to make a move.
It's a little too early to be discovered. Wang Xian thought to himself and frowned slightly.
Currently, Tianxi's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Universe Dominator. Although the Heaven's Origin creation treasure was still growing, it had yet to reach the maturity stage.
It wasn't even close to the maturity stage. According to Wang Xian's estimation, it would take another 100 to 200 million time for Tianxi to reach the Heaven's Origin creation stage. When Tianxi reached the Heaven's Origin blessed realm, the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin blessed realm in his body should have also reached its maturity stage.
The reason why he could grow so quickly was also related to the ancestral tree in Wang Xian's body. When Tianxi was young, the ancestral tree had been infusing energy into him. Although a branch was removed, it had at least shortened the growth period of the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin blessed realm in his body by 100 million years.
Forget it. If I really can't do it, bring Tianxi to the Tree of Chaos. Wang Xian thought to himself. A cold expression slowly appeared in his eyes. That light-attributed Tianyuan destiny powerhouse actually wanted to snatch Tianxi away. Humph! He snorted coldly and quickly shuttled under the surface of the water. The Whirlpool Sea region was a region where the concentration of elemental beasts was relatively high. It was the domain of the elemental beasts and a paradise.
It was also the place where they were given training by the heavens. It was not close to the Muli tribe.
Even if Wang Xian arrived at the nearest tribe through the teleportation formation within the Muli tribe, he would still need a day to fly at full speed. However, Lin Yo was able to hold on for a day when he was fighting against the Heaven's Origin creator.
For a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert of the same level, even if they were to fight with their lives on the line, it would still take 5 to 6 days or even more than 10 days to determine the victor.
Unless both sides were willing to risk their lives, only then would it be possible for one of them to die within a day.
However, it was clear that Lin Yo would not fight with his life on the line. Time passed by minute by minute.
At a place in the Whirlpool Sea, Lin Yo and the light attribute heavenly Yuan creation realm expert were constantly fighting. Defend? How long can you defend?
Ha, let's see how long you can hold.
In the center of the battlefield, Lin Yo and the Holy Father were fighting. In the beginning, the light-attributed heavenly fate expert didn't care about his life at all. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After exchanging a few injuries with him, Lin Yo calmed down and started to defend. This made the heavenly Yuan creation realm expert reveal an excited expression. He thought that Lin Yo was not his match and did not dare to engage in a life-and-death battle with him. His eyes shone with a fiery glow as terrifying attacks came one after another. Humph! There were some injuries on his body. These injuries were not light.
Similarly, the light-attributed heavenly Yuan creator also had wounds on his body.
The wounds were only slightly lighter than his. If it was a real life-and-death battle, the chances of Lin Yo dying were very high. The other party's strength, treasures, and methods were slightly stronger than his. However, there was no need for him to fight to the death. Boom! 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 The impact of the energy and the mighty power continued to roar within the divine light bell. The light attribute heavenly Yuan creation Holy Father's eyes were burning as he continuously bombarded Lin Yo.
After fighting for more than 20 hours, he could already sense that Lin Yo was not his match.
Especially in the beginning of the life-and-death battle. Although he was injured, he still held the upper hand.
This made his heart filled with excitement. Even if he was heavily injured, he had to take this heavenly Yuan destiny treasure away today. He had to bring it back to his own universe. In that case, his strength would be greatly increased. He would have nothing to fear in the face of the arrival of the calamity. The battle continued to erupt. Tianzi, who was on top of Lin Yo, lay on top of him, his face still full of shock. He could only see the vast energy around him. He felt like a leaf in the sea. He could die at any time. Now, he also understood his current situation. Tianzi was a smart person. According to what he knew, he had a clear understanding of himself. There had been invaders from other universes in the Six Paths universe 100 million years ago. His grandfather had even been recruited to join a team that hunted invaders. Even the three lords of the Six Paths universe couldn't do anything to these invaders. One could imagine their strength. He also knew the purpose of these intruders entering the Six Paths universe. It was to seize a treasure of the Six Paths universe. As for what treasure it was, the disciples of the great beings of the Six Paths universe didn't know. Now he understood that he was that treasure. Once he was discovered, he would be killed, and the treasure in his body would also be taken away. This caused his body to tremble. No wonder Godfather didn't allow me to reveal my wood attribute. No wonder Godfather placed a seal on my body. Tianzi understood. He looked at the bleeding Lin Yo and his expression changed. Uncle Xiao Niu, should we escape? You're injured. Tianzi said to Lin Yo. Don't worry. Lin Yo transmitted his voice to him and continued to face the attacks in front of him. Roar! Roar! After dozens of minutes, Lin Yo suddenly roared. If you want to fight with me, then let's see who will live and who will die today. Lin Yo instantly went berserk and no longer passively continued to defend. All kinds of symbols shot out from the scales all over his body. These symbols turned into strange and terrifying phantoms. Each of these phantoms was like a demonic god. Ha, good. Then let's fight to the death, haha. Seeing that Lin Yo wanted to fight to the death with him, the Holy Father laughed maniacally. His eyes emitted a luster as he directly faced Lin Yo, completely engaging in close combat. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yo and Lin Yo exchanged blows. The terrifying energy impacted the flesh and blood of both sides. In less than 5 minutes, wounds appeared on their bodies. Based on this intense battle, it wouldn't be long before the victor would be decided. However, at this moment, a figure flew over quickly from the outside. Wang Xian stood at the front and looked ahead. His eyes were sparkling. An old-fashioned powerhouse of the heavens' origin creation. He is slightly stronger than the unicorn ox. If I add myself and the 5 elements grinding, I should be able to kill him. Wang Xian mumbled. His gaze focused and his pupils were flickering with gray energy. This divine bell with light attributes is actually a broken fragment of the ultimate treasure of the heavens' origin creation. Wang Xian looked at the divine bell. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was not something that could not be destroyed. It was at the control level and the great Tao level. If one continuously attacked the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, it could also be destroyed. This was especially so for the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan that had yet to reach its peak. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan could be said to be the same as the powerhouses of Tianyuan. It could also be defeated. However, the difference was that the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan could only be destroyed and not completely destroyed. The shattered ultimate treasure of the heavens' origin still contains some power. If he could find all the fragments and nurture them with a large amount of time and energy, he could still recover. Whoosh! In the next instant, Wang Xian arrived above the divine bell of light. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elements millstone appeared at the side. The star field fragment and the book of water forbidden spell, 2 ultimate treasure fragments of the heavens' origin, also appeared in his hand. Boom! In the next instant, Wang Xian controlled the star field fragment and the book of water curse to attack the divine bell. At the same time, the 5 elements grinding mill also unleashed a powerful attack and attacked the divine bell. Boom! The sudden attack caused a huge crack to appear on the defensive barrier set up by the divine bell. Furthermore, the energy barriers in other places started to collapse. Pooh, not good. There are other heaven origin creation realm experts coming. At this moment, the Holy Father who was fighting with Lin Yo suddenly felt that the Divine Bell's defense had been broken. The Divine Bell suffered a huge attack and its expression changed drastically. Couldn't help but spit out blood. The Divine Bell had been nurtured by him and was one with him. If it was heavily injured, its main body would also be injured. Just like how heaven bestowed took away the heavenly Yuan creation treasure in his body, it also represented the end of his life. Roar, roar, die! Lin Yo's eyes shone with light, and the horn on his head emitted blood-red energy as it directly charged towards him. Stop, there's an external heavenly Yuan creation expert. If you fight me, you won't have a good ending either. The Holy Father saw the unicorn ox charging towards him. Due to the impact of the Divine Bell, his original body was also affected. This made him look extremely embarrassed. In such a short period of time, there was actually a powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm who discovered this place. His luck was simply terrible to the extreme. Kill! However, at this moment, an ice-cold voice entered his ears. In the air, after Wang Xian broke through the defense of the God Bell, his arm immediately turned into a dragon claw. The terrifying dragon claw carried destructive energy as it clawed at his body. Close combat. Wang Xian also engaged in close combat. He was fighting with his life on the line. Oh no, are you guys together? When he saw Wang Xian attacking him directly, a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. He didn't expect the unicorn ox to have a helper. Scram! He growled and waved the staff in his hand. The sharp thorns on the staff were like laser beams as they charged towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't dodge at all. His dragon claws continued to attack. At the back, the 5 elements grinding ground. The heads of the 5 divine dragons were intertwined together and formed a 5-colored divine dragon head. The divine dragon head attacked this light attribute heavenly fate powerhouse. Damn it, they want to fight me. When the Holy Father saw Wang Xian facing his attack and didn't dodge at all, when he wanted to fight him head-on, his expression changed drastically. He was confident that he could kill Lin Yo. However, now that there was another Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouse, he was definitely not their match. Under such circumstances, if he continued to fight, he would definitely be the one to die. He had to escape. However, if he wanted to escape, he had to get rid of their attacks. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon claws collided with the staff in his hand. A terrifying energy surged out in all directions. The rain in the sky was instantly evaporated. Even the seawater below had been annihilated by the energy and disappeared. Wang Xian's dragon claws instantly turned into a bloody mess. Each of his claws looked as if they were about to fall off. However, the Holy Father didn't feel good either. Their battle was purely close combat. Their main bodies were the first to suffer the impact of the energy. The arm that he was holding the staff in his hand collapsed immediately. His flesh and blood disappeared, leaving behind only his pale bones. It also looked abnormally tragic. Buzz! However, at this moment, the 5 elements millstone followed closely behind Wang Xian. The 5-colored divine dragon head attacked him. The distance between the two parties was too close. He was already fighting with the Kylan Bull and was prepared to end the battle quickly. Therefore, he was heavily injured. Now that Wang Xian had suddenly attacked him, there was no way for him to dodge. After dodging Wang Xian's attack, the attacks from the 5 elements grinding also landed on his body. Boom! The 5 elements dragon head landed on his body directly. The Holy Father's eyes were about to split open as his entire body emitted a dazzling white light. He took out a divine herb and placed it directly into his body. Boom! The 5 elements dragon head landed on his body, and the spot on his chest emitted a powerful radiance. A shield of light with patterns on it blocked the attack in front of him. However, even though it blocked the attack of the 5 elements dragon head, its body fell down violently. When Lin Yo saw this scene, his gaze froze. Fight, don't you want to fight? Ha, let's see who dies today. Fuck, I'll let you be arrogant. Lin Yo raised his head slightly, and the blood-red energy all over his body began to gather. Behind him, the shadow of a demon god appeared. The demon god slowly spread his arms and embraced the Holy Father. The threat of death once again enveloped the Holy Father. The Holy Father saw the attacks one after another, and he roared furiously.
The magic staff that had fallen to the side instantly arrived above him. The magic staff turned into a defensive barrier and wrapped around him. Boom! The demon god's embrace wrapped around the Holy Father. A great terror was happening inside. Countless demons were tearing at him from within. Wang Xian moved his body and waved his arm. The space lock of the starfield fragment was activated. At the same time, stars appeared one after another, forming a line that connected the city. Buzz. The energy of the demon god's embrace started to dissipate slowly. Wang Xian waved his arm and the stars that contained terrifying power attacked the Holy Father. This, Foster Father is here. From the moment Wang Xian arrived to the moment he launched his attack, everything happened in an instant. Tianxi, who was lying on the body of the unicorn ox, saw Wang Xian's figure. His eyes widened and his face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. When he saw the terrifying stars lined up in a row with no end in sight, his face was filled with shock. His foster father was definitely a powerhouse in the heavens origin realm. A top-notch powerhouse in the world. All of you deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. If you dare to kill me, I will spread the news that all of you have obtained the ultimate treasure in the heavens origin realm. When the Holy Father saw the terrifying attacks coming at him one after another, his miserable body trembled violently as he shouted loudly, "Kill him with all your strength." Wang Xian stared at the Holy Father with a cold expression in his eyes. Since he had discovered Tianxi, he could not let him go no matter what would happen next. On the contrary, after killing him, he would resurrect in his own universe. Even if he were to rush over, he would need a long time. As for saying that he would announce Tincp's matter to the public, Wang Xian felt that the possibility was very small. Now, kill him and buy more time. As long as Tianxi grew up, he would be unafraid of anyone. It would be impossible for other powerhouses to snatch the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan from him. "Yes, boss?" Lin Niu immediately replied loudly. Energy began to brew on his body. When the attacks from the planets were over, Lin Niu would launch another full-powered attack. When the Holy Father heard Wang Xian's words, he saw the terrifying stars. He sensed his body and let out a furious roar. With a move of his palm, a special ray of light appeared in his hand. This long ray of light instantly flew into the distance. It was so fast that Wang Xian and the rest could not react in time. When the stars were about to land on his body disappeared without a trace. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that existences at this level had some means of escape. Otherwise, they would not dare to step into the Six Paths universe. However, it was a pity that he was severely injured when he was attacked by Lin Niu in the beginning. His strength was now less than 50%. "You want to escape? Chase after him." Wang Xian growled at Lin Niu and chased after the line of light. Just you wait. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan belongs to me. The Holy Father attached himself to the line of light and escaped quickly. His face was filled with malevolence. He still had a chance after this failure. He had to get his hands on the heavenly Yuan destiny treasure. However, at this moment, the sound of collision suddenly sounded. In front of him, a 5 elements energy blocked the fast flying of the thin thread. When the Holy Father saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He recovered from the thin line state, waved the staff in his hand, and smashed it forward. Boom! An invisible energy barrier appeared, and under his attack it trembled slightly. Boom! Seeing the energy barrier trembling, his arm emitted a radiance that was transmitted to the staff, and he gritted his teeth and continued to attack. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks started to appear on the energy shield. He raised the staff in his hand again and continued to attack. If you want to attack, attack. If you want to escape, can you escape? At this moment, Wang Xian and Lin Niu were standing on top of a star at the back. They were flying towards him rapidly. Boom! Wang Xian was holding the 5 elements millstone in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone turned into a terrifying killing weapon and smashed towards him. Damn it! When the Holy Father saw Wang Xian and the rest chasing after him, his expression changed drastically again.